8 minutes past the hour. Welcome into another edition here of the Rick and Bubba Show. It's the kickoff hour. Good time gang getting settled in, and we are live. Thank you so much for making us part of your day. Here we go. Rick, Bubba, Adler all join us in 1 hour from now. Got a lot to break down. We'll get into it. Plus your phone calls at 866-WE-BE-BIG. If you choose to call in, they'll be unscreened, but hey, feel free to holler at us. Over to my left is Mr. Greg Burgess, and to my right it's Michael Holmes. What's up, boys?
Hey.
What's happening?
Hey.
Oh, why,
Hey.
You still over there? All right, hold on. Let's see. What am I doing here?
Change mics.
Yes, okay.
Hey.
All right.
We're working now.
All right.
You could have just turned it on yourself.
You could have. Well,
They're
I have to have it up.
They're working.
And I didn't have it up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, now. Hey,
Buddy,
now.
you're
Does that work?
on Bubba's there. If you're going to be on yours.
Oh, yeah.
No, you're good, though. But you can turn it off or cough. Just hold it down.
How about that?
There you go. How about
We in
that?
business
How about
now,
that?
boys? I like
So
it.
when y'all get to sniffling, y'all can just do it. Y'all can sniff off mic now.
I like sniffing in the mic.
Yeah. I like sniffing in the mic. Well, how are y'all? Y'all good?
Man, I'm good. Look,
I'm
now
just playing
I
with it.
shouldn't have brought it up.
I
Now that's
know.
all he's going to do
Oh,
all
yeah.
hours. Play with it. Yeah.
Button
so,
Gizmo.
So Super Tom put in.
Yeah. You threaten him again?
No, he put in a little control switch here where every person on the mic, on a mic, has control of their mic, and so we can turn it off and on, or cough, or sneeze, or sniffle, or whatever, and it not affect the show. So, but now the mic has to be up on the board. So if the mic's down, of course you can't turn it. I mean, but if it's up, then you can control.
How about that?
Mm-hmm. How about it? Huh? You
How
excited
that?
about it?
Yeah. I'm tore
He's
up.
thrilled.
Yeah. Oh, he's in one of those moods.
I'll
can
never
tell.
use it.
I noticed.
Yeah.
Well, he's
I
mad.
noticed.
He's mad. He's here.
Yeah.
It's one of those things.
I'll never use it.
Huh?
I'll never use it.
Okay. Well, it's there for you if you choose to.
There you go.
Okay.
I knew when I got the look, when I noticed you had the UAB blazer on and I was wearing my new hoodie, I thought, where's Greg's colors? Where's his school colors?
Yeah.
It's Tuesday.
He missed the logo.
It's not
missed the
game day.
memo on the logo.
Well, I just wore.
But the point is the look you gave me when I said it. It was like, go to
I
heck.
forgot that you wear Gamecock every day.
Yeah.
I forgot about that
Every day.
But I just wore this.
All day, every day.
There's
That
no
like that
rhyme.
part bothering you a little bit?
There's no rhyme. There's no rhyme
I
or
like it.
reason
Looks
to
good.
it.
Looks
But
good. It's a good
I
look.
feel like you're uncomfortable.
This is where.
No, I do. I
I
feel
know.
bad.
Stand up so I can break you down. Stand up real
Brush
quick.
it against the bottom of your chin.
No, I
Did
don't
that-
even feel it. Now I will. So thank you very much for that.
That's pretty much what this was
Because you're in a
about.
pissy mood today.
This
Thank
was-
you.
That's what this was about.
What's got you in this?
I don't
mood?
know.
What are y'all talking about?
Greg's
We ain't
mad.
been on the
he's-
air 5 minutes.
It's one of those things where he's mad he's here, and every
Yeah.
now and you get that.
Yeah.
And
that's
then he'll get another cup of coffee, and then he'll get going.
I know.
I may
I
need two. I went to bed at a good time last night. I don't know.
Well, I did too.
Yeah, I know.
I did
What
too.
can you do?
I know.
I think that's the first night in, gosh, probably, I don't know, months where I've had actually 8 hours of sleep.
Really?
Hmm.
Well, good for you.
Yeah, I mean, I basically came in, had dinner, said hello to the family, gave Maddie a big birthday hug, talked to her a minute about her day, and then I went to bed.
Scratched your butt and went to bed.
It's going to be all morning.
Yeah, oh yeah.
All
Get
morning.
ready. Get ready. But this is what we love about
Oh, I
it.
should have hit that
You
thing.
should have used the cough
Dad,
button.
yeah.
Like, you
Yeah,
just
boy.
Let me
coughed.
try.
You cleared your throat.
You can hear it on y'all.
If you do it that loud, then yeah.
Right. But if you two love birds,
I'm just
or
glad the
sit-
Gizmo's here.
Let's say you two over there, elbow to elbow, and y'all want to do y'all show off air like y'all do sometimes. You can turn your mic off now.
Oh, I'm gonna do that.
and it doesn't bleed into Rick when he's trying to read,
That's
like a
good.
live spot or something. Y'all over there going,
Oh, here he
"I
is.
love you too."
Look, I can't help your collars bothering you. It's not on me.
It's not bothering me, but now
Don't take
it
it
is.
out on me.
Thanks a lot. All right, so
See, I have a shirt just like that, and I struggle with it.
Really,
Maybe your neck's longer. It won't be as bad.
I'm perfectly fine.
Okay, turtleneck.
So lots of stories out today.
Boy,
I-
lots of stories.
The Pentagon's they finally found the missing F-35. I guess they think that we're dumb enough to
Have we decided
know.
why he bailed? I mean,
No, they found the wreckage of the missing F-35 about 80 miles from the base somewhere in South Carolina. But do they think we're dumb enough to think that they didn't know where it was? There's no way they didn't know where that thing was.
Did they plant wreckage there?
There you go.
Did they go there and destroy whatever they wanted to destroy?
And that's what I was going to think.
But what would they be doing? The guy's flying around the plane.
But
something we don't know. We don't, guys. There is no way we know what happened. We know what they're telling us, because to Helmsley's point, they look. It could be anything.
Some of the memes I saw yesterday of acting as if somebody found it and put it on eBay.
Yeah.
Stuff like that. It was funny.
All I can feel is my collar now.
Sure.
But that's the big story today, is that it broke late yesterday afternoon. Hey, that we found the wreckage of the missing F-35, and then they showed they showed a little bit of the side, or what appeared.
Didn't think
whatever.
It should be that difficult to find a wreckage of a. I mean, if you're in the middle of Amazon,
all I can think about is somebody went out there and planted it.
But it was in a non-populated area, correct? Mm-hmm. So nobody got.
Well, that's convenient.
Hey, you ready?
That's convenient. You ready? Story.
Yeah.
Hey, here's the deal. You ready for this one? Did the pilot even eject, and was there even a missing F-35, or did they they make up the whole thing? I mean, you never know. Like, has anybody talked to the pilot? Has anybody seen the wreckage, or you know what I'm saying? It's like they could tell us anything.
Well, what would be the point?
I don't know. You tell me.
I mean,
well, I don't
what
get
would be
the whole
end game there.
I get that's probably did happen. There's old Rick. There's old Bubba.
Look at him.
Oh, look at that.
Look
at that. Oh, coming through. I'm gonna pop a little bit. Bubba, do your robot. Come on, robot.
Yeah.
Oh no, buddy.
Oh, there's the energy.
Buddy. There he is. There he is. Okay, there's that one arm. But anyway, I don't know. Just something weird about it. I guess everything's on the table because we don't know anything.
Well, when you're constantly,
apparently you don't care about it,
when you're constantly lied to about things, we'll think things are not as if they really are.
I heard Joe Biden actually is who he ejected out of.
I wouldn't be like scratching my bald head about this if they didn't come out and go, "Hey, we need the public's help to find this plane." Really?
Yeah.
You didn't know exactly where it was? I don't know. Something's weird about it. Maybe I'm off base. I don't know. No pun intended.
So you said it didn't even happen.
I don't know what happened. Maybe it did. Maybe it's just like it is. But maybe a pilot did eject, but don't say you don't really know where the plane is. You knew where it was, Greg.
I don't know. I can't see the end game. What
hey,
would
will
be
you go
the
get
point?
some coffee?
I can't see what the point would be.
Rick and Bubba. Okay, I'm not here to nag you about all your diets because I don't always eat healthier either. But I will share this. The Mayo Clinic says if you want to prevent heart disease, lower blood pressure, and cholesterol, eat 5 servings of fruits and vegetables every day. Folks, I don't do that, and you probably don't either. So I use Field of Greens, and I really like it. If you don't always eat right and exercise, join me and take Field of Greens. Get 15% off your first order at fieldofgreens.com with the promo code BUBBA. Fieldofgreens.com, the promo code BUBBA.
If you've ever wondered if CBD and other plant-based solutions can help you, well, 90% of customers report better sleep, and 81% say CBD helps with stress and anxiety. If you've been thinking about trying it for a health concern that's not getting better, consider CBD from cbdistillery.com. Visit cbdistillery.com and enter the code BUBBA for a 20% discount. No prescription required. That's cbdistillery.com, promo code BUBBA, or find a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsor.
Helix Sleep does it again with an innovative kids mattress made to flip. Why? Well, the firmer side is great for younger kids when they need more spinal support to aid proper development of their growing bodies. You simply flip it over when they're a little older, around 8 to 12 years old, when they want the softer side for sleep. Handcrafted and assembled right here in the USA, Helix is offering 20% off all mattress orders, including the kids mattress. Go to helixsleep.com/Bubba. helixsleep.com/Bubba. A new season calls for new taste. There's no easier way to flavor your fall than with HelloFresh. Their fall lineup of delicious dinners is crafted by chefs using fresh produce and the best in-season ingredients. And with a rotating menu of 40 weekly options to choose from, even the pickiest eaters will be asking for seconds. Sign up for America's #1 meal kit today and take 50% off plus 15% off the next 2 months with the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. That's the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. All right, folks, you've heard heard us talking about what Relief Factor can do for your pain for several years now. If you struggle with occasional aches and pains due to aging, exercise, everyday living, consider this. Relief Factor is 100% drug-free. It's made up of ingredients that simply help your own body deal with its natural inflammatory response. And we kid you not, Relief Factor is for real. And the majority of people who order the 3-week quick start for just $19.95 go on to order more. Try it at relieffactor.com or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Our friends at TheraBreath have some good news if you have bad breath. Try TheraBreath Fresh Breath Oral Rinse. TheraBreath is dentist formulated by Dr. Katz himself. TheraBreath doesn't mask bad breath like those burning alcohol mouthwashes that can actually irritate sensitive mouths. It's alcohol-free and free of gluten with no added dyes or colors. Find TheraBreath in all your favorite retail and drug stores. Look for the bright orange cap or online at TheraBreath.com. You can find a direct link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. TheraBreath, confidence in every capful.
Oh, look, honey, the ants are back.
Wow. We leave one itsy-bitsy speck of food out, and they appear out of nowhere.
Yeah, it's pretty hard to believe we used to try to get rid of these guys. Now they're just part of the family.
To be honest, I liked our family the way it was before they came.
I guess it's time to call Cooks.
You don't have to live with pests. Get proven protection from Cook's Pest Control. Call or go online for a free quote.
Cook's Pest Control.
Are you driving an out-of-warranty car? Why would you do that? It's only a matter of time before your vehicle is in the shop costing thousands. Auto repair costs are up nearly 20% from last year. That's 4 times the rate of inflation. And when you enroll in a protection plan through carshield.com/Bubba, you'll be locking in your price as it will never go up. We appreciate their administrators handling all the paperwork, and we get to choose the mechanic we want. They even offer 24/7 roadside assistance, complimentary towing, and rental car options. Save 20% at carshield.com/Bubba.
This fall, as you settle back into a busier routine, your home may be sitting empty and defenseless. Simply Safe's revolutionary home monitoring innovation, 24/7 live guard protection, helps stop crime in real time. If an intruder breaks in, monitoring agents can see, speak, and deter them. Get 20% off your new system when you sign up for Fast Protect Monitoring at simplysafebubba.com. That's simplysafebubba.com, or you can visit rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
The folks at MyPillow have launched MyPillow 2.0. This new innovative MyPillow has a brand new temperature regulating technology to keep you comfortable throughout the night. Now, core body temperature plays a big role in how you sleep, and this new fabric technology helps regulate your body temp by creating a lower surface temperature for a more restful sleep. Available in 4 loft levels with a 10-year warranty and a 60-day money-back guarantee. Head to MyPillow.com/Bubba to buy one, get one free on the new MyPillow 2.0.
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't stop.
All right, 21 minutes past the hour. Greg at rickandbubba.com. He's asking for emails to get him fired up for the day.
You worry about your chin over there.
Anyway,
You want me to get some Vaseline or something?
we are rolling and ready to go. See, some people don't know what you're talking about, and they're very confused. I'm just wearing a little pullover, and Greg claims that the collar is touching my chin. Of course, I didn't even feel it until now, and so I appreciate Greg for that.
I'm just trying to help you.
Greg, I have some news about one of your favorite artists that you probably don't even know
One of
about
my
today.
favorite artists?
Yeah,
Oh.
Katy Perry.
Oh, Katy Perry.
I thought it was Doja
Famous
Cat.
judge. Oh, yeah, who's that?
How about she has sold her music catalog for $225 million.
There you go. Take it to the house.
Yeah.
Hey.
Whatever.
She sold the entire catalog. And Monday, the company announced that the deal would include Perry's 5 studio albums that she recorded for Capitol Records between 2008 and 2020. The sale is worth $225 million, according to multiple reports.
I'd take that.
Now, not knowing a lot about this, and well, she had an album in 2008, 2010, 13, 17, and 2020. So the way this works, and I guess the contract would be what it is, but so she could still come out with new music, and this wouldn't be part of the sale. I guess it's from.
It's just that particular era.
Wow, I know that's enticing to when somebody comes to you like that.
Yeah, and,
you know?
and of course you don't know what deal she made, getting started, but she also made money off all those.
Yeah.
And now I'm selling them again. Yeah, I imagine that's a pretty good one.
Yeah.
I bet I like a couple of her songs. There, I said it right in the mic.
Yeah, she had a run there. She was pretty popular.
And so I guess now, with the bunch that bought it, now they're open to make deals with commercials and just all kinds of stuff. And
it must be worth it
back.
because, boy, these companies write big checks for these.
They sure do.
Catalogs.
Good night, they do. But anyway, that's one of the top stories of the day when it comes to entertainment. I know that was part of. I know you like her.
I can announce this. I guess I don't know if I'm supposed to, but Mr. Lucky, they've reached out to them about buying the catalog of Fat Chance. I'm not sure what kind of deal it's going to be, but I'm waiting to hear it.
And did y'all see this here? I don't understand. All these. Hey, I've done some art. I'm going to hang it up, and it looks like somebody just threw paint on the wall, and everybody goes and stands in front of it and goes, "Oh, look at that, man! That's amazing."
And we're not smart enough, I guess, to realize what the meaning of it is.
Yeah.
We're not enlightened enough, and
Right.
I know this. I'd rather look at one of them Daniel Moore paintings than I had that.
Well, apparently, a Danish artist has been ordered to repay a museum after submitting a blank canvas.
And claimed that was my
He
art.
submitted a blank canvas to a museum
How can you question
of modern art and titled it "Take the Money and Run," and there was nothing on it.
That's funny. I think the title may have tipped him. But
and
how about this? I think that probably looked better than a lot of that abstract stuff that you get.
Please look at it hanging on the wall. There's just nothing. It looks
just
like a
blank.
white erasable chalkboard kind of thing.
I think he should, that's his art. That's how he sees it, y'all. Come on.
In 2021,
That's
he was
funny.
given the equivalent of nearly $84,000 in Danish money, and now has been ordered to pay. I guess maybe about $70,000 back and another $11,000 in court fees because the museum's like, hey man, you submitted nothing.
You got to at least put a stripe across it or something.
But I guess you can just, as an artist, go, well, no,
that's my vision. That's my
vision.
blank
That's my
canvas.
art.
That's what I see. It represents man's struggle within.
Yeah. If y'all had to submit some art,
good,
what would
Greg.
it be? What could y'all draw?
What could I draw? I'm not a
Yeah.
great drawer. Probably a hand shooting a bird, something like that.
Really?
Yeah.
What would you title that?
Well, no. I'm not a really good drawer at all. I wished I was. I always wanted to be. I'm not like Bubba and can draw
Not
the
either.
dogs and stuff.
My
But
brother took some art lessons back.
Yeah.
When we were growing up, and he could always do stuff like that.
I dabbled, like I thought I could do stuff, but I really couldn't. I would look at a picture and try to copy it. You know?
right.
And then I realized every now and then I'd do okay. But
I'm horrible.
Yeah.
Horrible.
But if I had to, let's say I did have a talent to do it, it'd probably be like birds flying.
Birds flying.
Because you know why I said that? When I was in the first through third grade, you're going to love this. I always went, though, every year that we went to private school, and every year they had an art contest for your class. Okay. First, second, third place, and 2 honorable mentions.
Okay.
And I wanted to get one of them prizes so bad. And you draw something and submit it.
Uh-huh.
And most of the time, mine weren't very good. But one year, it just somehow I drew these mallards flying, and it looked good.
Did it?
And I honestly thought, worst case scenario, honorable mention.
You drew some mallards?
Yeah. And I remember, and you would show up, and they would have them all on the wall, and they would go by. That one have the blue ribbon, that one would have the red, that would have the white, and then 2. Yeah, I didn't get any. I thought
you couldn't believe
for a
it.
second. I thought I might get 3rd, and then I said, well, maybe honorable mention. And no, I was disappointed. 3rd grade. I remember walking there. I thought it was my best shot. I mean, my mallards. It was they looked pretty good. I don't know. I accidentally drew them pretty good.
Uh-huh.
And
Nothing.
I thought I had it. Nothing. Zip.
I think I would.
I wanted one in blue ribbon.
So bad.
I think I would want to paint historical moments.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
I can see that.
Yeah.
I just don't get
And not
these-
necessarily sports moments like
Just
Daniel Moore,
historical
but just
moments.
historical moments. Maybe
Yeah.
different things with wars and different leaders of. I think that would be what I'd do.
I can trace my hand.
If
and
I
make
had
it-
to.
I can trace my hand and make it look like a turkey.
Yeah, I can
remember
do
doing
that.
that?
I remember doing that.
I couldn't even get that right. My turkey never looked right.
Yeah, it's hard to get all 4 fingers.
Yeah,
It is.
to look good.
Yeah.
it really is.
You want to make a kid feel like an idiot. In
right
school.
at the tip is where it usually messes up.
Is do that drill and not be able to get through it. I thought, surely I can get this right.
Yeah.
Turns out I can't.
Can't even draw a turkey out of my hand. Dang it.
Well, apparently you can't.
You expect me to get subject verb agreement right? I can't even do the turkey.
Yeah, I can't even do this because, like you say, as you would come around the end of the finger, I would lose it, and then I'd try to pick it back up, and it never match up.
Right.
Match up.
Thank you.
Every
we share
time.
that. Golly, it was so frustrating.
But I'm man.
I'm sorry, I never did good in
well, we know
scoring.
that. We know that.
Yeah.
We know you didn't
My
do well.
report card would be excellent, except that one thing.
Yeah. Penmanship.
Yeah, penmanship, writing, not very good.
Well, according to the courts, you can't just submit a blank canvas and put it up as art.
Well, I don't see if you can get a handful of paint and throw it at the canvas and call that art. I think you could put a blank canvas. I disagree. The things they call art and pay millions of dollars for,
isn't it crazy?
I think this is legit. If that's what he thinks is art, I say go with it.
I do like these things, and I've seen videos on them where I'd like to do this. Okay, I'm admitting.
There you go.
Where they put the blank canvas down,
Yeah.
and they put different color paints in in a can, and they do punch holes in the bottom of it, and they put it on a string, and they let it go, and it just goes back and forth, and so it's dropping the paint on the
you like
canvas.
that?
I like that.
You don't like what the result is. You just like watching.
I like
it
watching it.
Okay, I'll give you that for just a second.
I don't necessarily like. I've never even seen the finished product. I just like watching it do it.
I like when monkeys throw paint it and they let them do it.
Okay.
I like that.
All right.
Rick and Bubba.
A busy fall schedule doesn't mean you have to compromise when it comes to meal times. Great taste, quality ingredients, convenient doorstep delivery. So yes, you can have it all with HelloFresh. HelloFresh knows you got a lot on your plate, so they deliver pre-portioned ingredients and foolproof recipes to your door. From fit and wholesome options to family faves, they handle the meal planning and grocery shopping, so all you have to do is receive your box, cook, and dig in. And HelloFresh is not just for dinner. You can stock your fridge with quick breakfast, 10-minute lunches, and fresh snacks delivered along with your weekly order. And probably the best part, HelloFresh is actually cheaper than grocery shopping and 25% less expensive than takeout. Right now, you can save even more when you join America's #1 meal kit today and get 50% off plus 15% off the next 2 months with the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. This fall, take premium audio with you wherever you go. Raycon's everyday earbuds. They look, they feel, and sound better than ever with 3 sound profiles to match whatever I'm listening to. They feature noise isolation, awareness mode, so I can choose to be immersed in sound or I can tune out my surroundings when I need to. With optimized gel tips for the perfect in-ear fit, these earbuds are comfortable enough for all-day wear, and they do not budge. 8 hours of playtime, 32 hours of total battery life. And I love this. Raycon's everyday earbuds, here we go, start at half the price of the other premium audio brands. Over 78,000 5-star reviews and a 30-day happiness guarantee. There's no reason not to check them out. And now that back to school is in session, Raycon is having their annual back to school sale. For a limited time, get 20% off site-wide plus free shipping at buyraycon.com/Bubba. Buyraycon.com/Bubba for 20% off or rickandbubba.com. Our friends at TheraBreath have some good news if you have bad breath. Try TheraBreath Fresh Breath Oral Rinse. TheraBreath is dentist formulated by Dr. Katz himself. TheraBreath doesn't mask bad breath like those burning alcohol mouthwashes that can actually irritate sensitive mouths. It's alcohol-free and free of gluten with no added dyes or colors. Find TheraBreath in all your favorite retail and drug stores. Look for the bright orange cap or online at TheraBreath.com. You can find a direct link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. TheraBreath, confidence in every capful. Attention, all you coffee drinkers. There's a brand new brew that you definitely want to make part of your daily ritual. If you enjoy delicious, good coffee like us, My Coffee needs to be your new drink. It's organic, which is so important because if not, then it contains chemicals banned in this country decades ago. You've heard us talk about MyPillow for years on this show, and now they've got My Coffee direct from the MyStore.com website. Go to MyStore.com, enter the code BUBBA to save 25% 25% off your order of my coffee, or find the link at rickandbubba.com.
It's official. Fall is here. With the kids at school and spare time filled with seasonal activities, your home may be sitting empty and defenseless. That's why we recommend Simply Safe Home Security and their revolutionary home monitoring innovation. 24/7 Live Guard protection. It's designed to help stop a crime in real time. Now, if an intruder breaks into your home, Simply Safe professional monitoring agents can actually see, speak to, and deter them through Simply Safe's new Smart Alarm wireless indoor camera. 24/7 Live Guard protection is made possible by the new Smart Alarm wireless indoor camera, available with a Fast Protect monitoring plan. You can install it yourself in about 30 minutes or have a Simply Safe expert set it up for you. And for a limited time, get 20% off your new system when you sign up for Fast Protect monitoring. Visit simplysafebubba.com. That's simplysafebubba.com, or visit rickandbubba.com under the sponsors for a link. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
Folks, we've been talking about Relief Factor on our show for quite some time now. Do we guarantee Relief Factor is going to lower or eliminate your occasional aches and pains? No, we never make a claim like that. But what I can tell you is that the majority of folks who order the 3-week quick start pack for only $19.95 go on to order more. Now, what we really like about Relief Factor is it's 100% drug-free. It's a supplement that's made up of ingredients that simply help your own body deal with its natural inflammatory response. For a lot of us, that's very important. Getting older, working outside in the warm weather, even exercising can cause frustrating aches and pains, or maybe it's the occasional back, shoulder, or hip pain that's bothering you. Relief Factor has helped us and so many of our friends. So when you think of it this way, is $1 a day too much to see if you can get out of some of that frustrating pain? To order this 3-week quick start pack for $19.95 plus shipping and handling, just go to relieffactor.com. That's relieffactor.com. Let's see if we can get you out of some of that pain. Also, you can go to rickandbubba.com. Look under the sponsors button for a link.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio. Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba. Day without 'em, brother. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, there is no other. Rick and Bubba. Waking on their blubber. Rick and Bubba.
Thank you so much for tuning in to the kickoff hour here on the Rick and Bubba Show. We thank you, as always, for making us part of your day. Rick Bubba here. Adler should join us shortly for the main show, and then we're off and running, and we appreciate you so much for making us part of your day. A couple of stories just real quick, and then we'll move on. We won't spend much time on them, just some headlines that are out there. This is kind of just a rapid fire in the sports world. I got about 5-6 headlines here, and I'm going to go like this. I don't know if y'all saw just a horrific knee injury, Nick Chubb, last night for the Browns.
Popped out.
It was awful. Leg not going the way it should. Matter of fact, Joe Buck and Troy Aikman said, hey, when they saw the replay, they said, oh, my gosh, we're not showing that. And they didn't. But they showed it in the stadium, and they were playing in Pittsburgh. And the moan from the fans when they saw that said everything.
Immediate reaction. Oh,
but I gotta say that the Pittsburgh Steelers fans were so I don't know the word, but they were so sportsmanship. Forget all that. Respectful of Chubb and what these guys. No matter what team that you root for. They started chanting Chubb and all this kind of stuff when he was being carted off. It's one of those things where everybody on the field like puts their hand, the hands on the helmet and disbelief.
It's like the Theismann thing.
Yeah, what's funny
is really sad.
You sent the text message to the group.
Yeah.
I knew it must be bad for you sending it to us. And I'd already dealt with a couple of injuries with my players, and I couldn't take another one. I couldn't even watch it because I knew it was going to be so bad.
Yeah. Well, there was 2 Monday Night Football games on last night.
Which was strange. Why are we doing that?
I guess, I don't know.
Sharpness.
I have no idea. But the Chris Fowler and the crew had ESPN, and then Joe Buck and Troy Aikman had ABC. And it was just one of those. I had it kind of on in the background. We were eating dinner, doing some other things, and I would go back and forth a little bit. And I happened to have the game on that game when it happened, and it was sad.
I walked in when players were coming out on the field, and Braden had some buddies. Evidently, we've turned into the Monday Night Football crew at our house. They have different houses for different events, and I think we've turned into Monday Night Football.
Okay.
Which I'm great. I think that's great. I get to say hey to the boys as I'm going upstairs to go to bed. But when I walked,
thanks, Dad. See ya.
When I walked in, they were coming on the field, and I thought, my gracious, I love these uniforms. Did y'all see what the brand? I know Speedy did.
Yeah, all white.
Not.
Hey, head to toe, solid white. The helmet was white.
Helmet white, huh?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I was. My first thought was, where's Greg at on this?
I need to.
I know you're uniform sensitive.
Yeah.
But the Browns have got such a weird uniform anyway. Anything's an improvement.
And I really liked it. Like I thought it was
brown
clean,
and
looked
orange.
good.
Yeah.
Look good, Greg.
Some other headlines. Patrick Mahomes has gotten a historic payday. They restructured his deal that he made a couple of years ago.
I wish they'd restructure his voice.
Yeah. Wow.
right.
There it is.
During that QB thing.
Yeah.
Goodness gracious. I mean, I don't.
How you feel like y'all like Kelsey? I know that Aaron Rodgers and the State Farm contract ran out, and so Kelsey has taken his place. Do y'all like that?
No.
The back and forth between them two.
Greg just gave you a blanket no.
I'm just kidding.
I don't think I've seen it.
I haven't either.
Yeah, well, he's in it now. But anyway,
he kind of gets my nerves a little bit. I am saying that.
Who?
Kelsey or Mahomes?
Kelsey.
Okay.
Is it the Taylor Swift thing?
But everything gets
He
on
just
your
overdoes it.
That's true.
He's all over the top.
Yeah.
But he's a great player.
There's
Outstanding.
there's
You think
only-
he can dance?
There's only a few things, if you
Probably.
think about it, that you really like.
No, that's not true,
Yeah.
Speedy. But I'm just saying he comes in
I
a
don't
little
know.
hot.
I don't know. We could roll the tape.
He comes in a little hot.
Yeah.
You don't really know. You don't know the guy.
Yeah, I've been around him enough.
Yeah. So anyway, we'll
hang
look at
out
that.
with Kelsey or listen to Mahomes talk all day.
Ooh, I'm probably hanging out with Kelsey.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, you're drinking.
That's what I do.
I'd
I'd like him to get a helmet that fits
the
better.
restructuring gives him over $200 million and some change
Crazy
guaranteed
money.
over
Good
a
for
4-year
him.
span. I think the highest in the NFL history for a 4-year span. But
How about that?
Crazy
let's see
money.
here. This one here, NFL legend Rob Gronkowski isn't ruling out running for Congress.
Well, he needs to.
He'd make a difference.
Oh.
They're
going to tear his shirt off in the middle when they're voting on something?
So, Greg, he'd be better than Fetterman.
Well, no, you're
True.
right there.
Yeah, that's
Have
good.
you seen who's in Congress?
That's good.
This
point.
guy'd make a difference.
Yeah, well,
The,
can't be no worse. I can tell you that.
The SEC has suspended 4 players that were involved in the Tennessee-Florida fracas there at the end of the game.
What happened? I didn't see that.
Florida was taking a knee. They had won the game,
okay.
and Tennessee came up and hit the quarterback a little bit, knocked him back, and there was some, as you can expect, some
people didn't like it.
offensive players that took exception to that, hitting their quarterback.
Huh.
And they get into, a little pushing and shoving and all that, and then the game ended.
Are they
that way.
suspended for a whole game?
They said, see, these are headlines, Greg. I'm not pulling up the story. But we have the story here. I don't know how many games. Jalen Milroe has been named Alabama's starting quarterback.
Well, I would hope so.
That was weird.
Nick
Considering
Saban.
they never put him in the game Saturday.
I'm telling you what they were doing. Saban knew he could prove a point. I know this is just
still win the game.
Still win the game, and everybody shut up about these other 2 quarterbacks.
Well, we'll have audio.
Obviously from the jump, it did work.
He I mentioned that in the post game he made mention to he plays the players that practice well.
Yeah.
And,
Well, that's what coaches say.
I get that. He also said that yesterday, and we have that for the.
I've said that very same line.
Yeah.
For the main show today, we have him talking about it, and he said what I saw from him on the sideline, the way he reacted, the way he supported his teammates, he's earned the right, and he'll be our starter. Plus, the other 2 were given a chance.
Plus, he puts us in the best situation possible to win.
Because if you watch the other 2, at least at worst, he may make a bad decision every now and then, but he can pull it down and take off and make something happen. And he can throw it a mile.
He can throw it downfield.
And the other 2, especially the guy from Notre Dame, I don't know what that was.
Yeah, I don't either. Let's see. Colorado State, the safety that cheap shotted Travis. He and his family now that they say are now receiving death threats.
Probably.
Okay, let's let it go.
Yeah. Well, think about our society. He probably is receiving death
Which
threats.
is ridiculous.
It is.
Look, it was a cheap shot.
It was.
He took it,
Mm-hmm.
but I mean, it ain't like he got a ball bat and beat him with it. I mean, It was a lick.
Guys, I keep
the game used to
this.
be played like that all the time.
I know.
I'm not saying he should have done it. And to be honest, he should have been ejected.
Well, probably so. I don't know that rule. I was kind of caught off guard by it was a late hit versus targeting, but anyway,
it wasn't really targeting.
It wasn't targeting,
but it was a late hit, and
So
I guess you're right. I guess you don't throw people out.
You can't throw people out for late hits, but here's what I will tell Colorado: wrong, right, or indifferent. To your point, it's the way we played the game and the way a lot of people coach now. If you run that mouth, you're gonna get dinged.
But I know I've heard y'all saying that. Doesn't everybody run their mouth?
If you watch, you're right.
And I would tell everybody does that. This isn't running the mouth isn't a Colorado thing.
No,
everybody runs.
Well,
it
sure is. It sure is put on a pedestal though.
But
on every one of these TVs every single day, it's different. It's different with Colorado.
I give you that, but is it their fault?
I don't know. They're the one running their mouth.
Right, but a lot of it is responding to other
I'm just
people.
saying this. If I'm the safety for Colorado State or whoever it was, and Travis Hunter is out there running his mouth for the game, I'm going to look for a time to hit him and hit him real hard, and that's what this guy did. Yeah. That's what I would have done too.
Right.
I just not so much that would get on, and I've already brought this up. I'm not going to elaborate. What gets on my nerves is every single play they act like if I make a routine tackle, I get up and I got to strut and I got to do. Yeah. It's 3rd and 6 now, buddy. You didn't just win the game. That was a routine tackle. We got another play. They may score the next play after your dance, and it's out of hand. We can't make a routine tackle without doing some choreographed handshake.
You want to know what my favorite is?
Somebody stands up and do it. I'm going, man, that was one snap.
And you don't have
time. Two more to go.
You don't have time to prepare for the next play if you're dancing.
It's
you know what one of my favorites is a
ridiculous.
cornerback or a safety. It's been a long ball thrown or something like that, and the receiver just misses it, but the DB gets up like he's
doing
like he stopped it, and I'm like, no, he just missed it.
They show the replay and it goes through his hands.
Yeah,
you had nothing to do with it.
You didn't do anything.
You're actually beat.
You're right.
If he catches the ball.
And he's coming up going, no, I got it, and it's like, no, actually you didn't. Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, they celebrate every single play like it was the game-deciding play.
Yeah, and I know that I'll give it to the DBs and to the cornerbacks and all y'all got it rough because really
it's the hardest job
the sport the sport is refereed in a way where the offense has an advantage. And look, the receiver can tackle the DB and it's rarely called offensive pass interference. So you got the rough end. I get it. So celebrate when you can, but some of it is now the receiver just dropped the ball.
Yeah,
hey, buddy, you didn't do anything.
And you're like I say, every idiot in the whole place knows when you mess up. You don't even have to know football to know when that guy got beat. You can have a lineman not play well, and unless you know the game, you don't really know.
That's right.
But I'm just sick and tired of every routine play. Routine. And I'm not saying that you can't have fun and all that, but we don't have to do a choreographed dance after, okay, now, like I said, it's 3rd and 6. Or it's 2nd and 8.
Yeah.
Come on. I mean, if it's a monumental play that changed the outcome of the game, have at it. But good night. It's constant.
It
is constant.
We'll take a break. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba.
Cashback is not available on gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin.
Susan, I'm sorry I'm late. Traffic is terrible.
It sure is. But on top of that, gas prices have been skyrocketing. I can't believe how expensive gas has gotten recently.
Prices at the pump are up, but I never pay full price for gas anymore. I just use the free Upside app that pays you cash back for every gallon of gas you buy.
Wait a minute. Are you saying you actually get paid cash when you buy gas with the Upside app?
Yes, I get real cash back every time I buy gas.
And does that actually add up to anything?
I've made around $200.
Wow, that's serious extra cash. I'm downloading the free Upside app now.
Download the free Upside app to earn real cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code FUN for an extra 25 cents per gallon cash back on your first fill-up. You can cash out anytime right to your bank account, to PayPal, or any gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code FUN for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code FUN for 25 cents per gallon cash back on your first fill-up.
Enjoy cleaner, safer, and more private internet daily. Be more cyber zen. For a limited time only, get our special offer at nordvpn.com. With a few simple clicks, NordVPN will block online trackers and hide your virtual location. It will secure your devices from malware-infected downloads and block access to malicious websites. Enjoy internet without trackers. Internet without malicious websites. Internet without malware-ridden files. Imagine your data more secure, your connection protected. Be more cyber zen. Take advantage of our special offer now at nordvpn.com. NordVPN, cybersecurity built for every day.
Now your ideas don't have to wait. Now they have everything they need to come to life. Dell Technologies and Intel are creating technology that loves ideas, loves expanding your business, evolving your passions. We push what technology can do, so great ideas can happen right now. Find out how to bring your ideas to life at Dell.com. Welcome to Now.
What makes Taco Bell's rolled chicken tacos so good? Is it the shredded marinated all-white meat chicken? Well, yeah, obviously. But it's also the 3 amazing dipping sauces to choose from. Spicy ranch, warm nacho cheese sauce, and house-made daily guacamole. Now, if you need a third reason, their white corn tortillas are fried to golden perfection, which everyone knows is the best kind of perfection. Order rolled chicken tacos on the Taco Bell app. Get 1 dip for 2-pack or 2 dips for 4-pack at participating Taco Bell stores for a limited time only while supplies last.
A busy fall schedule doesn't mean you have to compromise when it comes to meal times. Great taste, quality ingredients, convenient doorstep delivery. So yes, you can have it all with HelloFresh. HelloFresh knows you got a lot on your plate, so they deliver pre-portioned ingredients and foolproof recipes to your door. From fit and wholesome options to family faves, they handle the meal planning and grocery shopping, so all you have to do is receive your box, cook, and dig in. And HelloFresh is not just for dinner. You can stock your fridge with quick breakfast, 10-minute lunches, and fresh snacks delivered along with your weekly order. And probably the best part, HelloFresh is actually cheaper than grocery shopping and 25% less expensive than takeout. Right now, you can save even more when you join America's #1 meal kit today and get 50% off plus 15% off the next 2 months with the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. This fall, take premium audio with you wherever you go. Raycon's everyday earbuds. They look, they feel, and sound better than ever with 3 sound profiles to match whatever I'm listening to. They feature noise isolation, awareness mode, so I can choose to be immersed in sound or I can tune out my surroundings when I need to. With optimized gel tips for the perfect in-ear fit, these earbuds are comfortable enough for all-day wear, and they do not budge. 8 hours of playtime, 32 hours of total battery life. And I love this. Raycon's everyday earbuds, here we go, start at half the price of the other premium audio brands. Over 78,000 5-star reviews and a 30-day happiness guarantee. There's no reason not to check them out. And now that back to school is in session, Raycon is having their annual back to school sale. For a limited time, get 20% off site-wide plus free shipping at buyraycon.com/Bubba. Buyraycon.com/Bubba for 20% off or rickandbubba.com.
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another Rick and Bubba. Day without him, brother. Rick and Bubba.
9 minutes until top of the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show's kickoff hour. We're the Good Time Gang. I'm Speedy. There's Greg. There's Helmsy. Rick, Bubba, Adler all join us right after top of the hour for the main show. This portion of the show, though, sponsored by the 24/7 burglar busting protection for your home or small business at simplysafebubba.com. We have talked a lot about this. You pretty active right now. You got kids back in school. You're off at work. You're at practices, whatever. That means that your home or small business, there's nobody there. And it's empty, sitting there empty. So don't you want protection for while you're away? Know that simplysafebubba.com is working as it includes their revolutionary monitoring innovation, 24/7 LiveGuard protection. It's designed to help stop criminals in real time. And this is what I mean by that. If an intruder broke into your home or small business, You're not there. Nobody's there. Their professional monitoring agents can actually see, speak to, and deter them through their new Smart Alarm wireless indoor camera. It's 24/7 live guard protection made possible by the new Smart Alarm wireless indoor camera, available with a Fast Protect monitoring plan. You can install it too. It's so simple. You really would be amazed. It's like within 30 minutes you have it up and running. Either way, it's easy to protect your place. For a limited time right now, you're going to get 20% off your new system when you sign up for the Fast Protect monitoring with simplysafebubba.com. Only available for a limited time right now at simplysafebubba.com, or you can find a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. There's no safe like simplysafebubba.com. Again, don't just go simplysafe.com, simplysafebubba.com. All right, so as we move on, we have a number of different things to discuss. Probably won't get to all of them. We'll pick up some of that with the main show. But, Helmsy, you did say you had a question about pizza. Is that what you said?
I had an email come through. You know, we get emails all the time from these different research groups and people wanting us to talk about certain topics.
Uh-huh.
And I honestly usually just delete those. I open them, delete them, and that's as far as it goes. It's usually nothing that I think, well, we're interested in that. But anytime pizza's brought up, all three of us love pizza.
Oh, yeah.
Greg loves pizza.
Oh, boy, does he.
But I didn't know
like
that
Papa Murphy's
tomorrow is National Pepperoni Pizza Day.
Ooh, okay.
And
that's my favorite.
This particular person sent a ranking of what the top toppings are for pizzas.
Okay.
And so, obviously, pepperoni, it being National Pepperoni Pizza Day, in this study, pepperoni is at the top.
Okay.
But I kind of wanted to see what y'all thought was in the next few.
Sausage.
Yeah. Also, I want to know if you had to make a pizza right now for you to eat, you get 3 toppings. What are they? So first of all, let's talk about the list and what you. So you said sausage was the second.
I would think pepperoni, sausage, cheese, just regular cheese.
I like just regular cheese.
Yeah, nothing else. And I would think if you said there was 3 toppings we could put on it, I'd probably go pepperoni, sausage, cheese.
So
I mean, I love my Mighty Meat. You know, but
cheese, does cheese count?
I know you do.
I would think, right? Because you can order a cheese pizza.
No, cheese.
No, it doesn't count.
No, it doesn't count.
Okay.
All pizzas have cheese.
Let's see here. Well,
they do.
Right, I
It's
know.
like,
but
I mean, it's like calling the crust extra.
Right, but I know you can order a cheese pizza, just that.
Yeah,
so
but
I
that's
wasn't
not
sure if
topping.
that was included or not.
No.
Apparently,
That's
that's
a pizza with no toppings.
I'm going with sauce on my pizza.
Just sauce. I'm on sauce.
What kind of sauce?
Crust.
What kind of sauce? No, I mean seriously. You got your. Do y'all like things like Alfredo chicken?
I don't like when they get
topping and all.
Stay
that?
in the lane.
Yeah.
I mean, I'll eat it, but yeah,
All right.
it's not
so,
bad.
So in Alabama, in our state, it's pepperoni, sausage, and bacon are your top 3.
That's
By the
what I
way,
like, bacon.
mushrooms came in at number 4, which I thought was strange.
I like black olives.
They're not even on the list,
Well,
Greg.
they need to be.
They're not even on the list. Now we're in Alabama.
You don't like black olives?
We're in Alabama on that one. Now the Google Trends, more nationwide, olives come in in the top 10. But
I
it's
would go
10.
with pepperoni, bacon, and green peppers.
Okay. So I go pepperoni, bacon, and jalapenos.
Yeah.
That's mine.
We're kind of the same boat.
Yeah.
Speedy?
If I had to choose, I'd probably go pepperoni, sausage, and ham.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
You're talking about the meat
he's
lovers.
He's a mighty meat.
Mighty
guy.
meat.
Yeah.
Mighty meat.
Likes him some mighty meat.
Y'all remember we used to go to that place? That's what we had ordered.
Yeah.
That's what it was called.
It was.
You want the Mighty Meat pizza?
And you said absolutely.
Heck yeah.
I wish that place was still open.
I know.
How does that go out of business?
I know. Man, that was
Is that
fun.
where Buffalo Wild Wings moved in?
Oh, I don't know.
I don't know.
It's in
You're
that same
supposed- you're
shopping
the one
center.
supposed to be going.
That would be a big room, though.
Yeah, it would. I don't know. But that's where.
And I love the room. I loved everything about the place.
I even liked how you washed your
Atmosphere.
hands.
Yeah, I love,
yeah.
we love that. You don't think this one did either?
Really want a pizza right now.
I used to get excited when we go over there.
I
Not
know.
anymore.
I know.
Are y'all thin crust or
Thin.
Yeah, I like-
pan or?
I'm
I like-
thin.
I
I
like
can eat them
hand
all.
tossed.
I can eat them all.
Yeah, I
But
got
I like
Now
thin.
the little Pizza Hut, when it had the little pan pizza, it was just a small one
Oh,
with
yeah.
4 little slides, and I'd tear that one up.
Yeah, I don't mind.
love that.
I don't
but
mind pan or
If I had to
thick or
order,
whatever you wanna
I'm
call it.
going thin. I'm going
Yeah.
thin.
I'd rather have one of each, and I can go back and
Wouldn't that
forth
be good?
between them.
That'd be nice.
You know, I haven't done it yet, and I want to. There's where I get on the interstate. Greg gets on the interstate. Speedy's been. I don't want to leave you out. He's been on the interstate.
That's fine. Yeah, throw that in
where
there.
we get right there on 20. There's a Domino's, and I have wondered. I have sometimes, and they have a gluten-free thin crust pizza. It's really good, and so I've started to order a couple times, like when I'm in Alexandria, and pick it up on the way, and eat it on the way home, and so I may do that tomorrow for National Pepperoni Pizza
Yeah, do
Day.
that. Yesterday was National.
Is that why you're doing it?
National was National Cheeseburger Day. I think.
Well, that's 2 good days in a row. Well, not in a row. But you know what I mean.
One last question, and I'm not going to push you on this. I'm just asking you, okay? Because I think probably at least one of you have already forgotten this, and the other just hadn't been around to it. Where you at on your flea market deal?
Oh, I completely forgot about it.
You're the one I thought they would completely forgot about it.
And I couldn't find that when you were talking about it. Of course, I didn't look, but.
Well, Greg, it's impossible for you to find it if you don't.
Well,
look.
I mean, I didn't overdo it looking. I kind of glanced.
You
I was almost by it.
Hadn't wanted to
thought,
stop and go in. Do you know that we?
I need to do that. Yeah.
We bought a headboard from the thrift store not just the other day.
Bring it in to show us.
It was for JC at school. We needed a full size headboard and could not find one.
Couldn't do it.
And found one. It was really nice. Old solid wood. It was good.
You was fired up about it.
Didn't need the footboard, but used the headboard.
Footboard's over.
Well, the flea market challenge is still on, and I'm waiting on one of you to bring in what you have picked up at the flea market. And y'all don't know. I think I may have mine already.
No, but you did say the flea market is a thrift store too.
It can be. Yeah, most people won't, but I'm
What are
allowing
you talking
it.
about? You don't even know what a flea market is.
Yeah, I do. Thrift stores like clothes.
I'm allowing it for this.
It's more than clothes, Greg.
It's clothes.
All right, so here's what I
Now
want
we're
to
going
do.
too far.
Say I'm going to bring something.
Made it a little better.
I'm trying.
I didn't say
You know how we
I
say
got
about our workouts?
I'm in your court here on this, pal.
Of course.
I can see you churning.
Greg,
Adler's in too.
Yeah.
I'm bringing.
Bubba will buy a case of them and never take them.
Yeah.
They'll sit in his office.
Right. Just to support Speedy.
Yeah, thank you, Bubba. I got
you notice selling bee juice.
notice-
We know it.
guys.
You
I don't
notice
have a
I'm
bee
very-
juice farm.
I'm very quiet in all this.
You buy it at like Publix and
Are
stuff.
you an associate? What? Yeah. What? Speedy's Beet Juice.
He's a team
What
leader.
are you,
Are you a
Dwight,
team leader?
What are you, a Dwight Schrute now from the office? You got a beet farm? Well, let's just
So that's anyway. Besides, if
remember-
you can get past your pea color and the way it tastes, then you know.
If you've just joined us,
and when I bring some in Monday,
because it just sounded
and-
like you said if you get past your pea being red and how your pea tastes,
Yeah.
which is not what you're saying.
No, I didn't say that.
It sounded like if you just if you can get past your pea being red and how it tastes, that's what you said.
That is what you said.
We're talking about the beet.
Look, hey, if you're required to do that, I'm out.
Well, like I said, there's certain things people say.
Oh, you've done that before back in the '80s.
Greg, there's some people say, hey man, this, and they tell me what it is. I'm like, nah, I just really don't.
Yeah.
I mean, what's going to give me 2-3 more years?
Yeah. But the other thing is this. And Speedy, there's nothing wrong with this. People misunderstand me on this. I get misunderstood a lot. And that is, if it works, it works.
Mm-hmm.
But placebo does work.
I know. Most
And
definitely.
you had somebody sitting on some aluminum bleachers that was talking about how life-changing it was.
Mm-hmm.
And
Well,
because somehow they know. And so
can I say this to you though?
And they told you what you should feel, and you bought in, so you felt it.
But let me
Which
say
is
this.
all right. That's
you know,
great.
if you ever have a cup of coffee or an energy drink or something like that energy that you feel, well, after you take
The temperature was speaking.
Your
Well,
mind's really sharp.
Well, I keep looking over to see when I breathe if you're going to jump in.
You give us a chance.
But when I took the beet juice, I feel that afterwards.
Bring us some Monday. I'll try it.
I'm
trying it.
Oh, I'm going to pour it down your throat and make you like
I'm
it.
trying to pick. I need to tell something to somebody during the break. I think it'll be Bubba, and I can't tell anybody else.
Well, y'all do it
And
when I
then when
bring
my
it in.
study's over, I'm gonna tell you something. Okay. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
The Rick and Bubba Show, 866 We Be Big is the number. Wow. Just got a text from my doctor about our little conversation. I'll hit you with it. All he said was, stay away from the beet juice, call me later. All right, so...
it does say consult your physician before taking
is that what you did?
I did. He said it was
Speedy,
fine.
God's
He said it was
listening.
fine.
You consulted your physician.
Speedy.
Greg must have
Yeah.
missed you saying that.
Speedy.
Yes.
He just claimed that he consulted his physician.
Oh, that's the first thing he did.
Todd
I'm sure.
Lahinas is my physician.
Well, I'm gonna call Todd myself. Next.
Right, Greg. I just got a text from my doctor. Says easy on the beet juice. Call me.
Oh, are you serious?
Yeah. So we'll see. All right. So
You're consulting your physician.
I do want to point you to Gridiron Men's Conference, gridironmen.org. Hey, it's coming up. Hey, and don't forget, since Dr. Tony Evans is coming back to the Gridiron Men's Conference, that next Monday and Tuesday in theaters all across this country, Kingdom Men Rising will be shown. It takes on that we can admit this. We can and then start dealing with it. We got an issue in this country. And we really have an issue in a lot of parts of the world dealing with men and masculinity. And of course, here's a bizarre concept we have as people of faith. Maybe we should get all of our instruction from the Word of God. We believe the person who created man and woman equal, but not the same. So that Kingdom Men Rising, and there's a lot of, it's got really a power-packed lineup in it, about 90 minutes, and they'll be showing at theaters everywhere next Monday and Tuesday. So if you want to go hear Tony in person, then go ahead and get your tickets for the Gridiron Men's Conference. He'll be there along with James Merritt, who is a fantastic Bible teacher. Also be there with Josh Turner, country music singer. They'll have a great weekend. Charles Billingsley's back leading worship again, our friend. So go to gridironmen.com right now. That's gridironmen.com. Or you can go to rickandbubba.com and find it there under the sponsors button. It'll be held in Birmingham at the BJCC Father's Day weekend. All right, so we say goodbye to another student, Bubba. I mean, we're wrapping up, and we've already told Skunk Baxter goodbye, and now we're sending another one out. Got some freshmen will be coming in next week, and then throughout the summer. But Jalen Fruithurst, we say goodbye to you as you clutch that degree in common sense. It's been a wild ride, my friend.
It's been a very wild ride, but a very enjoyable one.
So tell us what you've learned. What's going to be your takeaway for your time at Rick and Bubba University?
Honestly, just staying organized. Going in there, I learned how to switch and learned how to run the graphics and stuff like that. But like organizing all of the bins and stuff and editing. But just staying organized, you got to have it all together. Just make sure everything goes right.
Now, you worked mainly on the TV side the whole time, which means here's the good and the bad. The good is you were kind of exempt from some of the bizarre callers. Didn't have to interact with them a whole lot. You did some. But yet you were under the tutelage of Eddie Van Adler.
Oh, boy.
So, I mean, what is he like as someone to work
Honestly,
yeah,
he's great.
Yeah. So what are the things he taught you?
He was the one that basically taught me the switcher, like what cuts, like when you should just like pull out use a dissolve and stuff like that. And the graphics, like I've never had to work with graphics in that way. He taught me how to do that.
Is he a good teacher? Is his temperament good?
Yeah. And then like setting up
a lot.
Well, his brother.
He did not.
Did he ever chew you out?
Yeah. Do you ever come in like lose it a little bit and get upset?
No, not on me.
Did you ever physically abuse you?
No, Greg
Burgess.
Yeah.
Sass.
It is 6 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us. Brand new hour, and we thank you for being here. We'll unpack another one. Your phone calls will be part of that, too, at the number I just gave you. We start this baby as we have since the attack on America back on 9/11. And we start with the national anthem. It is 7.5 minutes past the hour. All right, let's unpack another one, boys. So here comes Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, and Eddie Van Adler. Speedy, Helms, and Greg have already given you a kickoff hour on all the Rick and Bubba platforms, however you get the show, whether that be live or archived, or maybe you catch some live and then you catch the other archive, whatever. Find all those different options for you at rickandbubba, spell out the word and.com. We look forward to chatting with you today as we unpack another one. We're missing one. There he is, the silver-tongued one. Man with a golden voice, professional lunch eaters, man of the year, the inventor of pizza and a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master at a King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey! Howdy, Bubba.
How about it, Rick Burgess? Friends, neighbors, associates everywhere, welcome into the little party we call Rick and Bubba. Your version of Back Porch Radio.
Everybody say it. There it is, Bubba. Bee Gees. That's a good one. That's a snapper right there. Huh?
That's a good one.
That's a snapper.
Probably doesn't get the headlines it needs to.
Well, I know. You know why? Because there was a time when you talked about let's go boogie. Everybody knew what you meant.
Oh yeah.
Now nobody uses boogie anymore.
It's kind of played out. Didn't it?
Yeah.
I still know what it means.
It didn't have a lasting grab there. So Bubba, we're ready to unpack another one. I was telling Speedy, and I told you when I got here, I had the thing that every early riser hopes doesn't happen, and that is you go to bed at the right time, you sleep really good, and you're awakened with the urgency to go to the restroom. You realize that it's not middle of the night. Really, you're only about 15 minutes from getting up.
Yeah.
and I mean, that's,
well, it scared me this morning when I pulled in, and you were pulling in at the same time. I thought, am I late and I don't know it?
And I had a little fun at Bubba's expense. I told him, I said, what are you talking about? I'm at the normal time. And he was looking down. Yeah, he thought his watch was wrong.
Well, I thought I might be late. I was out looking for the missing F-35 quite a bit yesterday.
Let me tell you, Babylon B had a field day with that. When they showed some of our military with all their high-tech garb on, and they were holding up like they had the fob, seeing if they could hear it click, looking for the F-35.
Listening for the beep.
That was such a good one.
There's so many questions with that. They did find it. It was about 80 miles away, but
sure.
If it could still fly that good, why did the pilot eject?
Yeah, you think we know everything?
No. I think the story we've been told is pitiful.
Yeah,
it's pitiful.
They knew exactly where that thing was.
Well, I don't know that they knew.
So they don't have a tracking beam of some kind on a F-35?
I heard a guy.
Are you kidding me?
Well, I heard a guy explain why
it
may not have worked because of electronic failure and stuff like that. Yeah. They said that there was a chance, but I do think they're making the whole thing up. Yeah, I think they've planted the wreckage. I'll go that far with it.
There's something weird about the whole thing, and we don't know what it is yet. And maybe we don't need to know, but you can't be losing F-35. Over the continental United States, you just can't do that.
No, you would.
That's a can't happen.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, that's on that list. I mean,
not for 100 or 80 million. I've seen all the different figures how much it costs.
I saw it on eBay yesterday.
Yeah, I mean,
which was funny.
Did you see the listing slightly used?
Yes.
And they had it under a tarp in Huntsville. Did you see that?
I picked it up off Facebook Market in a nice little corner table.
Well, we'll look at that story a little bit more today too. There was a couple of, we've all had bad seats at sporting events before, and we've talked about it on the air. There's a documented case that we got an email this morning of 2 of the worst seats I have ever seen.
You seen the one at Boston College?
Yes.
Yeah, that's
yes. And then at Buffalo.
Yeah.
That Takeo Spikes was in a suite that you can't see.
Oh my goodness!
I mean, who drew that up?
Well, next thing you'll tell me is there's seats available. You can't see the sideline. You knew that was going.
I knew it was
but
going.
let me bring this up. It's too late now because it's been 2 weeks back. But I never saw it. But I know this is standard. But I've never seen it be this extreme. Did you see where Alabama put Texas's band?
Yeah, all the way up top.
I mean, they're in the top upper deck in the far corner, looking back over the back parking lot.
Yeah.
Yeah,
that's payback. They did theirs the same way.
Yeah, they did theirs the same way. I mean, it was the worst seats in Brighton.
Yeah. That's kind of what everybody does to the visitors. I mean,
that one though, to put a band there, but Greg said it was a payback. And apparently, Texas did that to them when they came. So that was one back over the
league. The league probably needs to have rules on where the visiting band sits, like they do everything else.
Yeah, they had bands and worse seats than I had to sit in when my son played for Auburn. And those were bad.
Sarkisian was asked.
They don't treat the Auburn fans too well either.
I saw Sarkisian's coaches show. I was just flipping the channels. I saw it on the Longhorn Network, and he made reference to that. And the host asked him, what was it like at Bryant-Denny to be able to go up, even though you could hardly see the band, it was so high up, after the game and celebrate in front of them. And he said, I don't know, because it never happened while I was there. He goes, and I think it's only happened one other time. And he said, so for an opposing team to celebrate in Bryant-Denny is rare, because Alabama doesn't get beat at home.
Okay, yeah.
And so but they made reference and they were joking about how far the band was up.
Oh yeah, if you were going to go up there and get front with the band and do your fight song, it was really going to. A lot of it was going to be taken away.
Yeah,
because I don't know that they can hear you or you can hear them.
Well, there was a delay.
He said the players were looking.
They'd start directing it, but then the sound didn't get there for a second or two later.
Yeah, it was so funny that, like, just sports, I noticed that's how I saw it. Is the reels and everything, just various sports, Instagrams and stuff were like, now this is what it looks like to go on the road.
Yeah,
this is what it looks like to go on the road to Alabama. And, I mean, you saw those little hats they wear,
so
and one guy, look where they are.
They can see Texas from there.
Oh my goodness! You can't get them no further.
How long did it take them to get up there and get down?
That's one of those days you don't want to play the tuba or that big bass drum.
Oh, I mean,
that's a long way to go with it.
The flute players, they had it made.
Of course, Texas won, so at the end of it all,
yeah, that's true. Don't really matter where your band set.
I know we're going. That Bama team, they got problems. This year's team. 15 minutes past the hour. 866 We Be Big's the number. More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Night.
I do see he loaned you one of his shirts today. But
he taught you how to dress. I got it.
Right. So, did you have any expertise in this at all before you came here?
Not broadcasting. This was all new for me.
Okay. And had you ever heard of the show when you were younger, or did you grow up on the show, or was this a new experience for you completely?
I have heard about it, but I'm still going to say completely new for me.
And so you had no expectations.
Never watched the show.
Okay, so when you got here,
what did you think about it?
What were your thoughts? Wow, this is really what?
I loved it in the fact that, like, I watch a lot of podcasts on YouTube, and I love a group of people that are, like, close together and they can, like, rag on each other all the time.
Well,
and that's
you got
what I
your
see.
money's worth
exactly.
here.
So I enjoyed it.
Yeah,
I love it.
I was about to say, by golly, you got your money's worth.
I don't know if you've heard the last 30 minutes.
I was cracking up back there.
Yeah. Will you be experimenting with beet juice? Consult your physicians first, not just some guy you knew that you text.
I've never had beet juice by itself. I had it in smoothies, and I didn't think it was that bad. But by itself, I mean, I would try it, but.
Well, so Monday it's on.
Yeah. So where do you go from here? What's the next move for Jalen Fruithurst?
Just
if you say go into Oklahoma, it's really going to be fun. No, so go ahead.
Just applying anywhere and everywhere. Atlanta, just
looking for work.
Keep applying, or try to get another internship maybe. But I will graduate next week.
How about that? And what university are you graduating from?
University of Alabama.
University of Alabama. And your degree will be in what?
Common sense now.
Yeah. Hey, look at me. I'm a learner.
Add that to the little things they put around your neck.
There you go. I like that.
I couldn't think of what they were called.
But also telecommunications and film.
Okay, good. Yeah, it's cool. And I've been looking at that, having one son that's in college current day and then another one that's about to go in. I see that's kind of been the strategy, especially trying to get into this world. It's tougher and tougher, just to stay in school and just go to classes and then walk out and say, I've got my degree. Will you hire me? And people are like, what do you know how to do? And so I know this because from some of the guidance that my kid is getting now that's in college is they're encouraging college students now. There's only one internship that you can do for credit, but they encourage you to go out and get as many internships, until you can't survive financially anymore, to do as many internships because really there's nothing that's more valuable than you to have the hands-on experience in the field you want to go into, and you're making connections.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely.
You're making connections. So, yeah, if you can afford to do another internship somewhere, that'd be great. But, and try to stay within the field. Sometimes the hardest things to do if you ever get outside the field and then try to work your way back in. My gosh, did I just go serious in here?
I tell you what, Rick, that sounded like a counselor.
What was I doing right there? I don't even know what happened. I'm sorry about that, buddy. I mean, you looked at me like, my gosh, what is he doing? He's actually talking like we're something's important here.
Rick's my counselor all of a sudden.
Hey, I got to get my yellow shirt back.
Be confused American.
So, did you? As far as also the type of show that if you were going out right now, because this may help some of our sales teams, and somebody were to ask you, what is the Rick and Bubba show?
You would say
what?
The Rick and Bubba.
Somebody says, "Yeah, I want to buy some advertising." Now, what kind of show is this?
It's a radio show that just discusses politics, religion, God, guns, and gravy.
There it is.
He's ready to go.
That perfectly sums it up.
Well, you've done a good job. Adler, you feel good about this kid?
Yes, he did an excellent job, and he's a quick learner. He's dependable. Throughout his entire internship, he's been working nights at Home Depot, guys.
Oh, wow.
Really?
That's why you look so sleepy. You need some beet juice.
What's your schedule normally, Dylan?
9 to 1 in the morning.
Hey, there we go.
Wow.
Right there. Hey, beet juice is what you needed badly.
At the Oxford Exchange, and then I drive like an hour and a half out here through the night every single time I work.
My goodness.
Wow.
So after this, I take an hour and a half drive back.
I will not complain.
Well, there's no replacement for youth. That's the other problem with
I
that.
thought I had the worst schedule here as far as getting up, but I will not complain. Now.
Greg, note to self, young man, so far ahead of where I was at his age.
You ain't kidding, buddy.
But you know what? That's great. So really, and I noticed that with you here, and we talk about this a lot. I mentioned it even in the Bible study this past Wednesday, is the thing, it's kind of like you go out there, and we've said this when you deal with sports, and it ties in, we'll do sports analogies because they're good ones, look, we can work on things that we can teach you, but I can't, there's no expertise or talent required to hustle and to play hard, and to be dependable. And be able to follow instructions. Those are things that if you're not willing to do that, nobody can make you do that. Right. And so those things have to be there. And so work ethic wise, you definitely have it. You've proven that. You've been nothing but dependable here. So I think you're going to do well. Let's go. All right. So I've been, we're hoping, and some of you were asking about updates. We're kind of hoping that Sherry gets out of the hospital on Friday. So that's our hope. So everything is progressing. She is getting better. So those you've been asking about that. So I have been, going back and forth from there. So this has brought young Broderick back home because he's like, well, I'm gonna go over here and help Dad out and stay with him. So now I'm kind of living in a world of his age.
Yeah.
And see, I don't. This is not. I mean, to each his own. I'm not saying it's bad or anything, but I kind of lost interest in. I don't pay that much attention. I really never have since I grew up paid much attention to pro football unless it's the playoff and the Super Bowl. Okay. I rarely ever see a preseason game. Don't really follow the teams. Don't know what's going on. I'm more of a college football fan. But anyway, so, but these younger especially males, they're a little more into it. And I remember being that way when I was that age.
Oh, yeah.
So he was kind of like, Dad, and I cooked I'm just unloading on deer meat right now. And so I cooked us a nice tenderloin last night and some mashed potatoes and some field peas and
That's how you had marinating and all that?
Little Texas toast.
It's time to clear the freezer out for the New Year.
Yeah. But I want you to picture
We were
that
talking
plate.
about
Of course,
that
I'm
last
using
night.
paper plates. So deer tenderloin, field peas, mashed potatoes, and Texas toast. And Brody was like, I tell you, I'm living pretty good right now. I said, yeah, we're living good. So anyway, he goes, Dad, Monday Night Football. And I'm like, oh, okay, sure. That'll be something good for me to fall asleep watching. And because that's about how long I'll make it. But anyway, so we go downstairs, and it's like, is it already on? And he's like, yeah, well, it says Monday Night Football right there. And I'm like, okay. I said, I'm almost positive earlier today I heard some guy talking about watching the Steelers tonight. Why have we got Carolina and the Saints? I said, are the Steelers not playing tonight? And he's like, I guess not, Dad. I mean, it says Monday Night Football right there.
No, you got the old double
like,
play.
Okay, and then all of a sudden I look up in the corner. I said, my goodness, they're giving us a Steelers score. In the corner, what is this? And he's like, it looks like there's another game on the main ABC channel. And I'm like, they have 2 Monday Night Football games? And by the way, the one thing I took away last night, I didn't see the beginning of it because I didn't know it started that early, and that's what's usually more fun anyway, is pregame. But it just doesn't feel, when we would watch Monday Night Football, it was like an event. And now this just kind of feels like they're throwing a couple of games that you get a couple announcers at each game that would be on any game on any Sunday. It just doesn't feel like an event anymore. And so anyway,
this just they're doing it just this one Monday?
Yeah, they're not doing it every Monday.
Yeah, they used to start the season off with an early game and a late game.
Yeah, but they had them at the same time, which I didn't understand either. It seemed like it would split the audience.
Yeah, I think one
late.
started a little bit before the other one, but it wasn't like a lot before the other one, where you could watch them both. Yeah. Like one started about an hour before the other one.
And one of them was the Manning cast, right?
No.
I thought Manning was doing one of them.
Well, they may have too, but on the channels it wasn't.
Oh, I thought
Joe Buck and Troy Aikman were on ABC, and then Chris
Fowler?
Chris Fowler, was on ESPN.
Yeah, and there was nothing wrong with it. It just didn't feel. I mean, I don't know. I couldn't. It was more confusing to me than it was beneficial. Right. But again, I don't follow it that much. So anyway, but the big story. I knew I happened to be there, which was odd for me, and when the Nick Chubb thing happened.
Yeah.
And who's a phenomenal running back. I think probably playing right now, probably the best running back in the league, or he was.
Yeah. Was a standout at Georgia.
Yeah.
And has been a standout in the NFL.
Oh, I'm talking about romping and stomping. Unfortunately, he plays for the Browns. But saw Deshaun Watson for the first time. That felt weird. I'd never seen him play since all this happened.
Yeah.
But anyway, I knew it was bad when they said, "Oh, we're not going to show that," and you could hear the Steeler fans going, "Ooh!"
Yeah.
In the stadium, and so sad to see somebody that good get such a horrible injury. But they didn't show it on TV.
Just watching it at home when it happened, Fitzpatrick, the safety or the DB for the Steelers who played at Alabama. I thought he was the one that was hurt. That was the big story because I didn't see, until you go back. And, of course, you go online, you can see it today. It's a horrendous knee injury, and he's out for the year for sure, and hopefully will regain use of that.
It felt like, and maybe I don't see enough of it to know, but it felt like that I basically was asked on a Monday night to watch 4 really average teams. They all 4 looked pretty average. Compared to like I had seen earlier, like the Chiefs and some of those people play, you can tell these 4 teams they're pretty mediocre.
Yeah,
they don't really, they can't quite get it together. There's some individual players that are good, but boys, a team it was a sloppy.
They're no Vikings, but
right, yeah.
I mean,
but anyway, it was.
I went in and took that one from you, Bubba.
Yeah, but anyway, so that was.
I'm not coming.
That was a big story, and then Bubba tells me that coming off Sunday's games, that we had a Patriots fan kill a Miami Dolphins fan.
No, other way around.
Yeah. A Dolphins fan killed a Patriots fan.
They got in a fight.
They killed him.
They ended up dying.
A New England Patriots season ticket holder has been beaten to death by a Miami Dolphins supporter at Gillette Stadium.
Wow!
According to witnesses.
Wow!
The father of 2, Dale Mooney, 53, died following an incident in the 300-tier segment of the arena just before 11 p.m. on Sunday.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
They had to actually perform CPR in the stands when.
Wow.
Guys, paramedics and police.
Y'all just said
they
dead.
don't have any footage of the fight.
Y'all just said dead.
Yeah.
Wow.
And I don't know what the uptick is with these stadium fights. I don't get it, but they seem to be every weekend now.
Oh, yeah.
It whatever sporting event, Major League Baseball, NFL, of just I'm talking about like 4, 5, 6 different guys. And I don't know if we just do a better job of capturing it because of all the, cell phone cameras and stuff, but I mean, I'm talking about like little pushes and then shoving.
No, I think I mean, again, maybe I'm being naive, but it seems to me. But I honestly think that our society as a whole has become more violent.
Yeah, I agree.
It's a violent society out there. That's why you got to watch yourself now.
Mm-hmm.
Things that were just a normal, hey man, you hit my sparking spot. Now turn into you being dead.
Yeah.
Or
how do you get that upset about a football game?
I don't know. I mean, barring one of my family members being in danger and me trying to defend my family, I don't know that I would fight just because I don't like your team and you're talking bad about my team. So I don't know what led to this as far as the talking back and forth or you know what I mean? Right. I don't get it.
Now, this guy has been a season ticket holder. It says a dedicated fan and season ticket holder for 3 decades.
Wow.
So 30 years. Right. And the witnesses said they got into a scuffle, and then the Dolphins fan punched him 3 times, and the other man fell to the ground.
Wow. Well, that's unbelievable. I mean, y'all talking about y'all keep saying dead.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Yeah. His wife said she's numb, can't believe that this is real.
No, I don't guess you could. Back to Greg's point, it's a football game. You don't see that.
How do you get that upset about a football game?
I don't know. Wow. Bottom of the hour, we'll be back. 866 We Be Big. Big stories of the day coming up. We'll chat with you by phone as well as we unpack another edition of the Rick and Bubba Show. Thanks for being with us.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
We would highly recommend you if somebody contacted us to put you to work.
Amen.
So well done.
Yep.
Jalen Fruhurst wrapping it up and leaving out with his degree in common sense to go out and change the world.
The pride of Cleveland County.
There he is. You've listened to what's going on in the world right now. They need you, man. Get your act together. Here we go. You ready?
Oh, I'm ready.
You're ready. All right, man. Proud of you.
Speedy got hit by the wheel.
Speedy got hit by the wheel. Let's see where it goes.
Oh, look at here.
Oh, look at here. It lands on Henry the horse.
So we had the lights blown
What a
out.
birthday wish. Look at here, Lexi. Oh, Lexi. Henry the horse birthday edition. Well, look, he's going to the golden ticket seats. He's getting high fives. It's scaring the children slightly. And there they come. There he goes. Oh, does anybody know what that movie is?
I don't know what you call it.
With Henry.
It looks painful.
Say hello to Lexi.
What's up, guys? Sorry that I was dancing for so long. I've been drinking that beet juice.
Ah, he's been drinking that beet juice. Hey, you know what? It's helped him, Greg, a lot. Brian, go ahead.
Green Acres and Tubman.
Oh, did he just say tubing as well? Yeah. Oh, my gosh.
That worked.
Absolutely.
Oh, he's tubing. Go, Brian. What a day. It's that beet juice. It's the beet juice. Look, Greg.
35 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. We're back. All right, so Cook's Pest Control and Centricon, the best combination to protect your home or property from the invasion of termites. I mean, you got to build a fort, and Centricon does that, and nobody does it better than Cook's Pest Control. What a combination. But Cook's also is they're the choice for any type of pest control month to month. We use them. We love them, have used them for years. Nobody's better. They'll give you a free evaluation. You're not obligated to them. They can come out to the property and say, here's what's happening, here's what we need. Then you make the decision if you want to use them. Can we just go ahead and tell you, you want to use them? So put them to work for you by going to cookspest.com. That's cookspest.com. They even offer services for contractors in new home construction. That's cookspest.com. You can sing with us. Looky, looky, looky. Here comes Cookie. Cook's Pest Control. Bubba, have you ever been on the road and went to a stadium and you got your seats and you sat down and you said, you got to be kidding me. I cannot believe that this seat is even for sale.
Yeah, we got an email with some bad seat pictures in it. Mm-hmm. One of them is at Boston College. Mm-hmm. And it is literally behind a fence where a sign is held up. And the guy is comically documented this to show you where he is sitting. And Rick, look at this. You are looking right into the back of a fence.
That can't be a seat.
Come on.
I mean, there's no way
see the field.
That can't be a seat.
It is. Look, they've got some other views of it, and you can see. How does that even allow? I mean, whoever put that fence up, somebody had to go sit and go, this won't work.
All right, now
this is Takeo Spikes. He was honored at the Buffalo Bills game and was brought back on the field and, fired the crowd up and all that, and then went to the suite he was supposed to be in. Look at the upper deck hanging down, blocking that view with the speakers. He left early because he said he couldn't see half the field.
How can, I mean, all of this is bad. And I'll go back to the guy at Boston College. Think about what it takes to get to a ball game.
Oh, yeah.
You got to get your parking. You got to do all this, and you got to do all that. And he gets there and thinks, I'm finally ready to see the game, and he can't even see it. Here's Takeo Spikes. He goes up there. He gets honored. You hear the word suite.
Yeah.
And you think, imagine what if you paid for that suite, and there's where you sat.
Look, there's the side view.
Let me tell you something. This guy is owning me. This guy is owning me.
I mean, shouldn't you just take those seats up and put an air conditioning unit there or something?
Yes.
It looks like they added maybe like a jumbotron or something.
So those seats are out now.
But what I would say is, like, I know all of you are thinking this. By the way, that's the best shot of this so far. But anyway, we're watching yesterday's story, the high school band director getting tased. But anyway,
he's got representation now.
Well, what a commitment though to the Battle of the Bands.
Yeah.
But anyway. What you said, this is obviously a stadium was set up, and now they try to modernize it with some screens and stuff. But when you put it up, surely there's somebody said, now I'll tell you what, this row right here, they're done.
It's out.
You can't keep selling these tickets. Now they can't see. But
that is hilarious.
Why do I think somebody just got on there on StubHub and said, hey, I'll tell you what, I'm going to keep selling. I'll put you in there.
You can almost
the Greg in me thinks that they really weren't selling those seats. And he just went and sat there for the photo op.
I believe that. There's no way.
Because there's nobody sitting around him.
Yeah.
That is possible. Of course, it is a Boston College game. It's early.
It is. Now, they gave Florida State quite the scare.
They did. They played hard. They did. They played hard. On that note, we got a story today where the free safety that took out, is it Hunter, Travis Hunter?
Yeah.
Took out the player for Colorado, says he's getting death threats.
Mm-hmm.
Well, you took out a two-way player. What do you expect?
It's just like taking out two players.
But nowadays, death threats.
It ain't like the old
Like
days.
Bubba was saying, every keyboard jockey thinks they can give you a death threat now. That's standard. I've had death threats.
Yeah.
I mean, death threats are they used to be kind of a really big deal, and you do need to take them serious, I guess, because you don't have a choice. But I'll just tell you that death threats are kind of – people go to death threat a lot quicker now than they used to.
They do.
Yeah, well, like you said, with social media, people can get on there and make any kind of comment. And, but when they used to come and, like, nail it to your door in the old days, you had to take that serious.
Yeah. Well, it's interesting because I saw our preacher had used an analogy of this mobster that was from the 60s, and he was the one who ran Hollywood in L.A. So he's talking about that kind of influence when really that was where all the shows and everything came out of.
Right.
And he was feared, and he was whatever. And the whole point was that Billy Graham tried to reach him for Christ, and the whole thing was the guy who was talking to him when he went to the Billy Graham deal. And he didn't make a decision, and he heard what Billy Graham had to say, and the guy came back to him and says, well, I was hoping you'd make a decision. He said, well, you didn't tell me it was going to cost me the way I'd make a living. He said, I don't understand that. If you can be a Christian athlete or you can be a Christian actor, how come you can't be a Christian mobster? And he said, well, that doesn't.
Yeah, it kind of goes against that commandment.
Right. And he said, well, nobody told me it was going to cost me everything. And so he wouldn't do it. But anyway, one of the things, the stories he said they did, that one of the that there at one time his bunch put a death threat on Desi Arnaz.
Wait a minute.
Because Desi Lou put out an FBI show, and all of the people that were getting arrested were Italian. And they went to Desi Arnaz and said, I tell you what, if you don't give us a little better representation in the show, we're going to kill you.
Oh, my
God.
God.
And the compromise he made to save his life is he then put some guys on the FBI that were Italian. And then they didn't kill him. And said they saw the show and they said, I tell you what, if this continues, this show continues to be put out, we're going to kill you.
Wow.
And Desi Arnaz said, we'll make a few changes.
Hang on.
Roger that.
Right. So death threats used to be a little more serious.
That was a serious
than
deal.
they are now.
They come hang you over a rail somewhere or something.
Yeah. And then then there's there were days where if one was put on you, you might want to go ahead and make your plans because you probably weren't going to get past it.
Yeah.
But nowadays, like you said, any keyboard cowboy can just go in there and threaten you, behind some handle.
Oh yeah, your comment 300.
Right.
I don't know how serious that is.
Yeah. And you can always tell the ones. I've had some that have been made all kinds of accusations against us, and I said, hey, is there any way that you could just give me a number? I'll call you from the office phone and let's talk to give me your real name. And the ones that are willing to do it, you go, okay. But most of them will never do that because they're cowards. So I wouldn't, but I mean it is football, and I guess if a Miami fan can kill a Patriots fan
on the road,
I guess a Colorado College fan would say we got a two-way starter that you cheap shotted and put out, and so that they could get upset too. I guess it seems a little much for football, but I understand.
Yeah, should enjoy it, but maybe a little much.
Yeah, so that's we're living in a bizarre time, and like I say, I think it does feel a little more violent now. So that's a story today. Also, I heard you guys talking about this on Monday Night Football last night, and I only heard it after it had already been debuted. But this In the Air Tonight cover that they're using now, and they said that it was Chris Stapleton, and Snoop Dogg,
that's quite the pair,
and the drummer for Santana. And they put together a version. How is Snoop involved in the Air Tonight?
I saw. I didn't hear a lot of Snoop.
Does he rap in it?
I saw him, but I didn't hear him in it. You probably can hear him in it if we focus on it. We couldn't really play it this morning.
In the Air Tonight, yo.
It's not that, Rick.
It's not that. Okay.
No. We would effort though, valiant.
We would have gotten flagged, and we would get.
I know we can't play it.
But so off air, we were playing. But the only thing we heard was more Chris than anything.
Yeah. I did see Snoop in the video, but I don't know what he's doing.
He said he did that.
Did
Greg.
he? Right.
We had that to every rap song. Hey.
So I don't know if that's what. All I heard was one time going to a break.
Tell you what.
I heard it in the background, and I said, "Oh, they did it in the air tonight," but I'd never heard the whole production.
I like it a lot.
Well, that's
good. It was good.
Let me tell you something. That song is good by itself. Yeah. So to take this bunch and tell them to do an updated version of it, I bet it's really good.
It is.
Yeah. But
I missed the opening.
But nobody can identify Snoop in it.
I'll see what I can do during the break.
Chris,
right after that, you hear him.
So he is in it. Oh, awesome.
Okay. Is he?
I got a master plan.
Yeah, he breaks it down. A little bit.
So I see. Can I tell you the new logo? MNF. Every time I see it, I think it's something bad.
I know.
And you know what I mean?
Do you really?
I think it's some kind of slang.
Hey ho!
You don't think about Monday Night Football having its own logo, do you?
No. I didn't know if Mother's Finest was making a comeback.
Yeah.
What happened? I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Do y'all want to hear a quick clip of that?
I sure call.
Okay.
Yeah.
Here is Chris Stapleton and then into Snoop Dogg. right, now here's Snoop.
Rivals. Us versus them. Survival.
Okay.
I like it.
Rivals.
Let me tell you, the Chris Stapleton part with Santana's drummer, that really fired me up.
She's cool.
She's a great drummer. But as a matter of fact, the first time, Greg, you remember this, I got my little $50 drum set. I sat down and I tried to figure out that little run. You know, and I thought I was so awesome. I thought, well, I think I can handle this drum thing. We'll be back. 866 We Be Big is the number. Our website, Rick and Bubba, spell out the word and.com. More of the Rick and Bubba show coming up. Also, coming up again this week, we'll get you an update on everything that's happening with members of the program when I get back. Hang on, I'll tell you when we come back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
In the world, pick your diamond, pick your pearl. There is beauty in the world.
There it is, Macy. Great. All right, so this is interesting because I just want everybody to know before we go any further, and I've already seen the headlines today, but I can't wait to tell you all about the new Avengers movie. No, I'm kidding. I did not see it. My wife even said, Rick, don't even say that. People turn the show off.
Somebody got roughed up
that's
for
what I was
screaming
gonna
the
say.
ending out.
What I was going to say, my son, who lives at home, young Broderick, went to see it. Now, he says, and I'm not going to tell you anything about the movie because Sherry, my wife, told him at lunch after church Sunday, don't tell your dad anything about the movie because he will say something about it on the air. And so they didn't tell me anything about the movie, but here's what he said. Because I had to make sure he didn't make a bold statement. He said, I'm strictly talking about people my age that have been alive in the 2000s. He said, this is the best movie of this century so far.
Really?
Yeah, he
Boy,
said.
I tell you, the bar is high on this thing, isn't it?
Well, what he said was, he said to the Star Wars generation, this is our Empire Strikes Back. Really? Yeah, he said. You remember I was telling Greg to make him realize you really can take this and put it into whatever category. This is the how it started. Game of Thrones.
Following the storyline.
He said if you're following the storyline, the fans of this declare this is the best movie that they've ever gotten to consume.
So it actually lived up to the hype.
Right.
And for the
which is rare.
And
3 hours.
And for the person that hasn't watched everything leading up to this and is a little bit lost, like JC, my middle one, he went and saw it and said, "Dad, it's worth every bit of 3 hours."
Yeah.
He said you don't ever.
Yeah.
He goes, it kind of starts and then builds and then it runs.
Now, is this the end one? Or are they done after this?
Yeah, this is supposed to. Now, here, let me be clear. What this is being said, and again, I don't want to get too geeky on this, but I'm just telling you the deal. The individual superheroes will have movies till we're long dead, but the Avengers, them as an all-star team, this is wrapping up that storyline. So that's what I understand.
Well, we can spin off all kinds.
Oh yeah, I mean, Greg, think how many there are. I mean, Spider-Man's got a new movie coming out. I mean,
y'all remember Star?
I'm so confused.
I can't follow
Star Wars was over too, and it just it'll
no. You're talking about people coming up with new stuff, no doubt. Yeah, but this is supposed to be.
And if they don't have new stuff, they'll just recast it and do the same story again. We've seen that in Spider-Man quite a few times.
What is that?
This is supposed to be. This is how Seinfeld ends. This is how Cheers ends. This is supposed to be how the Avengers storyline ends. But I certainly understand what y'all are saying. You're right. So it's just like the story today. Well, so my son, he said, Dad, seriously, it's such a deal. The actors are on all their social media saying, please don't tell people the movie. Yeah. Let people go and enjoy it. Well, we've got a guy right now that people like. That's the reason why I'm watching myself. I know I have a reputation of telling the movie. I don't think I'll mention this movie
don't get roughed up
till like next year.
Rick, we have golden ticket seat holders that went and saw the movie because they were scared you would know what happened today, and they said we want to get out in front of it.
No, I had people tell me they would see me and they said we've been following social media. We don't think it's possible that you've seen it. I said that it is not possible. No. There was one little window on Sunday.
They better be glad.
That was post church and pre man church last night, and but it was 3 hours long. And I knew I'd
be tough fit.
And I also knew, based on what I've been through with the family and Dad on the induction, that I would fall asleep during it. And that was funny. I told the guys in the kitchen, my wife, when we got done with church, she's like, hey, we've had a crazy weekend. We're home from church. I'm getting in some sweats and a T-shirt. And she looks, and I'm over there getting ready for Wednesday's Bible study, talking to my college son about when I'm going to pick him up. I'm getting this ready for – and she goes, are you not going to like take a break? I said, honey, let me tell you where I'm at right now. Boy, this weekend's gone. I'm in the on position. If I flip to off, I'll never get back to on.
Yeah.
So what I've got to do is I'm doing nothing but keep on going until this is over. And then when my head hits the pillow tonight, I'm off. and so that was how that went. Sometimes you have to know yourself.
Yeah.
If I put that thing in the off position and get on that couch down there,
should have never sat down.
And I look up, I got to get dressed and go back to something else. Had a great time. I want to tell Scott Dawson, man, he spoke to our men last night. He did a fantastic job. Great time. 16 minutes past. We do have stories from the weekend. Oh, do we ever? Do we ever? Recap coming up later. More Rick and Bubba next.
Rick and Bubba.
9 minutes to the top of the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. So, I was going to run down a couple things for you. Coming up this week, Revan 4 Research Charity Ride. Adler is going to get represent the show there. Coming up on the 24th, and Adler, are you bringing out your mini hog? Will you be riding?
I'll actually be in the sweet van.
Okay.
This is my first time to try to cross into the motorcycle community with my sweet van. So we'll see how it goes. We'll see if they accept me.
You're going to go to a motorcycle thing in your sweet van?
Yes.
Do you think that's going to go well?
I think it'll go good. I'm gonna hand out some swag out of the back of the van. It'll be awesome.
All right. So what market's this in? Is that Birmingham?
This is right here in Birmingham. Yep.
All right.
Revan for Research Sunday charity ride, leaving out of Heart of Dixie Harley Davidson.
All right, so there
That's
you
awesome.
go. From themanchurch.com this weekend, Ottawa Baptist Church in Ottawa, Tennessee. Andy Blanks and Lance Ingram there. Of course, Lance does Dr. Lou on the program, and Andy Blanks, of course, part of Team Man Church, writes all of our study guides. It goes with our curriculum and does the publishing with Iron Hill Press and is a great Bible teacher. So they'll be there with a little Man Church weekend going on. You can find that at themanchurch.com. And then on Monday, and I talked with Save a Life yesterday, and they said there's maybe a handful of seats, and people were actually calling yesterday. So she said, I don't know if we have any room, but you can check it. Save a Life fundraiser coming up in Tuscaloosa, Alabama on Monday night. And I'm honored to be the keynote speaker for that. What a great organization. And I'll be there gripping and grinning and have a little message for you. So if you want to be part of that and see if any tables are available, go to rickandbubba.com, look under upcoming events for that as well.
Hey.
Yep.
I'll be at the Hendrick Hoover Auto Mall this Friday, 11 to 1.
Attaboy, Greg.
New building's almost here. They got
really?
the new building coming up. I think we're less than a month from complete, what I'm hearing.
Wow.
But anyway, I always forget, but yeah, I'll be there 11 to 1. Papa Murphy's Pizza.
Yep.
Come by, drive a Silverado.
And also up in Huntsville, the home of 100.3 The River. I forgot about this. Rich Wingo. Man Church up there at Hopetown Church with Pastor Tim Ashley. So if you're Hopetown in Huntsville, their next Man Church, Rich Wingo there coming up this Sunday night. All right, so, and that's at themanchurch.com under events. So, Bubba, I thought of you. One of our listeners sent this to me yesterday. I think it may have been available to all of us, but in a rare find, I actually saw it. So anything involving Coach O, I always think of you. For obvious reasons.
Yeah.
And
he is funny.
I know that he had some behavior issues, but it seems maybe that we got rid of him a little quick after a national championship. Yeah. But maybe it was one of those things you just couldn't. I think he would have got away with it if the team after the national championship had not played so poorly.
Right.
If he had a better football team that year, it probably gets overlooked.
Well,
a little bit.
you know who I blame for a lot of this is Coach Saban, because every team.
I thought you were going to say the young woman that he was with. No,
right.
Right.
Because everybody when they win a national championship now expect to win 2 or 3 of them. And they think, well, now we're like Alabama, we're going to play. And then when they come back and they don't, they're let down tremendously.
Right.
Now
yeah.
Georgia's holding it up. We'll see. I mean, Kirby's
and
another level.
And we're forgetting they struggled with South Carolina this past weekend in the first half, and they kind of opened up a little bit.
3 in a row is hard to do.
No, Bubba, that's has anybody done 3 in a row?
Tic-tac-toe, 3 in a row?
But it's been a long time.
I'm talking about modern day.
When was the last one? We were talking about it the other day. Was it back in the 50s?
If you go back to unlimited scholarships and stuff like that, sure. But in the modern era, to win 3 in a row, I know people have won multiples, but have they won 3 in a row? When's the last time that happened?
It may have been.
That's
back
tough.
When Bud Wilkerson coached Oklahoma. Or
That's
something
tough
like that.
right there.
I'll look it up here.
But anyway, so this is I love the world of commercials taking characters. We love Terry Tate, office linebacker, and all that. So this is kind of a take on that. How do you say this company? Roback? Did I say it? Roback?
Roback.
I've never heard of it, but
What is it?
apparently they're an active.
They got a dog on there.
They're active wear.
Okay.
But here is a very funny commercial with Coach O. Here it is.
I'm about to go on maternity leave, as you can see. And we need to hire an interim CEO here at Roback. Our first call was my dear friend and national champion, Coach O. Coach O is taking our warehouse to the next level.
How you gonna play football with your eyes down? Quick hands, quick hips, quick fingers like that. Ah! They're counting on us. They're counting on us. Eyes up, eyes up, eyes up, eyes up.
Needless to say, he's an excellent motivator.
Hey, everybody, employee of the month. Let's get back. Yeah, baby. Here we go. We're gonna beat them with our quality. We're going to beat them with our prices. We're the best damn active brand in the world. You understand that?
He also started a new slogan for the company.
Every time we close, we say, go Roback. Thank you for your support. Go Roback. Go Roback.
Go Roback.
Hey, go Roback.
It is so fun to see him in the trenches with our design and marketing teams.
For this season, we're running purple. And more tiger print polos. Go Roback.
Go Roback.
All of our website photography will look like this. I know you're the mascot, but I really think our logo ought to be a tiger. What do you think?
And to cap it off, he finishes every day with a press conference.
Our cards have never been better. Our KPIs are through the roof. Best fit, best feel. Go Roback.
We honestly couldn't feel more comfortable leaving the company in such amazing hands.
Come and keep this job. Go to Roback.com. Check out the best active wear on the market. Go Roback. Don't need me to do it again?
Well done.
Well, he's enjoying retirement, isn't he?
Go Roback. Go Roback.
Never heard Roback. Thanks to Coach O, I know about him.
First time ever.
You got any Roback wear? Hammond, you probably the closest thing we'd have.
I don't have any Roback.
Yeah. Have you ever heard of it?
No.
Okay.
It's in the golf world, Rick.
Is he?
Okay.
Is
This is your world then.
Go Roback. Go Roback.
Is he completely not doing anything to do with football?
Why would you,
and
Greg?
just kick back?
Why-
He acted like that's what he was going to do. He was just going to take that money and go enjoy it.
Yeah. Why wouldn't you?
I wouldn't. I'd be doing Roback commercials and having fun.
Yeah.
Hey, Bubba. Hey.
The last team
Hey,
to
Bubba.
win 3 national championships in a
Roback.
row was Minnesota from 1934 to 36.
Good.
It's hard to do, Rick. That's a lot. That's hard to do. Go Roback.
80
Go Roback.
years.
80 years.
Hey, Georgia, you got some history.
Go Roback. Go Georgia.
Do you have some history coming?
Go Dogs.
You think about all the dynasties, all the great coaches, like I said, Wilkerson at Oklahoma,
That's right,
Bear
Bubba.
Bryant, Saban,
Yeah.
all of them, and nobody's been able to do that.
Go Roback.
You realize
Go
how far
Roback.
Minnesota has been from a national title since then?
Oh,
Hold
man.
wait.
Pretty far.
Hold wait. Row the boat. Row the boat. Eyes up, Greg. Eyes up.
Roll the boat with Roback.
It works. We're branding Roback now. Yeah. That's all I can think about. I want some just because he made
We
what
need
he
to book
said.
him for a segment once a week. Let him come in and just say something. He ain't got nothing else to do. He may do it.
He's talking about Roback.
Rick and Bubba Roback.
Can I tell you that's the clearest I could understand what he was saying
Yeah.
his whole career.
Oh, yeah.
He must have really slowed it down.
Sure.
Yeah. How many takes you think?
Right. And
Say it again, Coach.
What?
And I don't know what it is, but I can't quite figure out the LSU. They're hard to figure out.
Boy.
It's
They look good this past week.
Yeah.
Greg, what was that about?
I lit it up.
Yeah.
That's a combination
We'll
of
see.
a few things.
Yeah. Sure.
We'll see.
There's something about Brian Kelly. It seems like he thinks his team is better than it is, and I don't know how that
They were close.
That's what happens when you don't roll back.
Top of the hour. We'll be back. We'll start next segment.
Top of the hour, Rick. Oh, what you want to do phone calls? We'll come back. Let's take a phone call. Go roll back.
866-WE-BE-BIG. Your phone calls when the Rick and Bubba show continues.
Oh, 800, go roll back.
1-866-WE-BE-BIG.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
So let's talk about something that affects millions of Americans, and that is hearing loss. Look, it's one of those things when you think about visiting with my parents, it just every time I visit with them, it reminds me, they're getting older, and so many adults that are over the age of 65 start losing their hearing. It can be a very frustrating, isolating experience. But thankfully, there's a company out there that decided to make a difference, and I gave some of these to my dad, and let me tell you, it made a huge difference. The hearing aids from MD Hearing, they're discreet, but this is what you're waiting on, and they're affordable. Hey, getting the hearing aids can be quite expensive you go to these clinics, but you shouldn't have to go broke to be able to hear, and that's why this company was founded. Their rechargeable hearing aids cost a fraction of what typical hearing aids cost. Their new Neo model cost over 90% less than clinic hearing aids, and on top, I did say 90%, by the way, and on top of that, they recently cut their price in half. So there you go. Don't suffer in silence anymore. It really can affect you when you can't hear conversations and you kind of start isolating yourself. Take control of the hearing right now and join thousands of others choosing MD hearing aids. Now, if you want MD hearing aids, smallest hearing aid ever, go to mdhearing.com. Use the promo code RickBubba to get their new buy one, get one for $149.99 each offer when you buy a pair. Okay, so if you want an extra charging case, just for our listeners, they'll throw one in. Okay, go to mdhearing.com and use our promo code. That's Bubba instead of Rick Bubba. I'm sorry, Bubba. That's mdhearing.com, and our promo code for you to get this deal is Bubba. Golden ticket seat, early arrivals, nobody panic. It's a question on everybody's mind. No, I did not see the Avengers Endgame. My son did see it, and his mom told him at lunch yesterday to not tell me anything about it because she wants to see it too. And she says, your dad will ruin it for everybody. Just don't say anything. And I can't help it. But I will tell you this, that I try to give people ample time. Now, the audience, my family, and you guys have tried to tell me, because the people who love you will tell you the truth. They go, Brody says, Dad, when you say that, what you mean is everybody has time to see it before you. That's it. That's all you mean. So that really everybody needs to know when you're going to see it, because that's when they need to see it, is before then.
Right.
And I said, I think I give everybody ample time. I'm pretty busy right now. I'm probably not going to get to see that thing till probably the end of the week or something, right?
Well,
rush on out and see it. But
a lot of people may not could have seen it this weekend,
right.
Rick. You might ought to give them 2 weekends, 3 weekends.
What do you think well, I haven't seen it yet, so you're free right now.
Why don't you spoil it, say, June the 15th?
That's what I was going to ask you. I can tell you, I can't wait till when it's available, like on streaming and home watching. I can't wait that long. So you're saying give it a month?
Give everybody a few weekends. It's busy right now. There's so many weddings going on and things. You can't hardly get to the movie
I got to
theater.
tell you, there's an opportunity here for us as a team to really just go today and ruin it for Rick. Because he's done it to us so much, we could do a little payback.
So can I be honest with you? Remember, though, I have a weird
You don't care about that.
I don't care.
I know.
You can tell me everything about it, and you know what that makes me more excited to see it. It does, because I go, man, I know what I'm getting into now. I think Bubba's got a little bit of that. It really doesn't bother me to know about a movie.
No, it doesn't matter.
Right.
Yeah. So, all right.
Or how a ball game turned out or whatever.
Yeah.
It is what it is, and I don't want to have to live with that cloud hanging over me of not trying to know. It's just like, good gracious.
Well, it's also like me. I like to be able to act like that I'm predicting something that somebody told me was going to happen. Everybody be amazed.
Yeah.
That's I tell you, better watch Hawkman right here.
Yeah. Look, I like to.
Everybody's like, man, how'd you know that? I just had a sense on it.
I like those brain teaser.
Don't get attached to him.
Yeah. The brain teaser movies. Like now you see, wasn't that the one with the magician? I can't say that word.
Come on, baby!
Magicians.
Yeah.
Who did
the
all
illusionists?
What was the name? That was Now You See Me, Now You Don't.
Yeah, I loved it.
That's good.
And that was good. But try to ruin that movie for somebody. It'd be hard to do.
Yeah, it'd be tough to ruin that one. You'd have to actually know what you're talking about.
Right. I'll ruin it.
Yeah.
I'm trying to say the magician ruined it.
No, can't do it.
Architectural review.
That's all.
Ruined it.
Hey, if I could, real quick, on the same kind of mindset. So on ESPN Plus, if you're ever watching a game, it's about a 15-second delay from live action.
Mhm,
Okay.
yeah.
And it's been, I guess, maybe 2 weeks or so, but Tyler was actually pitching in a game,
right?
And I had someone there live texting me pitch by pitch because there's a delay, and Terry was watching the game with me. And
this is what I live for.
Yeah, and so it's coming through. I'm like, oh boy, we need a double play right here, bad. I said, honey, ask for a double play, and because I knew one was coming.
That's so good.
And it goes
So
right
proud
to the
of you right
shortstop,
now.
double play, and gets out. She goes, oh my gosh, that's great. How'd you know that or whatever? And so then the next one, I'm like,
just had a feeling.
it got to 3-2, and I said, oh, we need to roll over here to first. Roll over, ground out. Come on, just a roll over, ground out. Just get out in front of it. I said, ask for it, honey. Roll over, ground out. Roll over, ground out.
Oh,
She's like, oh my gosh, baby, that's great. She had no idea, and she's at work now, so I know she's not.
So
listening.
proud of you.
Still
So you
doesn't
never
know.
gave in? Never
Still
gave
doesn't
in?
know.
God, I love that.
But I sounded like I was just brilliant.
Well,
I
people,
knew everything was coming.
worldwide. It is 6 minutes past the hour. Let's do phone calls, America. Lines are available. The real Greg Burgess takes your phone calls right now. Not a time to chat with Greg. Time for you to chat with the gang here and chat with America or even around the world. 866-WE-BE-BIG. No pressure. If we can do it, you certainly can. And a line is available for you. We're 10 lines strong here at the No Name Studio out on the bleeding edge of technology. We come to you from Sweet Home, Alabama to the world. All right, so Bubsy, we'll get started over here, and we'll try not to scream out in Coach O's voice, Robo.
Go Robo!
Robot.
Rollback.
For the rest, rollback. You got to throw back, roll back. Seth in Alabama. Seth, welcome to Rick and Bubba. You're getting us started. Go right ahead.
Good morning, Biggins. How y'all doing?
Fired up and ready.
So I got a little bit of a drive-through experience I want to share with you guys.
Okay.
So I have 3 small kids. We're not taking those kids into restaurants. It's just not fair for the other people sometimes.
No.
So when we go through, I have so many experiences. It's crazy. But I had this one experience where y'all ever get up to the mic and you're like, when you based off the voice that comes out of the drive-through thing, you're like, good night. I can't wait to see what's behind that door.
Oh, yes.
But,
yeah, I've been
anyway.
there. No, look, it's a terrible thing to say, but it's true.
So I get up there, and this person sounds like Coach O. I'm expecting Coach O. I'm thinking, man, he's really taking retirement pretty hard.
Roll back.
But but I get up to the window, and you ain't gonna believe who was up there.
Who?
It was Aunt Martha. Come up here and give Aunt Martha some sugar.
Oh no! What did you want fries with that? Yeah, that's yeah. Well, I've heard her on drive-thrus everywhere. Lines are available. 866-WE-BE-BIG if you want to join us. Tyler out of Sweet Home, Alabama. Tyler, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead. Tyler.
Morning, fellas. How y'all doing?
We're good. Go right ahead.
Morning.
So real quick, long story short is my boss knew I was driving real far to work every day, about an hour and a half, and he offered me to stay at his camper, which is like a mansion on the lake. And I was wondering, should I tell the old lady that? She thinks I'm staying in a motel, because maybe she may not let me stay there anymore if she knows I'm living it up on the lake every day.
Now, when you said,
what is y'all's opinion?
It must be a show enough good one, because you just said camper and then said you were like living in the lap of luxury. To me, those two things don't go together.
I mean,
is it a show enough good one?
Well, there's some good ones out there.
I've never stayed in something so nice.
Okay.
I mean, I almost broke down on him in tears. Like, you really gonna let me stay here? Like, it's nice.
Gosh, good question. Now, you think that she'll resent the fact that you're in the lap of luxury versus just being at some old drab hotel?
Right. I think she's going to get mad because she's going to be like, oh, you're basically on vacation every day. You're not,
Well, you're going to work, so that's not right. I mean, it's just where you retire back to when the day is done and watch whatever you want to, eat whatever you want to, and look at the lake. But still,
and maybe fish.
Yeah, and possibly get out there and wet a hook, like Helmsley said.
Yeah, how many days a week are you talking about staying?
4 days a week.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I think you just are totally transparent with her. You actually even show her pictures and go, you're not going to believe where I get to stay.
Easy.
I mean, look how nice
pictures
this
are not
is.
necessary.
Yeah. Any
Well,
chance
I'm just
this
saying,
is
important
question here? Any chance this is Logan Martin Lake and I can join you a couple days a week so I don't have to drive back and forth?
Yeah, that's good.
Hey, you're right on the money, buddy.
Oh, well, you can do
it.
Hey, if she messes this deal up for you, let me know.
Hey, you could pull a camper over to the football stadium. Don't they camp over there?
Well, I have to have a camper first.
Oh, you can get you one of those.
Yeah, buddy.
Get you one.
Adler
Just
get
go to the
you
getting
one.
place.
Yeah.
Yeah. So Tyler, here's what.
It's like I got a good thing going right now, and I know the minute that I say something about it, like the good thing goes away. We know how that goes with like old ladies and wives and stuff. So
Well, what I would say is this, because
I would want my lovely wife to be there.
Yeah, and here's what you would say, and you would even because I don't. Is it possible that she would be able to get there and stay in the camper with you? Is that impossible?
Well, I mean, it's possible, but again, this is my
No,
my time. This is some
No, I
me
got
time,
you. What
major me time.
I'm trying to give you, I'm trying to give you a win-win. Is you say like you wish you could be there, but you realize you can't. It's okay to wish it, but knowing it could never happen, and that way you look good. And then you also want to say, I would just say this, man, you ain't gonna believe this. I mean, at least I ain't got to stay in a hotel, but my boss has put me in some trailer down there. He's got a trailer that they use like on the weekend, so he's got me staying in that, and just leave it at that. That way she knows that she knows you're not at the hotel, so you've told the truth about that. Just don't make a big deal about the luxurious RV. Just say, yeah, he's got some old camper or something down there at the lake, and that's what I'm staying in, and so I can do that during the week where I ain't got to drive, and just leave it at that and be done with it.
I'll tell her I saw a roach or something, and then she won't want to
Well,
come.
no, just he's trying to save money for the company by allowing you to stay there. That's all he's doing.
So he's trying to save money.
Yeah.
He put me in some. He
Now,
put
be
me in
sure
some.
you don't get down there and start entertaining any of the locals.
Yeah. We just talked about what happened to Coach O. Don't let that happen to you. I mean, that's right.
Don't roll back.
You stay there, but just keep it real general. You got to come clean that you're not at a hotel though, because that's going to be.
That's going to.
I really hope she doesn't listen.
Right. Yeah. Wow. Let's go to Eric in the free state of Florida. Eric, welcome to Rick and Bubba. How are you?
Good, thank you. Rick, what is your opinion on the theology basis behind the series The Chosen? Thank you.
I really enjoyed The Chosen, and I know, Bubba, you have too. I think it's well done. I understand away from the product that I'm seeing and watching, they've had some things that I probably thought they could have handled better. I think they tried to keep everybody happy, which sometimes you really can't do that. Sometimes you just got to make hard stands and say this is what Scripture says, and if it bothers people, I'm sorry it does. But as far as the content of what we see, theologically, I haven't seen anything that would raise a red flag and me go, I'll tell you, you have to understand, remember what we're talking about here. I could sit down with, 10 people who I think I'm going to spend eternity with and don't have any doubt about that at all. And we would start talking about minor things that have nothing to do with redemption that we probably would strongly disagree on.
Right.
Not worth arguing about. And Paul told me to be careful engaging in those kind of arguments because they really confuse the lost or the spiritually immature. So now there are places where you draw hard lines and, but even the stuff that I would disagree on Dallas and the gang on how they kind of handled, dealing with some of the Mormon stuff off the like using their property and how they kind of seem to kind of pretend that that's just another denomination in the Christian faith. I strongly disagree with that, and I think he does too. But he was just doing public relations. Right. As long as none of that creeps into the actual content, I actually don't agree with the assertion that they had Jesus say something that actually came out of the Book of Mormon. I looked into that. The way it was worded, Jesus did make that point. Now, he didn't word it the same way that they worded it, but I think that was maybe people overreacting.
I still thought it was.
Know this. It's a production.
Right.
It's not the real thing.
Right.
And every production is going to have some error in it. The Ten Commandments had errors in it.
Right.
Okay. That great production that we all enjoy.
Sure.
So I think you have to take it for what it is, that it is a show, it is a production, and I think it's very well done.
Yeah.
And like you say, there's a lot of off-camera things, but far as what they have presented on screen, I don't see anything that is a glaring contradiction to the Holy Bible.
And understand, any movie that we go and watch that is faith-based, not everybody does this way, but a lot of people use that as a evangelical tool. But they're looking for the best actors and the best production people, which means not all of them are going to be followers of Christ, even though as long as it never creeps into the actual content.
Right.
And I don't have a problem. I had probably one of the most influential Bible teachers that I've had in my life that helped me take the next step on depth of Scripture and all of that. He once said, it's okay to speculate as long as you acknowledge you're speculating.
Right.
Now, you can't speculate and not acknowledge you are. You need to make it clear on what is strictly straight from Scripture and what you're speculating on. So as long as that continues, I have never really seen an episode of it that I screamed heresy or apostasy at the screen. Have I kind of lost interest in it because of some of the controversies? I have, but that then also, unfortunately, makes me kind of uninformed on some of the later series because I haven't really watched them.
Well, and here's the thing, too. They have expanded on the things behind what we know, and all of that is speculation, conversations that happen, but they're building the characters, again, in that production mode, because we don't know a lot of details, but we can assume that they had certain discussions and then see it played out. I don't feel like that's a foul either.
No, because they're as long as they're acknowledging that's what they're doing.
Yeah,
and so I know that people are waving red flags. I don't speak for the whole team. I think you hear Bubba saying the same thing, but I don't see red flags as far as the content. Some caution flags on some ways they've handled things, yes.
I wish they hadn't drawn it out so long.
Yeah.
Honestly, I don't think you're ever going to get 7 seasons.
Right.
And they've cut, building these characters, they've probably spent too much time. I would like to have seen it be about 3 seasons to be done with the whole story.
Yeah, when they started chasing, like Peter's wife being mad at him, I'm like, maybe we spend 5 minutes on that, but to keep going on and on with it, I'm like, let's get back to the Bible themes and what happened in Scripture.
Right. Yeah.
So I kind of that kind of got a little lengthy. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba.
Avengers Endgame, they think it did more than $1 billion.
They're saying 1.2 right now.
And we all know business, and then I heard Andy saying others are saying
1.2.
So they're claiming this is the end of the Avengers franchise, but it's not.
How could it be?
Not if you do $1 billion over the weekend.
Yeah,
by golly, I got some more stories.
You're kidding yourself. I remember Hunter being just tore up that Star Wars was ending. I said, it ain't even begun yet.
That's right.
And you're right about that. I've seen this.
Yeah.
This is what gray hair does for you. You've seen this over and over. You know what's going to happen.
So
you're talking about knowing the ending. Right. I can tell you the ending. There's going to be a lot more of it.
Well, Sherry got
a lot more of
Sherry got mad at me at lunch because she wants to go see it. She almost said, "Well, look, you got so much going on. I might just go see it myself today." So that's fine. But so I know though, because I really think I would have been a decent lawyer. So I start trying to pull things out of Brody just by body language. Mm-hmm. And Sherry says, I'm telling you, I'm being completely honest. Will you please stop doing this? Why do you do this? I said, I don't know. It's just something I got. I said, not Iron Man feeling fair in this one. And he says, his face just freezes up. Sherry goes, Rick.
And you gotta know what
she
that
goes,
means.
he reacted to that. I said, I bet he did.
Yeah.
I said, how about that? I said, sure would like to see the Amazing Spider-Man again. I wonder if I'm going to be disappointed or not.
You just keep throwing that out.
And he's just looking around.
Yeah.
I was telling the guys earlier, Taylor may have told you, because y'all talk all that Avengers stuff. Chandler, who doesn't care at all about any of it's never seen it, Pearson was just gnawing at the bit. He said, I really want to tell the ending. She goes, well, tell me, because I don't care. He's telling it. Taylor walks up and hears it. And he was devastated. He said, I just walked up. Pearson's telling the ending of the movie, and it's ruined it.
Wait a minute. He heard it?
Yes, because he wanted to tell somebody. Chandler goes, well, tell me, because I don't care. So he's telling her, and Taylor happens to walk up in the middle of it, and he can't help but hear it.
No,
he was so mad.
Oh, my gosh.
He goes, well, Pearson just ruined the end of the movie for me.
All right, so look, after Bobby Ewing came back and it was all a dream.
That's true. Anything's possible.
Yeah.
But
I mean,
listen,
I'm not shocked by anything.
Just like Greg's son dealing with his cousin,
you got to be careful. This guy in Hong Kong got beat up.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Because he went outside.
I think Taylor almost wanted to be
He came out of a theater.
I mean, people are getting
and
violent
started yelling the ending to the people in line to go in.
Yeah.
That sounds like people I grew up with.
Yeah, me too. And they beat him up.
Yep. Now I will tell you this.
What about the crowd turned?
Brody said, like I said, Brody said the actors are on all their media going, do not tell people the movie. Please let people enjoy it.
And even the director came out and asked people not to do it. So
Look, what is he doing to that guy right there? Is that like the Vulcan mind melt? What is that?
I think that's somebody actually giving him first aid and working on his cuts.
Somebody fired that knot up.
Dotted that eye.
By the way, somebody said, I'm about to pay $12.50 for this. He punched him right in the face.
And we all know that guy. He probably looked at his buddy and said, watch this. Of course, it's in Japanese, so I'm picturing him yelling it in Japanese. That's where it happened.
Rick and Bubba's show as we make our way back at 866 We Be Big. So we're looking back over the induction weekend, and I'm wrestling the bear known as Coach Bill Burgess. We now have convinced him that he will wear a tuxedo. I convinced him that he looked good in it, which he gave me a few colorful comments about that. And he wanted to know why he couldn't accept the award in wearing the things that he actually wore to earn the award. Told him they usually don't let people accept awards at banquets for Hall of Fames and coaching shorts.
No.
So we got this done.
There's this thing called a dress code.
Yeah. So Dad was inducted with really a class of 2019, and they were all so good to the family, which great people to hang out with. Had a great time with Tommy Agee. He listens to us on 107.7 Andalusia.
Great
Tommy,
player.
Tommy, how you doing, buddy? He helped me with Dad. As a matter of fact, he set. He was as far as inductees are concerned, and everybody had somebody who got to sit with them. But as far as inductees were concerned, he up on the, what do they call that up there at the front? The dais. The dais. Is that how you say
Is that
it?
what they call that?
Yeah, something like that.
He was one down from Dad, and he said, if you get your dad headed to where his seat is, just tell him to come to Tommy Agee. And then Dad said, well, what if I make a move on you? He said, Coach, I'll have to try to put you down. And so we had two Auburn fullbacks working together. Tommy Agee said he thanked Bo Jackson. He said, because I devoted 4 years of my life to you. But anyway, and so Willie Davenport, incredible story.
Wow,
guys, Willie Davenport.
That is an impressive resume.
And unfortunately, Willie Davenport had a heart attack at 59, and his son received the award for him. I did not realize that Willie Davenport from Troy.
It was incredible, his story.
That he is the only African American to ever participate in the Summer and Winter Olympics. He actually was on the bobsled team.
Yeah.
We Be Big is our number. Thank you guys for being with us. Okay, so we work our way back. We got Fetterman. So he now is, as we know, they've changed the dress code for the Senate, basically for him. Yeah. Now there's people saying, okay, well, I guess I'll wear a bathing suit, and people are having fun at his expense, and I don't know why they wouldn't, because it's really, quite frankly, ridiculous that we've done this, so he can wear hoodies and shorts. But anyway, so he's responding to these concerns, and somebody that's been quite critical of this, he's going to make a comment on, now take a shot back at her over things she's been doing. Is that what this is?
Yeah. She was talking
tweeted
about Hunter Biden too.
Okay.
And showed something.
Right, I got that. But I mean, who is this person? Who is he commenting on?
Marjorie Taylor Greene tweeted, "The Senate no longer enforcing a dress code for senators to appease Fetterman is disgraceful." Right. And Fetterman was asked about that.
Okay, so and then he responds to some of the stuff she did about pictures with Hunter Biden, right?
Yeah.
Okay, here we go.
What do you say to that?
Well, her platform, really, she runs on more and more ding-a-ling, pics, on in the meetings over in Congress. So again, I'm not really sure why she cares how I dress, but she really takes it a different way.
What in the
ding-a-ling
world?
He did. When did he start trying to portray himself as G. Gordon Liddy?
Yeah.
What is this?
It don't even look like it.
What was this new look?
Let me ask you this: Why can't he dress like everybody else if he is
what's the
up
big
to
whoop?
being a senator and understanding the issues and debating things and voting? Why can't he wear what everybody else wears?
Yeah.
Instead of him taking shots that are people that are being critical of
What
him.
kind of pigs?
Yeah, right. Apparently, there was some picture of Hunter Biden that you could see his private area.
Well, Hunter's had some
I didn't
pictures
know
out
that.
there.
But really, if you'll just stay around Hunter long enough, apparently you can see him naked at some point.
Right,
But the greater point is kind of what y'all are talking about. Why can't he just say why it's okay for him to dress like a homeless person?
Or why does
as
he
a
need
senator?
to?
Yeah, why do you need to?
Is he
Explain this to
physically
us.
unable to wear a suit? If he is, then he's probably physically unable to be a senator.
Right. Just explain yourself. Why do we have to accommodate you and make every day casual day for you? Why is that? To Bubba's point, explain that.
He
to us.
takes it beyond casual day.
Oh, he does.
I mean, what he
does.
wears, you're either at home working in the yard or you're working out or something.
Yeah, I mean, he
it'd
could
be
wear
different if he
shorts
wore,
and
a
golf
nice
shirt.
pair. That would be casual. This is beyond casual.
Yeah, he's got cut off. He's got cut off sweatpants.
He looks ridiculous.
Right. Yeah.
He needs to wear some rollback.
There we go. Right. Why
Get
can't
that back and roll back.
is he beyond just giving us, like y'all said, business casual?
Yeah.
Why do we?
He didn't even reach to that.
Yeah. Why do we go to? I mean, he dresses worse than a PE coach.
He does.
I mean, he really does.
Yes.
So-
He looks like that guy who never gets off the couch.
Right.
Just hangs out, doesn't do a whole lot.
Well,
He's got
again,
that look
does
about
he
him.
Runs to
have
the
a
store every now and
physical issue
Right.
that
Burn
requires him to do this, or he can't wear a suit? And if so, what is it? And does it affect his
could there be a
ability to be a senator?
How could there be a physical issue? I can't wear a suit.
I don't know. I mean, none of us want to. I got that, but
I don't think you can go, well, I have this
yeah.
problem of the back and the suit
Look,
hurts it.
I have been in a physical condition that I brought upon myself where I preferred not to wear a suit and struggled to have one on. But is there a reason this man can't dress nicer? And I mean, we're changing the dress code for the Senate for this guy. For what reason?
It would be ridiculous if he showed up in like a running suit, like a matching workout. That'd be ridiculous. But this is even, my goodness. Like I say, this is
it's
that
even
guy
a step down.
First of all, he looks like he stinks. He's got that look about him like he might bump a little.
Thanks,
he does
Greg.
when he's got all that on.
Yeah. You're the one who showed us that people can actually look like they stink.
That's right.
Even if they
and
don't.
When he stands there with that hoodie
right.
and all that on, he looks like he stinks.
I agree with that.
And I bet he does.
And it's interesting.
Who gave him thumbs up on the mustache? You think?
Right.
I mean,
think
surely
that's
he
actually a
asked
better look
somebody,
for him.
"How do you?"
I do too.
I think that's a better look for him.
I actually agree with you,
true.
Greg. I think it's a better look.
He doesn't look as much like that character that everybody puts up there. On
Shrek?
the show.
He looks like
Yeah,
Shrek.
but there's another character that he looks just like.
Okay.
Yeah, but I don't remember.
Yeah, it's like when someone says. It's like when some.
Winning weird games or something.
Yes.
If you're John Fetterman, if you have never had a wake up call like this, Rick and Bubba think you're dressing too casual.
Yeah.
Could there be a bigger wake up
Yeah, I
call?
don't think we've ever got to say that.
Right.
30 years, we've never said it.
Even we've looked and said, that's over the line.
Oh,
what are you thinking?
He's dressing like a slob.
Well, I think the key is what y'all said. If you're going to do work in the yard or work out, you dress that way. If you're not doing that, that's what you put on when your day is over. That's not what you put on to start
what you
your
go
day.
to bed with.
You're right. That's not
on
what
a cold night.
That's not what you say. Well, headed to work, and I don't know.
Unless you're a tennis coach.
Well, I don't even know.
I think you
See, if he
dress
wore
better.
that-
But no, but
you dress
seriously,
better than he does.
I think one of the advantages of being a tennis coach is I get to dress in comfy apparel.
Yeah,
Right.
that's-
Every
that's a
single
great
day.
advantage.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. So
Now he's not a tennis coach.
no.
Unlike Speedy, whose shirt's scratching his chin.
Won't leave it alone.
No, I didn't even think about it till he brought it up.
I bet you do now.
I didn't even feel it. Now
Now
that's
it's
all
all
I
he-
can feel.
right.
But that's fine.
I bet you do now. Yeah, I've
He
tried.
looked at me like, thanks.
Yeah, it's very comfortable, and I love it.
It was.
I like
anyway.
the shirt a lot.
Yeah.
You did. Yeah. Are these,
Here's the transformation. Which one do you like better?
I mean, it looks like he's hiding his identity with that stash. I get it, but he's ugly in all of them.
Greg.
probably right bottom.
Greg, which one does he look like he smells better?
Better?
Yeah, smells better.
The one top left with the tie.
He smells better in that?
Yeah.
No
Say
question.
there's not a winner in that.
That middle one, he's really stinking.
Greg.
I do think he needs to, our far right. He needs to stay to our far right.
Yeah.
Either one of those, top or bottom.
Yeah.
If you believe that's the same guy.
That is a good point. This guy is talking with a little more.
Yeah, he wasn't looking at a screen. Did G. Gordon Liddy, is he down?
Yes, I think he did.
Okay. Yeah. He looks just like him.
He does. I know you hadn't seen him in a while, Rick, so you just assume that, but he think he did.
He really has?
Yeah.
All right, we'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
First African American ever to represent us in the Winter Olympics was a gold medalist on the hurdles, and just his accomplishments. And undoubtedly he got after it until he was. I mean, he was still going strong when he had his
wasn't recruited coming out of high school, goes in the military.
Yeah.
Runs there, then gets out of the military, goes to college, ends up on the Olympic team, gold medal. I mean, it's an incredible story.
So Willie Davenport,
He was kind of busy, wasn't he?
Yeah. And at the end, he went back to was he like a colonel or something in the something?
Yeah, he was actually serving the military again when he had the heart attack.
Yeah.
But has coached a lot. He coached some very successful track teams, and just an incredible athlete. As a matter of fact, and then, of course, here comes another interaction. Let me tell you two people you don't want to put together. Luis Gonzalez and Dad. Because Luis Gonzalez, by the way, you know how we raise on people? And, hey, and it owned him, too. He's trying to find the show. He said, I've never heard of this. I need to try to find it. He lives in Arizona now. But let me tell you what's funny. He's working with the Diamondbacks again now. But let me tell you what is hilarious. So you ever say something else you realize, hey, what am I doing? And, of course, our group's not going to let you get away with that. And we don't care if you're a Hall of Famer. We don't care if you won a World Series with the key hit, and we don't care about any of that.
Off the greatest closer ever.
Five-time All-Star, all that.
Played 19 seasons. Which that's a lot of baseball.
So anyway, so he walks up, and I said, "Hey, do you have any idea where this ballroom is we're supposed to go to?" And you know how? And he even admitted, he goes, "I don't know why I did that." He goes, "Well, it's right outside of somewhere." And I said, "Well, thanks, Luis. That right there cleared it right up." He goes, "What am I even saying?" And so I goes, "Guys, if we don't know where we're going, ask Gonzalez." And he's just like, "Is this going to be the rest of the weekend?" I said, "You better believe it is." So your directions were it's right outside of somewhere. Well, I bet it is. So anyway,
new nickname GPS.
Yeah, and then it happened. We're walking to one of the many things we had to walk to, and now Luis and Dad are conversing. And he goes, yeah, he said, that's a great thing about baseball. And y'all have all said it, all the baseball guys, it's a game of failure. He goes, I mean, here I was. He said, I didn't get a hit but 3 out of 10 times. And he goes, and only in baseball can you get away with that. And then I heard it. What'd you say? And Luis says, yeah, Coach. He said, I ended with a career average of 283. He said, so I average a little less than 3 times out of 10. Dad goes, my gosh. If I'd only won 3 out of 10 games, they'd have fired my like that. And Luis went, and he was like, yeah. I mean, and I was like, he goes, yeah, that must be nice. I wish I could have had a career off winning 3 out of 10. And so this baseball game of failure. Yeah. And but he couldn't have been nicer. And we had a great time together. Funny guy. And Antonio Langham, obviously, and his speech was funny. I laughed my head off at Antonio Langham. You talk about somebody that's funny.
Yeah.
So Antonio Langham, he was good friend. He was like, from Town Creek, Alabama. He goes, I had all kinds of dreams. He goes, and he sits there, he goes, and here I am. He goes, all my dreams didn't come true. He goes, but this one did. I dreamed that we'd one day have a McDonald's and a movie theater, and that didn't happen. He goes, but by golly, this one happened. So he was very funny and great. Bud Moore, okay, Bud.
Font Rick, he's right there with Dad.
Yes, boy.
Yeah.
Bud Moore and Bill Burgess were the 2 wild cards of the weekend.
Bud Moore.
Oh, Bud Moore.
It's hilarious.
Bud Moore got up there and had his speech written out, and then he realized he got up there and he couldn't see good enough to read it.
Yeah.
And he goes,
we can relate to that.
He's like, my gosh, I wrote it down. I can't read the blank thing. And I thought to myself, gosh, I'm glad he went after Dad. Because if Dad would have thought there was a green light to cuss, Bud Moore took it. But Bud, of course, great coach. And Steve Savarese, I thought his speach.
He did a good job.
Lengthy but good.
It was long, but
lengthy but good.
It was good.
And he thanked Dad, who did not do a lengthy speech, which you'll hear here in a minute. Because Dad was not about to give a lengthy speech, but Steve Savarese thanked Dad for giving some of his time to Steve.
Savarese, he claimed Dad's time that he didn't use.
But there's one thing for somebody to go on long and it's not going anywhere.
Yeah,
which we saw some of that. Sadly.
Yeah,
but Steve's was long, but you didn't care that it was long.
No,
because it was so good.
It really was.
Because I mean, incredibly humble guy.
Oh yeah, it was
probably best known for giving us the player Cornelius Bennett. But he was also there, and Cornelius talked about what he had meant to him. But he also had an incredible high school coaching record, and then went on to work for the high school association. And he felt like that was kind of
You know what that.
He's the head. He's the head guy.
Yeah, he did outstanding job.
Yeah. And then, of course, Kat Reddick, Catherine Whitehill, she's married.
That was a good speech.
And what she accomplished is incredible. And she did a great job. She even spoke at the FCA breakfast also, along with the FCA director at UAB, who really, really did a good job too. So that was the class that went in. They also recognized the famous, artist Daniel A. Moore. Got to spend some time with Daniel Moore. Great, powerful, strong follower of Christ, and he made that very clear. And
he thought any more about those birds. We talked about him painting.
I asked him again about him painting us, and all he did was saying, and let me tell you something. He goes, if you're waiting on that painting, you'll be waiting a while. 35 minutes past the hour. Don't forget the 20th anniversary sale going on right now at mypillow.com/Bubba. Man, they've got some great deals available to you. You can find it also by going to Rick and Bubba, spell out the word and.com under the sponsors. 50% off of their 100% Arabica My Coffee, and you get a free Go Anywhere My Pillow for free. The all-season slippers are $25. Giza bed sheets that rival the same level of comfort and quality you'd expect at a luxury hotel. They're as low as $29.98. And you can also get the limited edition My Pillow sale. The queen size is $19.98. You can get a king for $10 more. Either way, you save $50. Don't miss this 20th anniversary sale. It's not going to last forever. Go to mypillow.com/Bubba or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. All right, so let's talk about border control. You know, we've talked about that a lot on the show. A lot of you out there call and talk about this. It's a huge concern. It's not unreasonable to have a country and you vet out people who are coming in. Anyone who thinks that's unreasonable, that's a bizarre notion to me. It seems to defy all logic. And then, of course, we have places that love to say they're a sanctuary city until they actually have to be one. Then they don't like that.
Yeah, the talk is big. The walk is not as impressive.
And also, Senator Joe Biden, in 2015, or was he vice president then? When was Obama president? He's senator there in 2015, right? When was Obama? He was vice president. All right. When he was vice president, I can't remember when Obama was president.
Trump was 16 to 20.
Yeah, that's right. Okay, so he's vice president. Here he is in 2015, and he seems concerned about an open border, that no one's being checked. So now he claims he's not worried about it now, but he was worried about it then, and that's not that long ago. We're only talking 2015 here. So here is 2015 Biden talking about an unchecked border. Here we go.
An unrelenting stream of immigration, nonstop. Folks like me who were Caucasian of European descent, for the first time in 2017, will be in an absolute minority in the United States of America. Absolute minority. Fewer than 50% of the people in America from then and on will be white European stock. That's not a bad thing. That's a source of our strength.
So what he's actually
what does he
doing
say?
That is so confusing.
He's showing you what his plan was.
Yeah, right.
He's saying that this is going to happen, and that's you notice who's sitting next to him, the DHS secretary, who are secretary now, Mayorkas.
Yeah.
But again, I'm just confused. It really doesn't have to do with minority and makeup and all of that. The fact is, you have to have controls of your border.
Yeah.
I mean, there's no guarantee that the white people are going to be the majority forever, and it doesn't have to be to have a great country.
Right, yeah.
But you do have to have control of who's coming in.
Right.
And that's the point, because as these people continue to investigate, we're getting people from all over the world coming through, and they're unvetted. I mean, it's just out of control. We have no border. And I don't know if y'all have seen the train headed this way. It is packed like it is, unbelievable. the number that's going to be coming in here for Christmas.
So he started out acting like he was worried about white people being overrun, and he realizes that's what it sounded like. And he finally says, well, it's not a bad thing.
Yeah, he turned it around.
Right, he turned it around. And it's not. But now, I don't care what ethnicity people are in our country, but I do want them
Look at
vetted.
the train.
Yeah.
Like, to your point.
Yeah,
I want them vetted. I don't want
Look
anybody
at
of
this
any
idiot on the
ethnicity
bottom.
coming into this country unvetted. And you're going to see in a minute that it's not just
Look at
people
that.
coming from Mexico, and you're going to find that out. First, let's go to Chicago. Did Chicago ever declare they were a sanctuary city?
I think all the big cities did
Yeah.
at one point
Yep.
to show how open they were, and then when people started showing up, hey,
Now they're begging local politicians to close the border of Chicago,
Which there is no border
to
of
stop
Chicago.
illegals from coming from Texas. So here,
I wanted to know if there is a capacity limit, and what is that limit, if there is one, and why can't we close the borders of Chicago or the state of Illinois in the first place? Why can't we close the borders?
I don't know if there's a limit. I do know that when you are seeking asylum, you are granted protections from the U.S. to not return. So that is the process that folks are going through when they come here, when they get their interview, and then the Texas governor sends them to Illinois, and specifically Chicago.
So they get to come, once they do an interview in Texas, they get to come regardless. Texas says you're an asylum seeker, you're being persecuted, so yeah, you can leave your country and come here and go wherever you want.
Not Texas. This is the federal government is the one that does the process around asylum seeking. It is Texas who is making the decision to send them to Chicago.
And that's what I wanted to know. Can we say, no, we won't take anymore?
It has to come from the federal government.
Yeah, the point is, once they're here, you cannot discriminate against them. They can move freely through our country like anybody else can. The point is, and he is correct, it is the federal government's job to limit the border who's coming in.
right, and don't forget, they checked 96% of this neighborhood voted for Joe Biden. 96%. And what this politician is trying to tell them is, at the end of all this, it's the federal government that's let these people in. Now, I want you to kind of blame Texas.
Yeah,
for
he's mad at Texas
Well,
for
why should
helping
Texas
them
have
to
to
get
keep
there. But the point is, once they're in, they can't do anything about it.
Right, Texas can send them anywhere they want to, because they can go anywhere they want.
She brought up border.
Yeah.
Close the southern border, and that takes care of all of it.
Yeah, you can't close the border of Illinois. You can close the border to Texas.
And that solves it all. Right?
And if this bothers all of you, then you should be foreclosing the southern border, as Greg said, Bubba said, because that's where they're coming from. But what the Democrats want you to do, including the guy talking to you most likely, is we want to have open borders because it might benefit the Democratic Party, and we're going to keep blaming Texas for what we're causing.
No, we would like open borders.
That's how
and
we
would
prefer
like
the narrative to
all
go,
We
right.
would like all of them to stay in Texas, not bother us.
Yeah.
Clog everything up for Texas, give them a handle, and turn them into a blue state.
And you're
that is the eventual goal.
And you're upset because Texas was savvy enough to make us feel what it feels like to be them, and you don't like it. So really, what you really don't like is an open southern border.
That's right.
Exactly.
That's
She brought
Texas
it up.
has said we're all in this together,
She
baby.
said, can't you close the border? She was talking about her state, but she brought it up. Yeah, close the border. It'll cover the whole United States.
Now, you're going to hear that people come through the border are just Mexicans seeking a better life, and how dare us be so cruel, but somebody actually went to the border to Fox News and interviewed people that were coming in, and no surprise here, they are from everywhere. Here we go.
Emily.
Up here you go. You got people coming in now. Take a look at this. A lot
here
of
we
young
go.
adult men being let through now. So every person who was just let through is appears to be a single adult male. Brian, if we can turn around really quick. I don't know if they're all with the same group. Let me try to ask them really quick. Hola, hablas español? ¿De dónde son?
Buena.
¿De dónde son?
Ghana.
Ghana. You're from Ghana. Okay.
Yeah, I'm from Haiti.
You're from Haiti.
Yeah.
You're from Haiti.
Sí.
And why did you decide to come right now?
All right.
Why did you decide to come right now?
The state.
¿Por qué estás viniendo? ¿Por qué decidiste venir aquí ahora en los Estados Unidos?
Yo vivía en Chile.
You live in Chile?
Yeah.
But you're from Haiti?
I'm from Haiti, so I'm living in Chile for 5 years.
Okay, so why did you decide to come?
Yo quiero venir ahí en Estados Unidos y porque allá es donde estaba en Chile.
He says he wants to live here in the United States. Where is everybody else from? ¿Hay alguien aquí que puede hablar inglés? Where? Haiti? Haiti? Why did you decide to come here?
Brazil.
Pardon?
Brazil.
Brazil. You're from Brazil.
She was living in Brazil.
Got it. Okay. How?
She is Asian people.
Got it.
They are Asian, so she live in Brazil.
Got it. Okay, so it sounds like we got a mix of Haitians, somebody from Ghana, saying they want to live here in the United States. Some speak English, some speak Spanish, so apologies, guys, just trying to figure it out as we go here. But yeah, you can see that this is a group of, what, I don't know, about 15 or so men who were just let through. We got some more being let through right now. And the thing is, everybody has a different story when they come through. You think everybody's kind of from the same country, the same block, same situation, and that's not always the case. And
have you seen the footage?
Crazy.
I mean, they're alluding to it here. It's all single males.
Yeah, that's bothersome.
Well, here's the other thing.
It's not like pregnant women, like, please help me. It's men of military age.
Well, see, asylum should be from countries where they're prosecuted or persecuted for one reason or another. That's not a problem in Mexico. That's not a problem in Central America. Cuba might be the only one that would really qualify for that. Brazil certainly doesn't have that issue.
Well, that's what I was about to ask. Did anybody say I'm here seeking asylum?
No,
Anybody?
They're just piling through, man.
Right.
I want to live.
All right.
I've seen tighter security at college football.
We'll be back. 866 We Be Big is our number. There's your update on the border. The Rick and Bubba Show. We get more of your phone calls and more topics, so stay with us. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
But anyway, he said, "What do you want me to do? Paint y'all eating?" And
Well, there you go.
Which was a good one. And I said, "Well, just keep talking." You know what I mean? But,
We're getting close.
But
We're getting close.
By the way, he talked about the thing with him in Alabama and the lawsuit. He got up there and thanked
he
his,
did?
he thanked his
really?
lawyer. He thanked his lawyer, who by the way they won.
Yeah.
So I was surprised he would, but that's part of the
And
story.
Rick, and you mentioned Tommy Agee in his speech. Tommy said he sounded like he's finna preach a little bit.
Yes, he
that
did.
Was a good one,
Tommy
too.
Agee did a great speech, and he did his 3 minutes on the nose. And his 3 minutes, he didn't waste anything.
No.
And our very own Todd Jones at the VIP dinner on Friday night got up and got to speak and say the prayer. And Todd did an incredible job, class of 2017. So we it was a great weekend. And then also Cecil Hurt got the Mel Allen Award, who's a sports writer. So all that was great. It was wonderful. So we'll come back. So we're rolling through the weekend, Dad's induction to the Hall of Fame. Here are the highlights that have happened so far. He's not wearing the tux, so we've gone through that, but we've got that down. He's not going to wear the shoes. We did not die on that hill, so he doesn't have to wear the shoes. He's told Luis Gonzalez that if he had only won 3 out of 10 games, he would have been fired. And now he's going into the Hall of Fame again. So we're having fun. Tommy Agee says that if Dad acts up on the stage, that he'll help me with him. So we're trying to get all this together. And so the problem is there's so many events that Dad, who, as Adler said when he got there to try to shoot some video, and I appreciate you coming out there and trying to do that for us, Adler. That was great. We'll show you some of that. But he said that he told Dad, he said, "Hey, Coach, you love this kind of stuff, don't you?" And he said Dad just laughed uncontrollably. And then you got, then we've got 2 tables, and I was backstage with Dad because I was his handler. I didn't even know what was going on, and we're trying to get everybody in the seats, and there's kids and this and all that. And I kind of felt bad for Brody's girlfriend because I couldn't. I told her, I said, "This for you will be trial by fire." I said, because there's Lisa and Chandler. You're going to be hacked on by Greg. You're going to be hacked on by everybody. I don't know. Maybe Dad, in trying to get this done, had us all distracted. We were not on our normal rag on you game. Mm-hmm. Did she come through pretty unscathed? Because so Brody brought his girlfriend for the first time. Yeah.
Who shot that footage?
Yeah, there was too much going on, Rick.
It was mania. And I will say this: I want to thank the Alabama Sports Hall of Fame. They do everything first class.
They do.
They were great hosts. But
it was a great event.
But there is some confusion sometimes, like the come in this room and then we're going to open the door. Then they told us we would hear a tone that meant we need to get every inductee backstage. Tell everybody you'll see them after at the Hall of Fame because you can go into the Hall of Fame after. And I never heard the tone. And then Myers is running around.
Lights were blinking.
That's when he ran Lisa out.
Well, it was more the kids, and she didn't like it.
I know.
Yeah, but anyway, we never heard the tone. I knew what to do if I heard the tone, but I can't hear. That might have had something to do with it. But anyway, but keep the problem. Keep in mind. Look right there. That's my whole weekend. So keep in mind that every time that something was over that Dad had to attend, he was like, "All right, we're done." I'm like, "Dad, no, we're not even to the banquet yet." What do you mean we're not to the banquet? We just had a dinner, and I stood up and I said, "Dad, that was nothing but that's like a VIP fundraiser dinner." Then we do the breakfast. All right, let's head back to the house. Dad, that's just the breakfast. We still got more. You mean to tell me there's more? And I'm like, Dad, Speedy.
That's Darryl Green singing the national anthem.
So I was
he
like,
did a good job.
Yeah.
I was like, Dad, you still got to put the tux on. And then, of course, the only thing I thought of is, our governor, God love her, she's not a spring chicken. And I thought to myself, the combination of her trying to put a medal on Dad all at the same time, I mean, I thought I may just need to take this whole thing over.
Rick,
I
got concerned. Dad's known for when he shakes people's hand, he like grabs them by the back of the neck or slaps them across the back.
Okay.
Well, on his way to his seat, he thought he had to shake everybody's hands, and he came up on KI. I said, God, please don't slap her across the back or grab her neck.
Didn't you think
because that's the way he does when he shakes hands.
Yeah, the Alabama governor, she's about the same age as Dad.
She is.
And so, but yeah, that was the one thing. So you're supposed to.
She's probably
you're supposed to walk out. I think so.
Really?
You're supposed to walk out, okay, and then you're supposed to stand on the X, and of course something he wasn't going to do, and wave to the crowd. What did they say? And I said, you're supposed to go out to the X when they call your name and wave to the crowd, then go to your seat. I'm supposed to wave. And I said, Dad, just go to the X, and then you don't have to wave.
Yeah, forget to wave.
If you think I'm gonna wave, what am I do this, Rick? And I said, Dad, no, I didn't say do that. They just want you to do an acknowledgement. Watch the person. Watch AG. Okay, and
he's gonna go before you.
That became my whole night. Watch Tommy AG. And so
he was right in front of him, I guess, in alphabetical order.
Right. The Rick and Bubba Show, 866 We Be Big is our number as we work our way back. All right, so Greg, you were saying you had a shout out?
I do, Rick. Happy birthday wish. Now I'm gonna tie this to the show, so just follow me.
All right, I got to follow the trail.
Follow the
Connect the dots.
Speedy, don't take your eyes off him.
Connect the dots.
Okay.
Dennis Ryan. Happy birthday, Dennis Ryan. You go, Greg, who's Dennis Ryan? What does he have to do with the show? All right, let's flash back to when we had 8 puppies. And we went on we reached out to the audience and they came. Dennis and his wife, Jill, drove from Kentucky to Alabama.
I remember this.
To get Tom Petty.
Uh-huh.
And he sent a picture the other day, Tom sitting behind the steering wheel with him under his arm. Tom's a road dog now. So happy birthday to Dennis. He's on the road with Tom. And shout out.
Tom doing okay? Are all the puppies doing okay?
They're doing great. Lisa gets reports from all the people who got the dogs and all of them. And they're all big. They're all around 25, 30 pounds now.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
So
and some of them look real tall, and the mama's not tall at all. I don't know. And some of them don't even. There may have more than one dad, I believe, involved because we got them. Yeah. They all look.
I didn't know that was possible, but
I didn't either.
I had some veterinarians tell me that was possible.
But anyway, happy birthday to Dennis.
In a way that I'll never forget.
Out on the road having a good time.
Okay, well there you go. Happy birthday,
I had
buddy.
a picture of that.
And
so strange, Greg.
It is.
That I'm just going to call it. We get requests all the time for shout outs and birthday wishes.
We do.
We have to most of the time say no to that.
Right.
Because of the door it opens.
Right.
So thank you for opening that door back up. But
the
other point, Greg, is of all the ones you've gotten requests from, you went with somebody that actually got a dog.
That's right. You know why? Because that was believe it or not, I don't know why, but it was a pretty big store for a long time, and I have no idea why. But everywhere I went, I got asked about it.
I'll tell you why.
Yeah, we can run that list.
You in duress, a stray dog comes up and turns.
So it was,
turns your whole life upside down.
Yeah, and I got to tell you, as someone that is working on the best of every day, the puppies were a big part of this show, and it brought so much comedy. And I'm sorry, Greg, but it wasn't just like, oh, let's do something about the puppies. It was things related that brought in comedy.
Physically beat me,
and it's just that's going to be a big theme of the best of. It is because that and rough patch dog.
But we do get updates, and they're all growing. And wow.
Wow.
I didn't think I was going to survive it.
I know. No, there were days
that was a lot of duress.
You were physically here, but you weren't here.
Unbelievable. I couldn't believe what I was hearing. I really couldn't. Every little step, it got worse and worse.
Golly.
Did you ever get rid of those pools?
Yes, but I think I still got one. I let the air out of it and wadded it up.
Okay.
But I need to get rid of it.
I
went through a lot of pools.
Yeah, you did.
They worked good till they got where they could scratch holes in them. That kind of ruined it.
I actually got an update. I didn't realize this happened because I gave the update about the mother deer that attacked our dog Buddy is birthed now twins in our backyard, and I told you that story yesterday. So I got an update from the woman who has Buddy now, who's a huge fan of the show. And she said,
Barbara?
She said, unfortunately, Buddy was watching the show with me when you talked it up. He looked like it traumatized him.
He flashed back.
She said he had kind of a reaction to it.
Yeah.
And I said,
That's funny.
yeah, and said he was sitting here.
He'd forgotten about it.
He was sitting here sleeping next to me, and all of a sudden he kind of popped up like,
Wait a minute.
So sorry about that.
Wait a minute.
Right, and so anyway, and another thing too, I was telling Adler about this. I think I'm ready to move my drum set. I think I got a drum set. I did one of these things, and I don't know what to do with this drum set. It just and Sherry kept bringing up. She goes, "Well, you think you'd ever want to play drums?" When I was like, "No, I don't think I want to." I said, "No one wants to hear a person play drums. I mean,
No.
it's just only if you don't have a band so one of our, I guess it was Brody. He kind of got into drums for a while, and he played, and he had a drum set, and now it just keeps moving around like it's in the way all the time.
Mm-hmm.
And in the dumbest move ever, I was trying to work a move that it would end up with my sister. Mm-hmm. I was trying to work this brilliant move.
That's pretty good call.
And she couldn't get it all loaded up, so she just took the snare and the hi-hat to try to see if her son, my nephew, would be into it. And that was a mistake because I let part of the drum set go, which it was immediately destroyed, of course. And and of course my sister heard what that was like, and so she wants no part of the rest of it. And so now I'm kind of stuck with a drum set that doesn't have a snare or a hi-hat. Now it's got everything else. It's got two mounts, and it's got good bass drum, and got a good floor tom and some crash cymbals and a ride cymbal. But so I've been trying to figure out what do you do with that?
Well, Greg was saying that he thinks that Ellis might want it, but you're going to keep it at his
what
house.
I was thinking.
Oh, you want to keep it in mine?
Yeah. So when he comes over, he can just
Since he doesn't have puppies to play with.
Yeah,
Since I got through that hell.
Right.
Because I think Ellis would love it, and maybe you just have it for your grandkids in general.
Yeah, so whoever's home
can come and bang on it.
That'd be great.
Yeah, I think that. So that's what I was thinking. And I'd be happy to load that up if you want me to bring it to work one day.
That's okay.
Rick said he'd even buy a new snare drum.
Yeah, I think I'm willing.
You're willing,
I think I'm willing to add that
Rick,
snare back.
Much as I'd love to have it,
he said he'd throw it in the back of Old Blue and you can take it home.
Yeah,
I ain't got to worry to put it. I moved all my furniture upstairs.
Oh, you still got it back down?
I want y'all to imagine.
Still in the middle of it.
Imagine Greg's grandkids coming over. Papa, you got a drum set? Papa, you got a drum set?
That may be better than a puppy.
Papa, have we got any more puppies? No, but we got a drum set.
Oh. Mom, can I go to Papa's and
They do ask
Please, Daddy.
Pace actually asked about the dogs the other day.
Well, tell him
came to the house and he
say
was
Papa
looking
don't have any more dogs, but he does have a drum set.
We have a drum set.
What about that?
Come on.
Huh?
I think that would be ideal.
Yes.
You could get the bass out, play with them.
Oh, yeah. There it is. There it is.
Greg, you go back here, teach him how to do that?
Yeah. No, well, you ain't got a snare or hi-hat. I mean,
he said he'd get one.
I'll tell you what. You take the drums. I'll throw in a snare and a hi-hat. I'll go get you one.
And you could even maybe make Papa's band, and you get your bass out and play with him.
Play.
Yeah.
Lisa get the tambourine.
Oh, yeah. Now we got
Papa's
some.
got a brand new band.
Greg, it's Tama. It's kind of like I told Adam. I said it's not like a drummer that's making a living quality, but it's also not a keeby little beginner either. It's kind of a good in between.
There you go.
Perfect for the kids.
See if you're serious about it.
Yeah. It's.
I may take you up on that at some point.
Yeah. So it's good.
Look, he's entertaining.
Got the drum. Got the bass drum.
I
pedal.
think it's more
They love
entertaining
that.
for him. Greg likes to beat on those drums too.
I do.
I got to ask you a serious question. I want you to be honest.
I might actually get good if I have
If
my own.
you didn't have storage stored up, storage. If you didn't have furniture stored upstairs,
It looks like
would you
furniture
take the
store.
drum set now, knowing that you had somewhere to put it?
If the snare
Not
was
without
included.
a snare, because I know the snare
If
never
the
show
snare
up.
was included.
If the snare was included.
You don't have room now because the furniture's up.
What
there.
happened to the other snare?
He's not answering.
I know you gave it, but I mean, did it disappear?
I think it was destroyed.
Really?
Yeah, I think it was broke.
Do you think she did it because she was tired of hearing it?
Probably.
Well, not a bad idea.
Yeah, I think she may have
said
gone.
he's going to replace
I stepped through it. You know?
But yeah, I'm
Scissors
wondering.
right through the middle.
Oh my goodness!
I was wondering though if it's still got everything. Why can't I just
You can get a
replace
new skin
the
on it,
head and the
right?
skin? I don't know what happened. What happened to my snare drum and my hi hat is a mystery.
It's a mystery.
It's a mystery.
There's some.
I don't know what
completely
happened.
disappeared.
I don't know if my sister backed over it. Apparently, it was destroyed. It's like you bring it up and you can't get an answer on it. I don't know what happened. Yeah, I don't know what happened.
He'll take it.
Yeah, but I got some pretty good stuff. I'll get you another snare and a little hi hat.
I'll buy my own stuff.
Huh?
I'll buy my own stuff.
Oh, I've got a stuff.
I think he's entertaining.
I got a stuff.
I think the grandkids would love it.
It'd be fun.
Boy,
I think you would love it, actually. You play them pretty well.
And they're shit. That way, Adler would like for you to have one at home, so Rock and Roll City can continue
I get a
to
little
for it.
Put a little time in.
Wouldn't you
Rock
like to see Greg put in some time?
Yeah.
Yes.
I can learn more than that one beat.
Yeah, frankly, yes, I would.
Yeah.
And the grandkids share so well, they'll.
Oh, that may be the answer right there.
Oh, well, you're talking about destroyed.
Yes. That
you
may
have
be
to
the
show
answer.
them the right way to do it. Right?
He's got to get the furniture down from upstairs.
Boy, y'all don't have any idea.
Is that a warehouse for the furniture operation?
Oh, yes.
Seems like that's a long way to go to store it.
It is.
There.
Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba.
So he goes out to the X, and then I'm like, all right, Dad, keep moving. Go up on the stage. Well, then he gets up on the stage. Well, to get onto the dais, as Greg just said, he has to pass everybody who's already sitting up there.
There's a lot of them.
Because they had dignitaries and they had people who were there, because they got a chance to sit with a person from their school or whatever. So don't think there's no one there. Just because he's a bee, they're putting the bees on the other side of the podium, which they need to do that because the metal, they would take one off this side, then one off this side, so it would work a little smoother.
Right.
So he's got to go, well, he just starts shaking hands and talking to everybody.
Look, and that holds the process
Yeah,
up.
he shuts the whole thing down.
Because they're going to introduce the next one, but he's in the way.
Yeah, he's now clogging. Because
he's saying hey to everybody.
Yeah. Oh, gosh, yes.
I was like I said, I was
Hey,
afraid he
boy!
was going to.
And of course, when I told him, I said, when I went up there and talked,
Hey, Ivy.
I went up there and talked to him during the dinner, and I'm like, Dad, you really need to keep it moving. Well, now one minute you tell me to wave and talk to people, now next minute you tell me to move on. Which one you want me to do? And I'm like, okay, Dad,
that is a good point.
We're sitting down, we're good.
He really needed. I was really wanting him to hurry up and get down the line.
Felt bad for Willie Davenport's son. Dad really had him and Luis Gonzalez blocked. But anyway, so
oh boy.
So,
did they just stand and wait, or did they ended up going around him?
No, you couldn't.
They had to wait. They quit the announcing.
They stopped announcing until Dad could get their seat.
He held the whole thing up.
Speedy wouldn't have been able to handle
it.
Which led me to the conversation where I said, let me tell you right now where we need to go with this.
Hey, you'd have been a nervous wreck.
Yeah, oh yeah. I couldn't even eat my dinner. He if I'm not eating,
I understand that.
If I'm not eating, it's bad. And the fact that I had a butter knife trying to cut a steak. But you look up on the stage. See, until he gets up and talks, I can't relax. I can't. So anyway, here we have if we finally get down.
If we're grading the entrance, I give it a C. It wasn't very good.
No, he gets
it wasn't a failure, but
he gets a C on the entrance.
Yeah.
But anyway, I'll tell you what. Let's break early and come back because is this going to be his intro and everything?
Yeah. That's
him walking down through there.
No. Just his intro video. So that'll be cool because a lot of you that don't know Dad's history, it's kind of a nutshell, about a 4-minute thing of his history. Now keep in mind, they told nobody to go over 3 minutes. And Dad's like, I don't need 3 minutes because I'm just going to say thank you. I said, that's what we need, Dad. Matter of fact, Dad, I said, let me tell you, you play your cards right. Especially since we started with the politician, people, you'll be a breath of fresh air. You'll be everybody's favorite.
You're right.
Because really, just like they were explaining to him, we're going to show a video of everything about you. There's bios in everybody's hands of everything about you. Really, when you get up there, it's really just a thank you. And and they even did things like people in the past have gone 24 minutes and they were embarrassed about it for the rest of their life. And I thought to myself, because they had an award they gave to a politician. And I thought, and I said this funny to Scott Myers, and I said, so to start the standard of staying inside 3 minutes, we start with the politician?
Yeah, wow.
That's not the guy you want to start with.
No.
Because let me tell you who's going to blow through 3 minutes. That's a politician.
That's like me kicking off the big speech about eating right.
Right.
You know what I mean?
They should have started with Bubba. They should have started with Dad, and then everybody would have said, oh, wow, that was
that's the
poignant, right to the point. So we'll come back. They'll show you the really cool intro video they put together for Dad, and his very, very quick thank you. He did stay inside what everybody told him to do, and we'll play that when we come back.
Rick and Bubba.
Dad, and thanks to everybody at the Alabama Sports Hall of Fame and all the former players and
Really had a great time seeing you, and it was a lot of work, but it is complete and it is done. So what we're going to play for you now, a friend of ours who's also in radio, Ryan Brown, was the MC of the event, and Ryan is like we start talking about radio is full of people from Jacksonville State University.
It really is.
And then a lot of them from Calhoun County. And so Ryan Brown's like us. Not only did he go to Jacksonville State University, he grew up in the same county we did. And so he starts out saying something about how Dad brought attention to that part of the country on a national level. This was during the run when Jacksonville State and all those coaches and all those players in Division II in the Gulf South Conference made a run where they won 56 ball games in 5 years. That's when you only had 10-game seasons. 56 ball games in 5 years, went to the national championship 3 times, and won the Gulf South Conference 4 times. So this was quite a run that was going on, and Ryan Brown talks about a moment when he realized that this era had taken Jacksonville State onto the national scene as well. And then it goes into the video, and then Dad will give us thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Mark. If you would indulge me, one personal note about our next inductee. I grew up in Anniston, Alabama, just down the road from here. And in the 90s, when I was in high school, there were 2 coaches that everyone talked about in our state, Coach Stallings and Coach Dye. But we thought we had a secret at Jacksonville State and Coach Bill Burgess. Until one Saturday, I was watching Ohio State, Michigan, and Keith Jackson was running through the scores, and the Division II playoff scores came up. Of course, Jack State won. And he said, Bill Burgess has another great team at Jack State. And I was shocked that Keith Jackson knew about Jacksonville State University. But this man helped put them on the map. Former Auburn fullback and national championship coach at Jacksonville State, Coach Bill Burgess.
After finishing his high school days at Jones Valley in Birmingham, Bill
It is 6 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba Show. Thanks for being with us today. We got the gang all here today. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, and Eddie Van Adler all here today. Welcome back, Bill Bubba Bussy.
Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you for joining us. It's the little party we call Rick and Bubba.
Here comes the money.
Elon Musk update. Hey! Money dollar. Elon Musk in the news today, Bubba.
Yeah, several stories today with Elon. One says that Elon is planning on charging people to use X.
Okay.
Because that's the only way to protect against bot accounts.
Right.
The billionaire owner of the platform, formerly known as Twitter, said users will face a small monthly payment.
Mm-hmm.
However, some experts warn that the change could be the final push for some to delete the app altogether.
Right.
So if you get rid of the bots, that's good, but what if you get rid of people that don't want to pay a monthly fee also? It could be the end as we know it.
That's tough.
What do you think? Would you pay for it?
It's all according with the price is. If the price is, I mean, I pay right now for things that are a lot less useful to me than X on being able to get information out, promote events, point people. But again, if that audience shrinks, then it's not worth me paying for.
So if you have Instagram and Facebook and all these others, do you need X if it costs, or what is the price point where you would go?
I wouldn't pay more for that than I pay for like a streaming service. Like
$10 a month.
I don't see it being that much. I see this being something like how we pay for storage now on our iPhones and Android devices, like it's 99 cents or $1.99 per month. I think that's probably what you're looking at here, because nobody will see the difference.
Right.
You start saying $6 to $10, then that changes the game.
Yeah. He just has to charge something.
Yeah.
In the bots. Yeah. It's I'm of the world.
What if
that,
the bots pay?
Yeah. I'm of the world that
What they did.
that free is overrated, and when you get to free, it creates all kinds of problems.
Yeah.
And I've even had people before tell me, which I think there's truth to this, when we do some of these men's services. Some of the churches, I'll say, well, a lot of people just do it for free, and they say, I don't want to do it for free. Then the men don't take it serious. They'll say they're coming, they're not coming, but you charge them $5, and they've got it on the calendar then, and they treat it a lot more serious. So free to me sometimes is it leads to an apathetic attitude about things.
Yeah.
So if it's a few dollars, I probably would, not because I think anybody cares what I have to say. It's not that at all, or engaging in arguments. It's because it's a pretty good marketing tool for a lot of things that I need to market.
Yeah.
And so it would probably be a good investment for me.
And most people have to pay for marketing.
Right.
And that's
Yeah.
what we're doing.
Right.
We're marketing ourselves or our
Right.
businesses or whatever.
Right.
And by the way, 528 or 530 million users at $1 a pop a month.
Yeah.
That's a big
look
clip.
out.
Yeah.
And I've heard a lot of people say this before about these social media, social networking sites. If it's free, you are actually the product. You are what is being sold.
Right.
Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Like they're selling your information, they're selling you. They're
Correct.
selling you. So
Correct.
you're actually the product
Right.
if it's
Yeah.
free.
Right. So yeah, I mean, now again,
So there, Greg.
It could get down to so many people cancel it that now it's not worth paying for.
Yeah, what do you do if you lose,
but,
20 or 30 million?
yeah.
How many do they have now? Because I know
billion.
they've lost a lot. When,
500.
with
That's
30
what it
million.
is.
Is that what they're
Yeah.
reporting? 530?
Yeah. So, I'm looking, when I look at all the different things that we have access to, for me personally, on the personal side, I think it's about even on the Rick and Bubba side. There's many more people that I have access to on X than I do on Instagram. Instagram's about almost half of what I've got on X. So I mean,
I think
if you combined them both, I mean that would not. That's a number of people that I wouldn't want to give that up.
I think my MySpace page will be good enough.
Yeah, there you go. and I don't have Facebook, so that one I've never really dealt with. The show does, and I know that Burgess Ministries does, but I don't really participate in that. But I'm basically Instagram and X, and those work well. Getting information about this is coming up. Don't forget that. Go check that.
Well,
out.
the real catch here is then the Laffer curve. You know, that we used to deal with Reagan. What is the point of diminishing return? How much can you charge to filter out bots without running off people? And there's a point. There's a tipping point there where you get maximum bot rejection, but you hold on to most of your subscribers, and he's got to find it.
Yeah, if you sell everybody that if you'll pay $1.99 a month to use X, we won't be dealing with robots anymore. You probably can keep most everybody.
Right.
You get much higher than that. You're probably getting to that.
So that you notice.
The only other thing that would concern me about this is the fact that you're talking about Instagram, and Instagram there's 2.35 billion people.
Right. Yeah.
And so likely the people that are on Instagram also have a Twitter account.
Yeah.
So you're promoting to the same people. If
Some
you've got a
crossover,
2.35 million worldwide market versus a 500 million.
Yeah.
So it may actually hurt them. This may be the thing that, because I don't get on Twitter that much anymore either.
Yeah.
I don't really. I mean,
yeah, it's not the problem.
I post things every once in a while, but I never get on it to look at everybody else's stuff.
No,
I go Instagram for that.
The problem
TikTok.
The problem I have with using Instagram, and it's probably the problem you have even on the Rick and Bubba side, is when it comes to Instagram, you got to have some sort of image.
Yeah.
When you go to X, you just put out you just put out the words. But if you're going to post something on Instagram, you got to put some sort of image up. Even put really what you're wanting to see is what you're going to write at the bottom, which then it becomes X with a picture. But then you have to pull a picture up every time. I'm like, would I have a picture that really?
I ran into that before when I was trying to get information out. You just take a picture of anything just to get the information out because mine went to X or Twitter at the time, and then Facebook.
And then they kept us from doing that. Now you can only send it to Facebook. You can't send it to X. And I was like,
because they own both of them.
Yeah, and I was like, well, okay.
Yeah.
And so
They're
anyway,
playing sides
so
now.
I probably would pay for it as long as it wasn't very expensive.
Well,
just,
it
just
says
because
in the
it's an
article,
investment.
he said it would be a very small fee.
Yeah.
But he didn't give the price.
But if you're a
Tam,
bot person and you that's how you're making your money by flooding things with bots, wouldn't bots just get accounts too?
I don't know. I don't know enough about that.
I think the power of the bot is the power of numbers,
Right.
and then once they make you
It
pay
costs
for
them.
it, then
Yeah.
then it really ends up hurting you. The thing that I love about Twitter and X is it seems to be the only social media site that is not bought and paid for by the left.
Right.
A
Not
total-
anymore.
Just
Yeah.
a total arm of the Democratic Party.
So that's kind of Elon Musk has pulled me back there because of that very point.
Yep.
And
It's critical we have somebody
Right.
that's free of all that.
Well, when we had a problem, and it's gotten better because we've found ways to get around it and thankfully for you, the audience. But we were getting one time the golden ticket seats were getting so ruined by people that were going in, which is why we changed the whole way we do it, and just reserving all the seats, and then they decided when they wanted to come, which was best for them, and then people thought the seats were full when they weren't, and then we were looking at empty seats because all the people that were grabbing all of them said, well, that week didn't work for me, or that day didn't work. And so we almost went to the point of what Elon Musk is talking about, make the seats cost something, not a lot, and that way if you decided to buy them and not use them, at least we got paid.
Yeah.
And that would break you of doing that. So there is something to charging changes the whole attitude towards something, but I understand the point. But I think he can get away with it if he keeps it small, and some people may welcome it to run some of the stuff off, and to get rid of some people you don't want on there anyway.
I wish he'd get back to launching rockets. Leave all that alone.
Phone calls are next. 866-WE-BE-BIG. We got lines available. Calvin Speedy Wilbur moving into the slot to take the phone calls and line them up and get them ready to go. Well, we'll take your phone calls when we come back. More Rick and Bubba right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Burgess enrolled at Auburn to play football and to learn how to coach under the legendary Ralph Schutzer. Burgess played with future Hall of Famers Tucker Frederickson and Jimmy Seidel. Not long after completing his eligibility at Auburn in 1962, Burgess became a coach on Shorty White's staff at Banks High School in Birmingham. In 1966, at the age of 25, he became the head coach at Woodlawn High. His 1969 team posted a 10-0 record, earning him Jefferson County Coach of the Year recognition. 2 years later, Coach Burgess accepted the challenge of taking over the program at Oxford High School in Calhoun County, a position he would hold for the next 14 years. During those years, Oxford posted a record of 107, 41, and 3. When the 1970s ended, Coach Burgess was named the county's Coach of the Decade. While he had already accomplished enough on the high school level to one day be inducted into the Alabama High School Sports Hall of Fame, Coach Burgess's greatest achievements were yet to come. Jacksonville State hired him to become the Gamecocks head coach in 1985, and his impact was immediate. In 1988, JSU won the Gulf South Conference, and Burgess was Coach of the Year. It would be the beginning of the greatest four-year period in the program's history. In 1989 and 91, Jack State would advance to the Division II National Championship games, only to see perfect seasons come to a close one step away from being number one. There was also a close call in 1990 when the Gamecocks lost in the quarterfinals. In 1992, Coach Burgess and his Jacksonville team would finally win it all, defeating Pittsburgh State 17-13 to claim the Division II National Championship. He was named the American Football Coaches National Coach of the Year, and Chevrolet named him as National Coach of the Year as well. When Burgess's coaching career ended in 1996, he had won 84 games at Jacksonville State, including a remarkable 12-4 record in playoff games. Since his retirement, he's received a number of honors, including being elected to JSU's Hall of Fame, the High School Hall of Honor, and the Division II Hall of Fame. In 2010, the JSU Board of Trustees voted to rename the football field in Coach Burgess's honor. Today, it is Burgess Snow Field at Jacksonville State. Now, Bill Burgess joins the State of Alabama Sports Hall of Fame.
Oh, no, he's getting his medal.
I know he's getting the medal. I was worried about this. I was afraid he was going to shake Kay Ivy's hand and knock her around a little bit.
I know. He's a rough handshaker.
I know, he's a very rough handshaker. You have to be ready for that.
Yeah.
And they're handing me. By the way, he got a very cool. He got a cool ring. Did you see that ring?
Yeah, it's nice.
Yeah.
Let me say, is this thing on? Let me say thank you. Hey, we had a lot of great players and great assistant coaches, and they all deserve credit because that's exactly what we had, and it was great to have that and get carried along for the ride. I guarantee you. But it's a great time. I enjoyed the heck out of it. Wouldn't swap it for nothing. It was a great place to be, and we had some great people to work with. But again, I just like to say thank you very much.
That's how you strike the point. You're done.
And over.
And done. And now I've got to find a way to convince him he's got to sit up there because he wants to go to the table where the family is.
Yeah.
And so we got it done. So that was handled. It was straightforward, and he got in this world famous. I guarantee you.
Well,
Oh yeah.
I was talking to a couple of his former players. Tim Sudduth and Willie Jett were there, and they said when he said, "Hey, is this thing on?" They thought, "Uh-oh," because he said he had that tone. They said he's fixing to say something.
I knew.
Yeah, it was.
That's a great video. Too.
Yeah, it was. Yeah. We were laughing because, and I won't say the name because I told him that I wouldn't, but we were laughing about this. The thing about coaching somewhere like Jacksonville State University, it's one of those things until something like that happens where you have a run, and they're doing it now. You can be obscure. Especially when you're not you're in a state where you're competing with two very well-known programs at Alabama and Auburn, and then all the others that are in the state. And one of the recruits was talking about how God gets you where He wants you to be, and he was talking about the impact that Dad had on his life. And there's so many stories like that, which we're so thankful for. And he said, "Let me tell you this." He goes, "Tell you what funny." He said, "I thought I had signed with Jacksonville State. I thought it was in Jacksonville, Florida." So here we go, 21 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show, first phone troll of the day. Phone troll means now we're restricting everyone to 30 seconds. You got to get your thoughts together, what you want to talk about, what you want to say, no meaningless shout-outs, no shameless plugs. The buzzer takes care of those. We're not doing baby predictions or anything like that. It is designed for you to make a comment, to ask a question, and to bring some information to the table. We do have a timeout. Helmsy's got one. Bubba's got one. They can use that, but they only have one apiece. So gather your thoughts. Get it together. Lines are available. Speedy is taking your phone calls now. We'll start with Lance out of Sweet Home, Alabama. Trolling.
Keep them phones a trolling.
Here we come, phone trolling, phone troll. Lance, welcome to Rick and Bubba. 30 seconds. Go right ahead.
Hey, guys. I apologize if y'all have already covered this, but St. Louis Cardinals pitcher Adam Wainwright just got his 200th win of his career last night. He's retiring at the end of the month, but not before he performs a post-game press conference with 3 original country songs from his upcoming country album.
What a way to go out!
What a way to go out! That's the way. No, I didn't know that.
So he's going into the country music business.
You remember he's the one sang the national anthem.
Right.
That's
right. Yeah. Let's go to Brittany.
A lot of information. That's a good call.
That was
a lot
good
of
call.
information
20
put
seconds.
together very well. Yeah.
Brittany, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Hey, good morning, guys.
Hey.
Me and my family was there Friday in the golden ticket seats, and we just want to say what an amazing experience it was, and we just love you guys and love what you stand for. But on a more important note, is there any way that we can set up somewhere to send Greg some money or maybe a GoFundMe when he forgets his wallet?
Yeah,
I think Greg needs he needs a standing GoFundMe.
That was a hard thing to have to go through.
Look, I worked through it, and it all worked out in the end.
And now, got my wallet now you're in the furniture delivery business.
By the way,
just wait for that.
Was it where you thought it was?
Yeah, it was. I just walked out and left it.
Okay. Yeah. Well,
Little Lee Hubbard went by and got it and brought it to me.
Thank you, Little Lee Hubbard. Billy, Alabama. Go ahead, 30 seconds.
Hey, good morning. I know y'all is a brilliant businessman, but I was listening to the show on Apple Podcasts for the first time, and there was no advertisements. I was just curious if there's a reason you can't monetize on that particular application.
Which one? Are you talking about the Daily Archives or Rick and Bubba University, the podcast?
Just the regular Rick and Bubba show, I think.
All of it's monetized.
Yeah, it's all monetized. Yeah, you.
But you can't do advertisements. I know you get paid from.
We do.
Listen.
We do, but it's the advertising. It just doesn't have as many spots in it because the Daily Archive, the commercial breaks are taken out. But there are unique. First of all, our endorsement spots, our live spots, are on every platform everywhere, and so that's our platinum kind of most expensive marketing option. And then there are unique advertisers that are dropped in on the Daily Archives. If you listen to it long enough, one of those will come up here or there. There's just not as much of it, but that's by design.
And sometimes you may hear a show that doesn't have them because that's a third party that I put them in, placements in, and then the third party takes and actually puts the commercial in there.
Right.
And sometimes they don't do it, or because it may be that this for the next day or the next day, however schedule it. But trust me, we're doing everything we can to monetize it.
The bottom line, what you appeared to hear was the exception, not the rule.
Exactly.
There you go. Yeah,
exactly.
Shane in
For
Alabama.
whatever reason that day.
Shane, go ahead. 30 seconds.
Hey, just a quick question. How is Speedy's smoker cough?
How's his what?
His smoker's cough?
Oh, how's his cough? Is it any better?
I think it's been better lately, don't you?
Yeah, he's just strictly smoking cigars now, and he don't inhale, so he's good.
Yeah. Randy in Huntsville. Randy, go ahead. 30 seconds.
That was your buddy Greg. Not me.
Vegas, how are y'all?
Hey, we're good. We ain't got no band, Randy.
Ain't got one. Anyway, just check and see if you guys have seen the video of the wedding party getting in a fight with the cops at the bar, and one of the ladies tried to grab the cop's gun, and he knocks her out.
I haven't seen it.
No, I haven't seen that one.
If you get a minute, check that one out. Valor's available to look at that one. They try to get into a bar. They won't let them in because they're obnoxious. Cops show up. They get into it, and the lady tries to grab the cop's gun.
I saw a band director get tased.
Yeah, we did. Finally saw some pretty good footage of that.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Look.
Yeah. Let's go to Silas in South Carolina. Silas, go ahead. 30 seconds.
Good morning, gentlemen. Hey, just a heads up. I'll be in Collinsville this Saturday, just below Dog Hill at the trade days. I got a slightly used F-350 fighter jet, just a fixer-upper. I know what I got. It's on sale. It's for sale, not on sale. It's 1.2.
No.
But I know what I got.
So you're below Dog Hill. So how close are you to the corn dog stand?
Oh, I'm just a good 3-minute stroll, probably. But hey,
this thing with this F-35 is weird.
Yeah,
I mean, it's just weird.
I was trying to get some more information. That's why I was delaying talking about it. I don't know that it's all going to get here in time, but it is very strange.
Todd, go ahead. 30 seconds. How are you?
Yeah, Dad. Yeah, Dad.
Hey guys, how are y'all doing? Hey, I was just wondering, Rick, have you ever had a nickname?
Yeah. I mean, it's it's almost like the nicknames I've had were only for very specific people. It never picked up any general. Like everybody started calling me that. Like my roommate from college calls me Jiggy. But that it seems it's just really him. He's the only one that calls me that. So
is there a reason for that?
No. Yeah. Well, it went back. I think you know how things go. You know, at one point, you know, because when I leveled out, and I'm pretty average size now, but when I was a very large 12-year-old and 13-year-old, and so you know, I picked up a lot of biggin, a biggie, and then somehow he turned Biggie into Jiggy.
That's it.
And I don't know how that happened, and I don't know if Will Smith had something to do with it. I don't really know, but. So,
I love how nicknames get started.
And I think I remember in Little League, I was called Big Bird.
That's
from
right.
Bird.
I forgot about that.
Yeah,
Big Bird.
Big Bird.
I remember that now.
Yeah. So but nothing that became like everybody calls me that. Not one of those. Right. Yeah. Not nothing at all. And so it's just kind of stayed like it is. And then I had one like a junior high basketball coach that kept calling me. It's not a nickname, but he kept calling me Ricky, and I wouldn't answer to it. And that led to me getting in a little bit of trouble. He said, "Why aren't you answering me?" I said, "Because you're not calling me by my name. If you call me my name, I'd answer you. My name's not Ricky."
Come on, Ricky.
And that didn't go over very well.
Yeah.
Coaches in those days didn't tolerate young people that
had their own opinion about things.
In those days, if your coach called your name, you just answered to it.
Yeah.
Yes,
sir.
You just adopted the new name. And of course, our dad did that. Our dad could, but our dad he mispronounced names, and then people were too afraid of him to tell him to correct him.
Yeah, they just answered to it.
Yeah. So Roger in Oxford, Alabama. Roger, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
How y'all men doing this morning?
Good.
Excellent, sir.
Good.
I was going to say, look, I graduated Oxford High School in 1984.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, and I used to cheat off Greg Burgess. He sat in front of me in class.
Boy,
I seen better writing than deer rubbing.
If you copied off Greg's paper,
you were in trouble,
that's
buddy.
that's desperation.
Greg made good grades, and he let you cheat off his test, but you couldn't read it.
I tried to help you out.
The claw.
The claw. Did anybody ever copy off our paper? I don't think
so.
Yeah. If you move toward the Burgess brothers to copy off our paper, you're in a bind.
You bypassed a lot of people who could have helped you when you got to us.
Yeah, you want to copy more than a C, right?
Yes.
Because you're going to get some error in that.
And that's us showing out. If we made a C, that means we really worked on it.
Oh, C plus.
Yeah.
You talking about I get about 78? I was really doing it.
Bottom of the hour.
Rick and Bubba.
And he said, I'm in the car, and I keep going, where are we going? They said, you going to Jacksonville State? He said, we're going the wrong way. And they said, it's in Alabama, not Florida. And he's like, what? And so
he's going to Jacksonville,
Florida. So anyway, he said, but I sure was thankful that I ended up playing for this man. And great era, did a great job. And I'll tell you, I know a lot of times we throw around terms like they broke the mold. They don't make them like that anymore. And sometimes those phrases might be overused. When you say those things about this man, Bill Burgess, it applies.
Yeah,
they do not make them like that anymore. And there is one mold. I've never seen any human being like him. And Greg is close, but as he slowly begins to turn into that. And certainly we picked up some things from him. But I'm telling you, the things he gets on the run about and his commentary on life in general and people and he did his world famous thing where everybody he met, you would have thought that he knew you and knew exactly who you were, what was going on. He looked at me and goes, now who was that? And so I mean, he's been the master of that his whole life.
Don't tell his secrets. Right?
Yeah, well, he knows play. But I mean, if you didn't play for him, you didn't coach with him, and there's look at this, look at the body of work. That doesn't mean anything negative against anybody, but sometimes
you meet a lot of people. It's hard
sometimes if you're in a line of work where you meet a lot of people, it gets hard to remember. Just like when I called Jeff Spiegel, Matt. Sorry about that, Jeff.
Okay. His close and personal friends call him Matt.
How about this? Didn't hit me, Jeff, till I was walking out of the Hall of Fame, and I apologize for that. Jeff Spiegel, sports, and he did the press conference, got that over in front of everybody.
Matt?
Asked him the questions, and I sure was thankful to Matt. I meant to be thankful to Jeff Spiegel. I apologize for that. And no dig at you, Matt Coulter.
Rick and Bubba.
Getting us ready to go, but if you want to get in right now, you can. Just make a move at 866-WE-BE-BIG. 30 seconds a pop. The old buzzer sounds. Your time on the program comes to a close. We'll go to another caller unless Bubba rings the timeout bell or Helmsy throws a flag, which also brings the bell. We can do that twice, but that's only twice, so we can't. We got to be careful with our. We got to be careful with our timeouts. We can't just throw them around. So we'll get started with James in Nashville, the Music City. Trolling.
Keep them phones a-trolling.
Here we come, phone trolling. All right, James, you're on. Go right ahead. You got 30 seconds.
Good morning, man.
Hey, buddy.
Hey, I am just, like I said, I'm from Nashville. Man, the draft here in Nashville was absolutely awesome. I don't know if you guys caught it on TV.
Yeah, it looked like a few people out in the streets there.
Yeah, I went down there, and it was absolutely amazing. Over 600,000 people over the 3 days. And CeCe Winans just did an outstanding job on the national anthem. You could hear
Yeah, she's great. It was quite an event. I saw some highlights from it, and it really. I wish it had not rained, but it didn't seem to affect anything.
No. Yeah, and then Saturday was beautiful. They continue the rounds, and they're just right back out there.
And they wish they'd had that weather for the first round, but yeah, you're right.
Know. Saturday was
well.
Beautiful.
They got in the opening ceremony in the first few picks before the rain started. So
that was good. Scott in Alabama. Scott, 30 seconds. Go right ahead. Welcome to the show.
Hey, good morning, guys.
Hey, buddy.
Hey, I think Danny Moore's missing out on a very good opportunity here on that portrait for you guys.
I agree.
Yeah, and we need to sell it to them as not the radio dynasty, but the athletic dynasty that Rick and Bubba are. You do a collage like the '92 championship thing they did for Alabama. In the center is the anchor of the Rick and Bubba softball still undefeated team, and then you have your individual pictures, Bubba with his Lions tennis.
You know what? He's on to something. Yeah. Let me tell you, some of the ties that they've made to sport in the past, this is not a stretch. Because I kept thinking, I told him, which slayed the room, and I said, instead of Daniel Moore, instead of you painting Bo over the top, how about Bubba over the slop?
Well, we always said that was our connection to Daniel Moore, was the undefeated charity softball team.
But he see what he's talking about, the collage. You put that as,
and then Larry K. Martin was the outdoors angle where he put our face on possums.
That's right.
That was digging through a trash can.
When they call it eating time, dinner time, or whatever. But then but he's talking about put the undefeated softball team at the middle. And then outside of that, the individual stuff, your tennis stuff over here, and you got old 75 over here, and you just start putting stuff out there. And
Rick, they usually don't, at the highest levels of sports, don't honor volunteer assistant coaches.
Well,
that's
but not most of them are called the face either.
Right, that's true. I got news for you though. With a lot of these organizations, we round up a donation. I bet you we can get something. Let's go to anonymous call out of Anniston. Anonymous, go ahead. 30 seconds. How are you? Five minutes past. All right, Car Shield is there for you. If your automobile's out of warranty, something goes bad, you can be paying for that. Auto repairs, by the way, one of the many things that is going up. But here's what's funny. I don't mean funny, funny like what in the world. They actually are exceeding the rate of inflation. So they've gone up 20% from last year, 4 times the rate of inflation. So if the automobile breaks down and it's got no warranty, I hope you got some money because you'll be paying for that directly. CarShield.com/Bubba offers protection plans that would help you with this. They start as low as $100 a month, no long-term contracts, options to fit every budget, providing repair coverage for up to 5,000 parts from alternators to big-ticket items like your transmission. Even if your car is just over 3 years old, it's still prone to expensive costs. So we use automobiles for a lot more than point A to point B. They are a way of life. So they've got roadside assistance available 24/7. They've got courtesy towing. That's an option. A rental car while yours is being repaired, coast to coast on the roadside assistance, by the way. So why don't you look right now at carshield.com/Bubba. Take a look. 20% off your plan because you're part of our Rick and Bubba family. Also mention our code Bubba when you call 1-800-451-7776. That link also at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. So, Bubba, we have many people commenting on it today. There's ongoing discussion about it. What in the world is going on with this F-35 crashed in the field 80 miles from base? There's talk that TikTok found it before the military did. I mean, what's going on?
Yeah, very disturbing. We the report we had said there was an incident. The pilot ejected. We were not told if this was on purpose or accidentally. We did not. We didn't know if the aircraft was in distress about to crash or not. Apparently, it was not about to crash immediately because it flew by itself another 80 miles.
Right.
Where it did crash, and there was a search for it. We couldn't find it. Reports are out today that it was actually the wreckage was on TikTok before the military even had it. And, of course, TikTok is owned by the Chinese. So that is a little disturbing. There's also a report out that the $80 million aircraft, that a study had raised fears that the jet could be hacked by the enemy because of its, computers and technology on board. I do find it strange, again. Now, it is a stealth aircraft, so let's say it zooms off into the blue and our radar cannot pick it up because it is stealth, okay? I'll kind of buy that. But I can't believe it had such a failure that its beacons were not working, that its telemetry was not working, that it lost total control of the ground, and they had no idea where this thing was. It's just strange and, quite frankly, unacceptable. And somebody needs to be held responsible for this, and the problem needs to be fixed because now we have a 2-day ground on all of these aircrafts all over the world until they figure out what happened. And again, that's probably the right thing to do. I wish they wouldn't make it public so that, I don't need to know that the F-35 has been grounded, and neither do the Chinese.
Right.
Or the Russians.
Right.
Or anybody else who would be an adversary to the United States. So I don't mind them doing it. I just wish they wouldn't tell us about it.
Well, also, I mean, if I'm out there and I go, I wonder if we can hack one, this may be us looking around each other in the room going, apparently we can. Was it successfully hacked? And a lot of people think that would explain a lot if the pilot lost control of the vehicle of the plane because it was hacked, and then they were able to crash the plane and the pilot had to get out. Everything else just seems odd. We don't have a beacon on it, like you said. That's odd. We can't find it.
Well, they said that the beacon was not working.
Mm-hmm.
But beyond the beacon, there's other telemetry links that they have with these planes. And I just can't believe that they totally lost it. That does not make sense. But keep in mind, too, with all the radar we've got, and, we're supposed to have a dome over the United States so we can detect a foreign attack.
Mm-hmm.
But we've lost these jetliners before. And that's just amazing to me with all the technology we have that we just lose something like that. Even more so, this plane in the continental United States over the land. Now, it didn't zoom out over the water, 50, 60 miles out. It was over, and it's quite frankly, it's a wonder it didn't hit and kill somebody.
Yeah, they did release who the pilot was, though. Yeah, we're showing a picture.
That's
Hunter Biden.
Well, it's embarrassing. I don't know any other way to put it. Things happen with our aircraft, but the way that, we had to go out there and ask the public to help try to find it.
Mm-hmm.
When they had a hotline number out, Rick, I was like, "Are you kidding me?" We're acting like an F-35, an $100 million aircraft, like it's a lost cat.
I know it was.
It was. And did you see all the memes of people that had the
sure.
which was hilarious.
It was meme city.
Yeah, somebody in the Capitol on January 6th. You see him holding one. It never stops.
No, it doesn't.
There's just a lot of unanswered questions, and we'll never know, I guess. But
I don't believe
let's just say it was hacked, and they turned out all the, sensory whatever beacons and all this kind of stuff. Don't we still have a radar to where we can see where it is?
Well, it is.
Or is
stealth.
Was it in stealth ghost mode?
Well, it's just it doesn't reflect radar like normal planes, but
yeah,
surely we have something that's a little better than the normal, because our enemies have stealth planes now too. I mean,
I don't know what hacking capabilities are out there.
Yeah. No, I don't.
But
know.
I know if I was looking at my checklist, here's what I would say: take control of the plane.
Mm-hmm.
Can we do that? Let's try that. How can we get that beacon off where they can't find it?
Let's turn it off.
Let's get the beacon off.
Eject pilot.
What about radar? Well, it's stealth. We should be fine there. Okay, so we can make sure they can't see it on radar. I think that'll handle itself. Okay. What about the pilot? Well, we'll
eject him.
We'll eject him. So if I can take control of the plane, turn the beacon off, it can't be seen on radar, and eject the pilot, then I can destroy it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. You can.
Yeah.
And there's $80 million down the drain. And I don't have to fear these either because I can just take them down.
And apparently on this, there was two of them
I'm not
together.
saying that's what happened. I'm
right,
just saying,
on this training mission, the other plane did not have any issues and returned to base.
Right.
It didn't just follow the plane that kept flying?
No, they went back to base. Let it go.
That doesn't make any sense.
None of it does.
So wouldn't somebody say, let's say Greg was lost, but I knew where he was.
Lost?
If
I would
follow
follow him and go, no, he's not lost. I got him. I'm with him right now. I'd even call y'all and say, here we are.
We've lost control of over something. Can you see it? Yeah, I can see it. It's kind of drifting out. Can you follow, see where it goes?
Yeah.
I mean, as opposed to
that
come on back.
makes sense, Speedy. By the way,
Yeah, it does.
I mean, it really
Wouldn't
does.
it? You're
Once
coming
he
back.
identified the pilot's okay, shoots out, send the rescue guys. I'm following the plane.
Mavericks ejected from the plane. All right, so the plane has no pilot. No, it doesn't. You want me to follow it? No, come on back. I mean,
just let it go.
That doesn't make any.
What?
I mean,
really
no, come on.
None of it does.
No.
None of it does.
No. No.
Y'all, I can't get over. We had a hotline set up for tips. If you've seen
Come
our missing
on,
F-35,
guys,
y'all, that's just that's not right.
I'm starting.
Hey, so and so is going to call Swap Shop, see if we can find it. Yeah, I mean, what are we doing?
I'm starting to get mad about it now.
Well,
Okay, this says it here. It
You kind of
says,
should.
listen, it says the plane was flying in tandem with another jet. For some reason, returned to base after the mishap rather than following the pilotless aircraft.
Why?
What?
What are we doing?
Again.
It says it was a training flight, so maybe the pilot didn't have
The expertise.
expertise to
still-
follow
but
it,
there's
or the
people-
hours, or something. I don't know.
But he doesn't make that decision, or she on her own, or
Well,
his
I mean,
own.
maybe somebody on the ground said, "Look, this is the rules of engagement in this. You make this flight and you come back. Period." You know.
That's right. Yeah.
Maybe they had limited fuel. It
Right.
only went 80 miles. I mean, I would think it could go a lot further than that if it had a full tank.
But what if it? Okay, never mind. I'm just gonna stop.
No, I understand your logic
Right.
completely.
What if it crashed in a subdivision?
I know.
Well, what if it, crashed in downtown?
I don't
or
think it
something?
crashed where they said it crashed.
Well, it probably,
there we go.
No, you're right. It
I
probably
think we
wouldn't.
dumped some
I
stuff
don't even
out
think it
there
was a real
and
plane.
want everybody to think that's what happened.
That's exactly.
That's what I think.
I think
going on.
Well, yeah, you
They've
go
lied to
wild.
us for years and years and years.
Yeah.
Were they going to stop now?
That's why the pilot turned around
huh?
so he couldn't see it.
It's aliens.
Was it an alien abduction?
Yep.
Oh, here we go.
Or was this thing headed to the Ukraine and we just needed to wait for it to disappear?
There you are with Ukraine again.
Well, I'm just asking. What's as good as any theory? Why are they hiding it?
You want me to follow it? No, let's go into Zelensky.
This thing has been fumbled worse than the Roswell spacecraft.
I will
crash.
fly it back. Give it to me.
What was that?
That's Zelensky.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Yeah, did y'all? I saw something on the internet where Carmen's going to be engaged, and have y'all heard anything about that?
That is correct. We're supposed to interview him coming up. I think
we're gonna see. I think he's June
This summer.
15th. He's going to be there, and I think we're interviewing him June the 11th.
Yep. So we'll interview him. That is true. Let's go to Eric. Eric, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Hey, Biggin.
Hey.
Hey, I was wondering if Rick had a chance to ruin Marvel's Endgame yet.
Well, you're very fortunate. We talked about that out of the gate today. There was a panic over Rick and Bubba Land that I had seen it this weekend. I was way too busy. I haven't seen it, so you still have time.
Yeah,
Okay,
but
good,
don't wait around.
Don't wait around.
I appreciate it.
Thank you, buddy. Let's go to Chuck in Cincinnati. Chuck, welcome to the program, buddy.
Chuck.
30 seconds. Go ahead.
Hey, did y'all see the news story out of Oxford, Alabama about the barbecue restaurant, Brad's Barbecue?
Yeah, I did.
Did you say it? What is it? What happened?
Okay. Well, there was a lady in there by herself eating, and three young men come over and sat with her. They showed it on the news up here in Cincinnati. Just a really good, and it said Oxford, and I thought of you guys immediately. And just a really good story about people helping out an older lady that didn't have anybody to eat with her.
Oh, really? No, I didn't see the story. So, yeah, thanks.
She was eating by herself, and they went over and asked her, and come to find out her husband had died. It was like their anniversary. And she was
Oh, man.
in there.
Wow.
Yeah.
Oh, watch out, Greg.
Yeah.
Wow.
Tearjerker.
Did you well up a little bit?
Yeah, I thought about it.
You thought about
That's
it.
why he wasn't talking about it. He's
Look,
afraid he's
you
going to
see
get
him-
upset
see him
about
get his
it.
coffee?
I know. He covered it. He covered a cracking voice with
But
some
it was
coffee.
down there in Oxford.
That is very nice.
He did bring it up
Seriously.
one morning before the
Very
kickoff hour, and then excused himself. Said he had to go use the bathroom. But I could tell.
Can I tell you what's kind of
Dang allergies.
I tell you what's kind of cool about that is here's a guy from Cincinnati. You know, he's so in the loop on the show and is catching the show, which we thank him for that. And we don't even have an affiliate there, but he's still getting the show, and he's so ingrained in the show. When Oxford, Alabama comes up on a national story, he's like, that's at Rick and Bubba City. That's that Rick and Bubba place.
That's our bunch.
That's where you stop and go to the bathroom between Birmingham and Atlanta.
There it is.
So what a great story, and commend those guys for doing that. 866 We Be Big. Let's go to Christian in Locust Fork. Christian, go ahead. 30 seconds.
Hey, y'all.
Hey.
I just wanted to let y'all know that I'm not allowed to talk to my husband in the mornings because he has to listen to y'all's show.
What's wrong with that? I thought you said there was a problem.
Well,
It
I
is
think
a
you need to
problem.
speak when spoken to.
Greg.
Y'all be nice. Y'all need to tell him right
Kristen.
now to get to work.
Here's the thing. You just look
Kristen, come
at
on.
it as a little timeout.
That's right.
How about that?
That's a blessing. Nobody should complain about a husband that likes the Rick and Bubba show because he's hearing stuff here that'll make
He's going to bring home later in the day. Going to be good for you.
That's right. He's becoming the man you need by listening to this show.
That's right.
Don't talk to me. Rick and Bubba's on.
That's right. Yeah.
Love it.
Everybody needs a little 4-hour break in the morning.
Greg, Greg, what'd you say? Don't interrupt your man when he's got something. He's got
He'll let
something.
you know when you can speak.
Send it directly to Greg.
Look at
Just bypass me, okay? I'm not going for
Hey,
it.
y'all know I'm really that
Greg,
way.
Greg, yeah.
My wife's at work. She can't hear this.
Yeah, I was watching you and I at the induction, as usual, gripped in fear that something was going to send our wives in the wrong direction.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? They like handling the explosives.
Hey, buddy.
Hey, buddy, hey.
Greg, I tell you what, this must be why I don't have breakfast yet. You in here talking to me?
Yeah, hey, like you get cooked if you shut that yap. Let me say, Lisa still is at work, right?
Right.
That's right.
No, ma'am.
Boy, what if today was a holiday? You'd be in trouble.
I'm in trouble.
Ma'am, we're just saying you're blessed. That's all we're saying. We're kidding about that.
We're
other part.
joking.
We're kidding about the other part of that.
Seated and silent.
And she seemed like a very perky person. And in the morning you can be too perky.
You can
until you ramp up.
Okay,
Well,
you're right.
my wife talks about that because my youngest son he's one. There's different types, morning types, and my wife is very similar to Bubba because by the time Bubba says he gets up and what time we have to be here, I've never understood it, but I understand he's like Sherry. He's a ramp up guy.
Oh yeah, definitely ramp up.
See, I'm not a ramp up guy. I'm out of the bed, in the shower, let's go. I don't want to get up early, but I'm gonna stay in the bed the longest amount of time I can.
Yeah.
So my son is one of these. I don't want anybody to talk to me when I get up. I don't want to speak. I don't want to converse. I don't want to do anything. And so Sherry's kind of, well, you can't get him. I said, Sherry, some people just like that. I mean, leave them alone in the morning, and then when they get woke up, give them some time, especially if they listen to Rick and Bubba.
Well, here's the thing with Kristen too. We do have commercial breaks. I mean, so she's got little timeouts.
That's a great.
Ten minutes to the top.
Come on with it.
I said, where you from? All right, so a couple of stories. We'll start with the wacky world. Look around the old wacky. Wacky, wacky, wacky. Baby, ooh, baby, it's making me crazy. Every time. The wacky world. Bubba, the dad blames wife's C-section for making him crack, ruining his marriage, in a bizarre suit. This is an Australian man, and he has filed a massive lawsuit against the hospital and their staff because he says they pressured him and encouraged him to watch his wife's C-section, which he says caused him to develop a psychotic illness because he said what he saw he was traumatized by. Now, all of my babies are C-section babies, and for the most part, they were pretty normal, except when they leave a house, they crawl out the window. But other than that, and I don't recall anybody encouraging me to do more than just, here comes the baby, take a look, we're going to hand the baby to you once we check, the score. Here comes the baby. They never said, they always had me seated with a curtain that I couldn't see anything until the baby was coming out. Never did they make me look, watch us cut your wife open and see what's down in there.
Crazy awesome.
I was never encouraged to do that, nor did I want to do that. The whole thing, no matter how they get here, is a bit traumatizing, no matter what the situation.
Yeah.
But I've never said that. No one ever encouraged me to look at really what is surgery. they only told me to get ready when the baby was actually being produced.
Now, I enjoy that. I like that. I like studying that. I used to love Discovery TV when they would show the surgeries. Now, some of them are easier to take than others.
Sure.
When our kids were born, they did come out the normal way, and I got down there. I wanted to see it all and be a part of it. But I understand that's not for everybody. I've also seen part of Betty getting her arm fixed one time. And that, if you're not used to it and kind of desensitize yourself. I know we went to the pre-birthing classes, and that was one of the ways I desensitized myself to it, because some of that was a little shocking, But now the guy who filed this has been, his claim was shot down in the Supreme Court in Melbourne last week.
Okay.
He was seeking $1 billion Australian dollars.
Come on, man.
Roughly $643 million in U.S. dollars in damages and psychological injury from the Royal Women's Hospital.
Come on.
His wife successfully gave birth via C-section back in 2018. Years later, however, he came forward and claimed that the hospital and its staff breached their duty of care when they encouraged and permitted him to watch the delivery.
Yeah.
Wasn't there a rumor, I don't know if it was ever proven or not, that Elvis had some kind of hang-up about that too? We used to call it the Elvis syndrome.
Yeah, there was a rumor, and I don't know if that was ever true. That once
but I'd always heard that.
Once Scylla gave birth and he experienced that he no longer wanted to visit the location.
Right.
And now
I can't
fired
up.
I can't get past it, Scylla.
Yeah, Scylla. And thank you. No, thank you. I think he actually began to say no, thank you. But anyway, so
I think I'll pass.
The king is out.
Yeah, I like what you have on, but no, thank you. But anyway, so I don't know that that's true. That actually was said.
But I'd always heard that.
But he claimed, this guy claims when he saw the blood and the organs, which I've often warned. I warn all dads, be very leery of the trash can. Whatever you do not look at that bucket.
And don't look over the curtain.
No, don't look at that bucket. But anyway, wow, hello. Is she going to need that? No, we're discarding that.
You're just sitting on the chest there. Okay.
Oh my goodness.
Wow.
Yeah. Okay. But he says that.
Do you think he went a little high on the amount he was asking?
He really did, and it says it caused a breakdown in the marriage. And somehow I think if I looked into that marriage, that probably wasn't what caused the breakdown. But he claims that they somehow are liable. But as you said, he's not. He's not getting anywhere.
No, he didn't win. They threw it out.
Yeah. So. Speaking of being wealthy, Fauci and his wife, we now have Dr. Fauci and his wife's net worth when he departed the government post, and they said it exceeded $11 million.
See, there's something doesn't make sense about all that, because going into this, at one point they were only worth $2 million before the pandemic. And that may have been a dip. I don't know. But how does he make up, $9 million during the pandemic when everybody else's accounts went down?
I didn't know that he was the highest paid federal employee.
Yeah, we talked about that in the day. He was the number one highest paid employee
for over $480,000 a year, more than the president makes, which that's interesting. So it says his net worth, as you said, Bubba, went up $7.6 million,
And we wonder why.
Well,
he might have been selling Roback.
Roback.
Yeah. Go Roback.
So little Fauci. I mean, looking back on little Fauci, he's a dirty little Fauci.
There's not many people I want.
Fauci.
Yeah, he's a.
Do you think old Rand Paul's combing over these numbers?
No
doubt about
Rand Paul,
that.
he ain't slept when he got these numbers. He's going through them. So it said he spread his assets across trust funds, retirement accounts, college education accounts. He has invested in mutual funds with no documented holdings of individual stocks, except for the one on the side that he has, of course. I bet he's got himself a couple of pharmaceutical companies in there.
I tell you.
Yeah, right.
Well, most mutual funds do.
Sure they do. So anyway, I don't know.
Wait. So pre-pandemic, too.
Well, it was at
11.
Well, these numbers, it's a lot of minutia here.
A lot going on.
So at one point, It says Fauci's net worth still went up sharply from $7.6 million in 2019. But at one point it says it was 2.2 prior to that.
Right. It kept jumping.
Yeah.
Also in money news, Katy Perry sells her music catalog for $225 million. I can't imagine.
Isn't she a little young for that?
Worth that?
To sell out her catalog?
Well, I go back to this again. I think
that's usually when they're checking out, right?
Yeah, I think what's happening now. Yeah, I think what's happening now is because artists make so little money on music sales, they're like, well, I need to sell my catalog and get a big old chunk, and then keep making money on concerts. You know, it's like well, my music catalog is worth more now on this format than if I just keep selling it myself.
Yeah.
But somebody thinks they can sell it.
Yeah, I start to say how they're going to make their money back.
Well,
because they're not
through
going to
commercials and stuff like that. Not selling music online. They'll use it for marketing and stuff. And I guess instead of her having to hassle with trying to get those deals, she'll just take the big lump sum and they can go get those deals.
Yeah.
They can do with it what they want. So that's interesting. So $225 million. That's I mean, I can't imagine. I mean, look, I understand it's not my cup of tea, so I don't understand the value of it. But just because I don't like it doesn't mean it's not worth a lot. I guess it is. You know,
worth it for somebody.
Yep. Right. So there we go. We also we didn't get to the Maren Morris story today too, but she says she's leaving country music because of the Trump years.
I didn't know she was in country music.
I wonder how do they pin this one on Trump?
I don't know. Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba.
She's got 6 minutes, top of the hour. What more you got to say?
That is a great point.
That's right.
Ooh,
Oh, we should have told her that. That's good advice.
Let me say this though. He's probably listening to the commercial breaks or stuff, and he's
that's true.
That's
I don't want him to tune out, but I'm just saying if you have
background
to have
noise, you're still going to hear the key parts.
Mm-hmm. Kevin in Decatur, 100.3 The River. Kevin, go ahead.
Monkey grass and green acres.
Welcome. Go ahead.
Well, I was disappointed with the person, I don't remember who it was, that announced the Miami Dolphins' 233rd pick in the draft. But the pick was, and Rick, you might have a good person to have announced that pick. It was Chandler Cox with the Auburn Tigers.
And which pick was that, 224?
233, I believe it was.
7th round.
All right, let's see what the Miami Dolphins are going to do here at 230. Rocky, this is Beth Mowens. Rocky, this is pick 233. Run that up to me. Rocky's giving it. Oh, Chandler Cox. The Dolphins with the 233rd pick go with Chandler Cox.
I heard her call softball this weekend.
Oh.
There's a lot of words in there.
Pitch.
A lot of that.
Here comes a pitch.
Yeah.
That's a nice hit. There's a pitch.
Swing and a miss.
Swing. Oh, Greg, you had it. Swing and a miss.
Oh, wow.
There's a swing and a miss.
But you know,
wait a minute. This just in. Hold on just a minute, Rocky. Oh, they picked Chandler Cox.
You know, good for him, too. I guess he'll have to put his career as a barber and a car washer off a little bit longer.
Yeah, unless he sets up shop down.
I understand he has a small business.
Yes, he does.
You couldn't get through it.
I couldn't do it. I pictured myself hearing me do it, and I couldn't get through it. So tell him. I can't do it.
That's twice you tried.
All right, Tyler's on hold. He said
it's his wife.
Okay. His wife just
called.
called.
He's going to talk back to her through the show because she told him that he was about to be late
This
for
is
work.
how they can talk. He calls the show and she hears it.
We'll come back. We'll talk to Tyler. His wife, Kristen, just called in after a nice pitch. Swing and a miss.
That was pitch, right?
Yes. Chandler Cox.
Rick and Bubba.
His wife, Kristen, called earlier.
We really didn't see anything wrong with it.
I didn't either. She said there's. And talk to her more at the start of every day. Tyler, you're here. Thanks for being with us, buddy.
Oh, what's going on, fellas?
Well, so you tell me what's going on with you and your wife.
Well, it's been going on for about probably 3 or 4 years now. Like every morning, I used to work
night shift, so early in the mornings I catch the kickoff hour, and I don't know. I used to call in like every morning on my way home. That's how I made it home and stayed awake. I'd drive and call in every morning, and 2 Valentine's Days ago, I remember I called in, and y'all actually kept me on the line, and we called and woke
I
her up.
remember this, by the way.
Yes, I do remember that.
I do, now that you're saying that.
And my little girl was awake with her, and then I told her to cook breakfast. But I remember.
I do remember this happening.
Yeah, it was. She just. I call. That's what I do every morning. It's just become like a routine every morning. I'm more worried about getting out the door and making it to work on time so I can hear the show and call in, and I guess telling her bye most of the time.
So
she'll get over.
Yeah,
she'll get over it.
So she's saying she wants you not to be rushing to get out to listen to the show. She wants you to give her more attention in the morning.
To tell her bye something.
And you forget to tell her bye because you need to get out there and get the show going. It's like I know some people, my wife can be one of these, they can't function to get the day started until they've had at least 1 cup of coffee, preferably 2, which leads to a funny story I forgot to tell you all about. And so, this show, this show is your cup of coffee.
That's right. It's either slow down and tell her bye, which it's either rush out the door and get to work, or slow down and listen to her do her griping for the morning.
Oh my gosh! I wish I wasn't here.
I know, Tyler. I thought I was kidding a few minutes ago. I don't get that way.
So are you saying
she does it? All right.
She knows she does it. So you talking about?
Well, she sounded like a very sweet
She
lady.
really
when
did,
called.
Tyler. She sounded very sweet.
Well, she can be, just not in the morning.
Okay,
right.
So you're saying it's better for y'all's marriage
not to talk first thing.
If she would just leave well enough alone, in the mornings it's not going to be a conversation time for the two of you, and you're better off that way.
Yeah, if I could just ease out without wait, it's like like I fell and landed in a tiger's den. I'm trying to sneak out from when one wakes up. You know what I mean? That's the morning.
I don't know that this is getting better for you.
No, it's not.
But when I go home for lunch, and eat lunch, she's the sweetest person ever. She's like a little kitten.
Okay.
And then mornings, she's that tiger. You don't poke her.
You're trying to get out of there.
I love this guy.
Oh, Tyler.
Tyler, thank you for the honesty.
We thought men like you all went the way of our dads. I didn't know they still existed.
Listen, I remember that day.
Thanks, Tyler.
Didn't we call wake up? It wasn't his parents. Didn't we call wake up somebody's parents one time? Mm-hmm. I can't remember, but I remember him calling her because the little girl was in there with her, and that's funny.
He asked to answer your question, but it was 2 different.
2 different things. I knew we woke somebody up.
Yeah,
I can.
I can't believe this guy.
No,
he had that kind of swagger about him and attitude about him when he called last time.
Or she's clearly not listening.
Hey,
Right.
Compassion International.
Called, so.
Look. Six minutes. I'll be doing away with that before I leave today. A brand new hour has started. 6 minutes past. Thanks for being with us. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, and Eddie Van Adler all here for this hour. We're glad that you are. We'll chat with you. We'll update and on everything going on. Welcome back, Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you for joining us. It's the little party we call Rick and Bubba.
I'm kind of mad at myself right now.
Yeah, this is on you.
Really mad at myself. I was just at the public restroom, and Super Tom, the engineer, came in. First thing he asked me was what he's been doing ever since a few days ago. Is Speedy in here? And I said, no. Yeah. I said, you're clear, Tom. Come on in.
We're good. I bought him lunch.
Yeah, and so we're standing there doing the uncomfortable urinal conversation. He said, how's the new cough buttons working? I said, I can't tell. I said, I'm glad they're there. I said, thank you for putting those in to try to cut back on the sniffling, the coughing, and all that on the air. And then he said the words that I should have immediately said, under no circumstance should you ever tell Bubba this, under zero circumstance. And I didn't, and I knew better. He said, well, it's got a talkback button on it too, but that didn't really serve any purpose where they can talk y'all can talk in each other's headphones, but I don't know what purpose that would serve on a show like y'all's. Mm-hmm. And at that moment, I knew I should have said to him, under no circumstances, tell Bubba that he has a talkback button for headphones. And I didn't. And then Bubba went to the bathroom, and I guess Tom, how did you see him? Was he just coming out?
Yeah, we had a brief conversation.
And he's told Bubba about it, and now Bubba's playing with it, which I knew he would. And
I was just trying to see what it would do.
And unfortunately, I'm going to have to now tear the panels out of the console. And I was hoping it wouldn't come to that. I wanted to be pro these new things.
Right.
Well,
I think the on and off is good. The mute is good. See, I can cough and you won't hear me, so I do that.
Right.
Not cough in the mic or smack.
Right.
Or snort or any of that stuff with ragweed season coming
Right.
up.
Right.
The talk thing, I think it would probably work better like communicating with the phone screening room or Adler to say, if we were about to do something, I could say, in his headphones and y'all wouldn't hear me.
Right.
Can you hear that, Adler, when he does that?
No.
Okay.
I don't think that the talkback is ran yet.
Yeah.
Sure it has.
Yeah. Yeah.
Now, how were y'all doing that a minute ago where we could hear you?
You hold that. I'm just saying that I don't know if he can hear it in there.
It's in here. I don't think it's in there.
It's not in there.
Okay, yeah, I'm
trust me,
I can't hear
Trust
it.
me, I can't hear it
from mine. No.
I can hear it because I lose my headphones completely. And
it goes
can't
down.
hear myself.
It cuts the
So it must just
volume
be,
down.
can you hear
right.
it too?
Oh.
Yeah.
If you're loud enough, though, and the other mics are on, you can hear me.
Right.
I know that face that Rick's got. I've seen it for 30 years.
Oh, yeah.
When he gets
You
exasperated.
talking about frustrated Rick?
Yeah.
Tell Tom you're sorry ahead of time, so he's prepared for the destruction of the new panels.
That talk
brace him.
features probably don't. I mean,
Yeah, it doesn't serve any purpose except to annoy me to no end.
All right.
Okay, so but you're right. If it could work in there with him and stuff like that, it might have a purpose. But it is there. And,
I wish that button would dump the delay. I would like to have that.
Yeah,
that would help.
Yeah.
How would it do it?
Goodbye.
Would you like for it to have that sound with it?
I've always wanted. We talked about it before.
Right,
We had a button before, but
Right.
I want one of them big old plunger buttons.
I know you
like
do.
the
I
one
know
at
you do.
Staples has.
Right.
Where you hit it.
I know that. You've always dreamed of that.
I have. I really have.
Bubba, I will tell
about
you,
Gizmo?
when you look at the state of Congress right now, I completely understand that every human being on the planet, no matter what their situation, thinks, well, I guess I could do it, because we're letting, as Babylon B put it, we're letting bowls of Jello just act and serve different states in the Senate and in Congress and president. They said that they got that doctors approved a bowl of Jello to be on the Senate, and so
we're
apparently
in desperate need of a generational turnover there. That's for sure.
Yeah, a grasp of your cognitive skills no longer a requirement.
Yeah.
No.
Now we're even saying you can not only know where you are, you don't have to be able to know where you are, speak, or even dress appropriately. You don't even have to do that. So this has led to things like this. Rob Gronkowski now says he's not ruling out running for Congress.
Well, he's got
a
a lot of time on his hands. He doesn't have anything to do.
Right.
They have great parties.
The way the Jets are going, who knows? Him and Tom may come back out of retirement.
Right.
Who knows?
Who knows? Watching the Patriots play the other night, I bet they'll try to bring him back. But Gronkowski, to me, he finally got what for him is life the way he wanted it. Why would he bring this baggage into his life?
I know. It looks like he's in Florida partying all the time. He's got his Super Bowl rings. He's a legend.
Right.
He's on some sports casts.
He's on NFL Sunday.
Yeah,
on the panel.
He's doing that. So
on Fox.
Seems like he's got plenty to do, but I guess he's just been so busy with sports he feels like he's bored now.
Yeah, and he would be a Democrat, so we don't want that.
Yeah.
So that but maybe.
Well, I'd just soon have him as any other
that's
Democrat
true.
that's going to be in that seat.
It doesn't matter.
At least he'll know who he is.
Whoever's there.
And with the new dress code, he won't have to wear a shirt.
No.
Right.
He's right in. Take his shirt off.
Yeah. It's but I'm like you. I mean, honestly, when you look at government, and look, I applaud all of you that do it and you feel called to do it, and I don't like all of you that think that you just can't have a real job, so you go and do this.
All right.
It's kind of like these people that go into vocational ministry, and you thought it really wasn't a commitment to Christ just because you're lazy, and they don't ever get anything done. They just kind of lounge around. But anyway, but I literally, seriously, I'm not exaggerating. I would have to have an angel sent by God come in my office and say, you will run for office or God is going to bring down wrath on you. That's the only way I would do it.
And it needs to be obvious he's an angel.
Yeah,
Rick, I would have to say it would
himself.
have to be at a burning bush level.
Right, yeah. I don't I applaud y'all for trying it, but buddy, it is not for me. I wouldn't want any part of that place. Good gracious. And everybody that we send there, it looks like they have PTSD every time you see them.
I would be
after that, when they come back, they're just like, oh my goodness, you don't know.
I would be much better as a benevolent dictator.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
absolutely.
would work it a whole lot better. Because I don't want to compromise on a lot of stuff.
Yeah. Yeah, me too. I mean, now if people said, hey, Rick, you like you said, you now have absolute authority, and every change you need to make is made the minute you say so. Let it be
An
written.
armed guard
so
make sure it's carried out.
So let it be so.
Right.
Now that might be. I probably because then you roll into the it's good to be king. But this going up there to that mess or down there to that mess, wherever it is, even at the state level, local level, I don't even want to go to a local council meeting. Just none of that, man. It has zero appeal to me.
Yeah.
Appreciate the people who do it.
I'd much rather be riding in the woods looking at trees.
Right. But if I'd been through what he was been through and got to a retirement and to go do that. Now, if he feels called to serve, that's fine. But if he's going to be a Democrat, then I don't know what all he's going to do is do more damage. But it's
knowing him, he had to be joking.
Well, maybe good for him. That's it. We mentioned it going to the break. This Maren Morris thing. I was reading more about that. That she's not. By the way, does anybody here care that she's not going to do this?
No.
Yeah. I mean, she's still going to keep singing, right? Do we care what?
Let's walk this out. Why is it Trump's fault that
she
can't sing country music?
She was trying to stay in country music, but she said she blamed what she calls the Trump years because that made country artists feel proud for being misogynist and racist in their music.
Really? Now what?
She's basically saying, I don't want to be associated with these country music people that sing things like "Try That in a Small Town." That's really what she's saying.
Mm-hmm. What about Old Red?
Yeah, she probably didn't like Old Red. Mm-hmm. But anyway, she said she doesn't want to be associated with country music because of songs like that.
All righty.
But there's a lot of libs in country music now.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
She can go hang out with them.
Yeah.
But she says no, she's out.
Well, I know they'll be crying in the street today, Rick.
Yes. How will we move on? I don't know how. But anyway, that's some of the stories. 866 we'll be big. We'll be back.
Don't let the guitar hit you on the way out.
That's right. More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
After that, let's talk about compassion. Tyler's like, she'll get over it. Have you ever heard anybody say that?
No.
Knowing that his wife's listening, she's already called and complained about it.
She gets mad when I leave, forget to tell her bye. But,
I mean, sometimes I'm real to listen. Y'all forget to tell her bye, but
Well, see, the next time he sees her will be during lunch. He's a kitten by then.
I know. How about him saying, well, I can be to work on time, listen to the show, or I can sit there and listen to her complain every morning. I'm like, oh, my gosh. My goodness.
She knows she gripes. That's what he said. She knows.
She knows she's like it.
She knows it.
That's funny.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
There we go. Tom Petty and the Heartbreakers. So we were playing the national anthem. And you know how sometimes these things happen and you're going, well, this is awkward. And then it turns out to be something pretty cool. Then there's times you say this is awkward and it just stays awkward.
And it is awkward.
But
it is.
we had a ball game last week sometime, and it was senior night. So this was the night for the seniors to be recognized, and Mom and Daddy gets out there.
Always a great night.
Always a great night. Oh, senior night, and they're running all that down. So you usually try to get somebody who normally does not do the announcing, come do the announcing if you something special tied to the seniors or something. And so our head football coach came in, and he said, hey, I'll handle bringing out the seniors, and hey, that's awesome. And so they're introducing everybody, and all that's going on, and So he says, now I will pray for us, because we do pray. And that's not some big stand. I mean, we're a private Christian school, so we're not martyrs by any stance. We're allowed to pray. When you're martyrs, when you do something that everybody tells you not to do, but you do it for the Lord anyway.
Right.
So it's not. But I'm just giving you how it was happening. So we have a prayer, and so the prayer ends, and he says now, and of course trying to get, the worst thing about the sport, any sport that has a helmet, removing of helmets is so much easier than removing caps. Or you play a sport that doesn't have a hat or anything like that. Mm-hmm. But now people got helmets. They've been in warm-ups, and they've got their helmet all buckled up, and you're like, hey, get your helmets off.
Yeah.
So everybody rushes to get their helmets off, and you try to get them in some sort of order. Everybody, both teams, hey, we are now facing the flag. Nothing. Birds chirping. Everybody uncomfortably facing the flag. Nothing. Okay, do we just not do the national anthem?
Why don't you just sing it as a group?
And another tribute to Mickey Dean, because that's exactly what happened. All of a sudden, Sherry behind me is on the field. Say, Rick, just start singing it. So I start singing it, and then all the players and all the parents and everybody just joins in, and we sing it a cappella to the flag.
What was the plan before that?
Well, I think where we had a bit of a drop-off, and I'm with Speedy too, and Greg, I've heard you mention this as well, because I think this used to happen where you went, hey, guys, look, we love all of you. If you're somebody and, hey, let's do it, we should, and you're going to do a national anthem that comes through the PA that's pre-produced, get a short one. Don't play one of those that goes on and on.
Don't play Leanne Rhymes.
Leanne Rhymes is too long for that. Gaither Vocal Band's a little long for that.
It is.
And they're good, but they're long. Let's give what I just did. Just your straightforward.
I like that.
Military
for a sporting
version.
event. I like this. The straight up band.
I do too. But anyway, this time
the normal pace. Dun dun dun
Right.
dun dun dun
Cymbals.
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 And they're loud too. Yeah, they are loud. But anyway,
keep it moving.
I think what happened in our attempt to be sharp was something unique for senior night. We were too unique.
Yeah.
We were so unique that the person who was introducing the seniors was on the field with a wireless mic.
Yeah.
So it's not like you got normal guy up in the booth that
and
says
he didn't know how to play it.
somebody was up there didn't know where it
know
was.
what button to push.
No.
But what it was,
they didn't think about it before they got left.
What gets you is there's no instruction now. You're standing there and somebody has to take the lead.
Whoa.
And finally, Sherry said, "Rick, just start."
Please
singing.
tell me you were the one that got everybody.
I did. I did.
Really?
Yeah, I got it going. I
That's
thought to
awesome.
myself, "This is how Bubba must have felt in 5th grade."
How far did
first grade?
Was it first grade?
Yeah.
Wow.
How far did you get in the lyrics before they joined you?
Further than I wanted.
Okay.
Yeah. Because the players look and they go, I guess Coach wants us to sing.
Yeah,
they start coming
are we
in.
supposed to sing?
Then you got. "21 minutes now past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big is our number. Thank you for being with us for this edition of the Rick and Bubba Show. If just for a while to be there in the velvet, yeah, to give them a smile. It's good to get high and never come down. It's good to be king of your own little town." All right, so as we come back, alert, Americans, our president, the one who is currently serving, we think, is addressing the world. He now has that ugly green marble behind him, and he is talking to the UN.
It seems like we would upgrade that four-year marble that we use for a background from 1960.
What about a logo or something back there?
But has he ever looked more like Walter right now? He's squinting
yeah.
profusely here in this.
I was thinking to myself, where's Jeff Dunham?
Yeah.
I mean, because
he's right above him.
He looks like he should be sitting right over there by him.
Yeah.
And I don't, we all think they probably tried to get him rested. They probably give him whatever they give him to get him through.
Fresh B12 shot.
Yeah, and thought, can we get him through this? And so I don't know what he's saying or how cognitive he is or what's the slur factor right now. But
trust me, we'll have sound bites.
Right,
it's all
Rick,
about,
I think that's pretty.
I guarantee you right now. He said no nation can meet today's challenges alone. He has to be talking about climate change.
he can't even
Has
he
to
can't
be.
he can't even take on going to the restroom alone.
No.
Okay, so
I tell you, he must have that teleprompter must be 20 yards away the way he's squinting.
I know. Could he not put the aviators on him, man? Do something.
Something.
Yeah, right.
Give him a hat.
By the way, in case you're wondering what he's been doing, his administration just unleashed 50, took leases back of places we've been mining and drilling for 50 years. So,
Did you notice how they wrote that headline?
Yeah.
They unleash
Yeah.
a 50-year ban.
Yeah,
is
that-
what they're saying. See, so they're
you're trying.
if you glance at it, you don't really pick up what they're saying.
Well, they have now blocked thousands of acres from future oil drilling or mining in northern New Mexico. And they're saying it's to protect the Native American lands.
Mm-hmm.
But of course, when the more we go down this path of we're not going to use our own resources, the more dependent we become on others, because fossil fuels are not going away.
And guess what? It makes the process
And
go
the
up.
prices just go up.
Just the
up,
perception
up,
of this
up,
makes
up.
the process go up.
Yep, up it goes.
Rick, this will include a ban on, as you said, mining and oil gas production across 4,200 acres. And if it's finalized and implemented, the action would remain in place for 50 years.
50 big ones.
They say they're responding to pressure from tribes, elected leaders, and community members who want to see these public lands protected.
Mm-hmm.
That's
well.
Again, I would have more faith in the local people there in New Mexico deciding how to handle that.
Well, if you don't want to do it there, I mean, for that reason, then make that case, but don't stop using what we have. That this thing of us not using our own oil is
Well,
crazy.
it was last week, into the week before, that they canceled leases that had already been signed in Alaska on a bunch of land.
Right, yeah.
So I don't know that this is really a strategic move other than trying to accommodate the environmental far left.
Right.
Do y'all want to hear Biden Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen talking about Biden's gas prices?
Sure.
All right, here she is, Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen talking about gas prices.
Well, the president wants to make sure that gas prices remain affordable for Americans. Americans care a great deal about the price of gas. They're still down $1.20 off their highs last summer, although they have gone up recently.
The other half.
Yeah.
And they're way off their lows that they were pre-Biden.
How about that salad bowl, that haircut?
Yeah, I started saying there may be another candidate right there that needs to be replaced.
It's something about corporate Greg too, actually making the comment.
Yeah, come on. Look, corporate Greg, I couldn't hear anything she said. All I was looking at was
He's got papers, computer. He's got his pen out working it.
Oh, corporate Greg said a full blend. But the minute that woman came on the screen, I said, whenever we make the initial comment, whenever Greg can get it in, he will comment on the haircut.
You think it looks good?
No, I don't.
Oh, okay.
Matter of fact, I don't know why. I don't know why women seem to drift to the shorter hair when they're getting. Just it's all right to stay with it. Something a little more length.
Odd looking
Past
your ears.
Well, I mean, how about don't use a bowl?
Right, Greg.
Yeah, well, I mean, Rick, what you're saying is who decides, okay, I'm ready for the Dutch boy look.
Right.
That's and
Dutch boy. I need a little Dutch look.
I just don't think that's even attractive on the Dutch boys. I mean, there's got to be a better cut out there than that.
Yeah. If I sat down, they showed me some pictures. I'm saying, if I was, a woman, which is hard to imagine.
Yeah, right.
And I would even say it as a man. I think I'll pass on Dutch boy.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I know. I mean,
yeah, and what I would say is I will embrace Dutch boy if I happen to be a Dutch boy.
Right.
But if I'm not, I'm gonna pass on Dutch boy.
I had Dutch boy from about 3 until 7, so I'm done with it. As far
Yeah,
as
I'd like to see you go back.
Yeah.
Our kids had the Dutch boy look for a while, but they were little boys.
Yeah.
And it was a cute
Hard to
little
keep
little
up.
Dutch boy thing. Yeah. But once you become grown and a woman, Dutch boy's probably out.
Yeah, and a woman.
Yeah, right. It's a. So we're thinking about you got a press conference coming tonight. What haircut you want? I'm thinking about Dutch boy.
Let's go with Dutch boy. That looks good.
Hunter Biden's trying to avoid in-person arraignment in federal gun charge case. They're trying to see if they can get that initial court appearance for this. They're saying he could do 25 years, but why do they even, or 10 years? Why do they keep 25 years the max? But but I don't think that we're going to see him ever serving a day. And I don't know why we do these stories like this is really going to happen. It's not going to happen.
Well, let me ask you this. Have you heard one reporter from the mainstream media inquire to Biden or the press secretary, will the president pardon his son if he's convicted?
Right.
Because these are federal charges, right? Wouldn't it fall under the jurisdiction of the president?
It is federal firearm charges.
You remember when Trump was involved in this, that they would always ask him, are you going to pardon him anyway?
Right. Yeah.
Are you going to pardon yourself?
Right.
Can you even pardon
All that,
yourself?
Yeah. So the federal firearm charge is the 25 years, and then he lied about the purchase of a firearm. They said that's the one that has the 10 years. So they're $250,000 fine.
And the only charge that's going forward is these are the charges that can't be tied to Joe Biden at all.
Right.
And these are the only ones that are going forward. If you notice, let's see which one can't be tied to Joe. Okay, let's go with that one.
Well, yeah, and let's face it, if I had that kind of power and my son was in trouble, I'd say, and I was Biden, I'd say, let's get the ones that can't be tied to me. And then we can maybe pardon him on the ones that whatever. That would be my plan if I was an evil Biden. We'll be back. Phone calls from you, America, at 866-WE-BE-BIG. All 10 lines are available. We'll find out what is on your mind. You can comment on the stories you've heard today. You can bring up a story if you'd like. You can ask a question if you'd like, whatever the case may be. So we'll come back and find out what's on your mind when the Rick and Bubba Show continues right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
People who are doing different versions. Nobody's even But there was something special about Americans just singing it.
Yeah.
Now it wasn't great, and nobody's going to record it and say y'all grab that and let's move on.
Yeah,
but that's what we did.
Yeah.
But Speedy, that moment when nothing happened, I thought this is where Speedy, as the coach, just begins to sweat. And
yeah. So JC, during the baseball season, we were on a road trip, and this happened at one of his baseball games. And they're all out there on the line and everything.
Same thing.
And it's time for the anthem. Everybody, you always look for the flag. Where's it at? There it is. Yeah. And everybody's standing there, nothing. You could hear crickets, nothing. And then finally, from the booth, guys, I got nothing. It's just he finally just announced it.
I'm sorry.
And instead of singing, we all went, all right, let's just go.
Oh, really?
I mean, everybody kind of was awkward and stuff. I was a nervous wreck.
You could have spoke for the flag.
I could have.
I
could have.
Well, Speedy did that.
I'm a flag. I have flown over me.
Hey, guys, I got nothing. Something's wrong.
Well, the thing
I was there in Iwo Jima.
That's good. The funny part about this, and Bubba will attest to this, and again, it's like what you're talking about with you. Everybody who has a goatee and bald, we say looks like you.
Yeah.
But the new football coach at Briarwood, who's been a coach for a while, he and I, undoubtedly, everybody thinks we at least resemble each other.
Okay.
To the point that, like, kids will run up to me and they'll be excited, and I finally say, I'm not Coach Forster. And they'll go, oh, wow, we thought you were Coach Forster.
Coach.
Hey, Coach.
So he was the one that was introducing the seniors. So you have him. At one time, some people think I'm introducing the seniors.
Okay.
And they think, well, he's one of the coaches. This makes sense. And he does that radio gig. And then they look and they see me standing over here with Sherry with a hat on. They're like, so it was a very confusing thing. And
they said, look, Coach is starting the national anthem.
Oh, look at Coach. And I'll tell you what, the new football coach at Briarwood is a handsome guy.
I figured that, Rick.
So we
if he's getting confused with you, I figured that.
I tell him all the time, I say, I told you what a good-looking man you are. He goes, as a matter of fact, they tell me all the time how handsome you are. So we'll come back. But that was awkward, but I think that's all you got to do right there. You just got to start singing. More Rick and Bubba next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
By the way, this was one of the songs that... All right, so we got the Don Lemon story today, and I didn't realize that the person that he cut off was Cliff Sims. Really, does it all?
Was it?
So Don Lemon went after former White House aide Cliff Sims, who we've had on the show, and they it all started because
did Don think he had a buddy in Cliff because he had wrote a book that has been
I think so.
widely looked at as negative to Trump. I don't know if Cliff looks at it that way as much.
Kind of like when they booed him on The View because,
Yeah.
again, the same type deal.
Right.
He wasn't going the direction they wanted him to go.
Right.
Yeah,
So-
I think y'all have it. I think Cliff's not going the way that Don wants him to go, and it ends with them with a big cutoff at the end.
And we'll try to get. I might skip forward to the cutoff, but I'll let you kind of get going here. Where Trump defended his Charlottesville remarks, basically saying that the media misrepresented what he said.
They did.
And Cliff was on to talk about it.
Even well-meaning people. I mean, I don't know Don, but when I hear Don talk about the way he felt about Charlottesville and what the president said, it's diametrically opposed to what a lot of people, I would say myself included, watched happen. I mean, the president did condemn white supremacy.
Then you're delusional,
did condemn those things.
Then you are delusional because that's not what a lot of people said.
I'm from Alabama, and so this is an argument that I feel like we have had for years and years.
Says words that are hollow. Because the president said, we should come together.
Anything you just said,
hold on, let me finish.
You insisted on talking over me, so I really don't know what you're saying.
If you
right
stop talking, then we won't be talking over each other, and I will let you respond.
Well, you want to interview me. You asked me to come on your program, so give me a chance to talk.
The president's words don't matter. If I sit here in an office with a bunch of ladies,
that's not what I'm saying, Don. I literally just said that the president should step up and lead on issues of racial reconciliation. I literally just said that.
You're talking about words and policies, okay? So if I sat here, this is what
you
just
said. I
doesn't
said
make
the president's
sense.
words shouldn't matter.
You're not
I didn't say
that. Let me get it out, and then you can respond.
Because what
okay?
you're saying is not true, Don.
Okay, you're not listening. How do you know? You don't know what it's not. You don't know if it's not true if you don't hear me out.
Because you just said that I said the president's words don't matter, and I did not say that.
Okay,
Could you admit
okay.
that you
So
did,
you're
that I did not say that?
you're saying the president said something right, but his policies are better, so we shouldn't call him a racist, or that panelists shouldn't call him an anti-Semite, or shouldn't call him a white supremacist. Okay, so
could you give me an example of the president being a white supremacist, Don? Since you insist that he's a white
and then
supremacist,
you
give
can
me an example of
respond,
one.
please. Okay, so you say it doesn't matter. That's my interpretation, or that the president's policy should speak rather than his rhetoric. Okay, so if I sit here on this panel and I tell these women that I want to grab them by the you-know-what, but I...
Let's go to the phones. Helmsy's got it. 866-WE-BE-BIG. Thank you for being with us. A couple of things going on this week, and I got an update on one of them. But if you dial us up right now, you can get in. There's plenty of lines available. So coming up this week, if you start on Friday and into Saturday morning, you've got a Man Church weekend in Ottawa Baptist Church in Ottawa, Tennessee, not far from Chattanooga. Andy Blanks and Lance Ingram will be there. So that's on the 22nd and 23rd. So then when you go to the 24th, you got Adler. He'll be at the Reverend for Research charity ride. He'll be in his sweet van in Birmingham, Alabama, the home of ZZK. Also that night, from themanchurch.com, Rich Wingo will be at Hopetown Church in Huntsville, Alabama for Man Church coming up. They're in the strategy. They'll move you into their small groups. They're doing our curriculum now. This is their second or third Man Church, and Wingo will be there for that in Huntsville on Sunday night. So, and then coming up on the 25th, which I wanted to talk to you about this. This is the Save a Life fundraiser going on in Tuscaloosa. So I just got an update from that, and they said that they have 4 tables left. That's it out of the 60. So if anyone would like to be there on Monday night to raise money for that great organization, I get a chance to talk and have some. We'll have some fun, but we'll also talk about the seriousness of what they do and how important it is. You can grab those last 4 tables by contacting them, or if you follow Burgess Ministries on social media. Or me on X, because I tweeted that out too. You can see the barcode or the website where you can grab those last 4 tables that are available for Monday night. There you go. All right, to the phones we go. 866-WE-BE-BIG. Let's go to Beth in Sweet Home, Alabama. Beth, welcome to Rick and Bubba. How are you?
I'm doing great, thanks. How are y'all?
We're good.
Great.
We're good.
We're great.
The reason a lot of women wear short hair, there's several reasons why. One, long hair can cause migraines, can cause bad headaches because of the weight of the hair if it's real thick. Number 2, you might have autoimmune disorders like I do, and you can't use your hands well enough to fix long hair, and short hair is a lot easier to manage.
Sure. Well, there's a lot of women that they get a real stylish short hair, and it looks good, and it's peppy, and all that. But we were talking more about the Dutch boy look. That it's even when you choose
it's
short
low maintenance. I got
yeah.
that,
Even when you choose short hair, you might want to stay away from Dutch boy.
Yeah,
that's really all we're saying.
yeah,
But
lots of
no, there's a lot of women that wear short hair, and it looks kind of like. Got a lot of energy to it.
Oh, yeah.
And, all
you
that.
do
And they
all
like
kinds
it,
of
and it's fun, and all that. And so we understand that. We're strictly talking Dutch boy there. Let's continue. Todd in Alabama. Todd, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
How y'all doing this morning, man?
Good.
Good, sir.
Good, Todd.
That ain't no bowl cut. That's Pete Rose cut.
Well, that's true.
Yeah.
They're one and the same, aren't they? Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. I was going to ask y'all, y'all was 16 years old, and the first time you got your license and made your own trip somewhere by yourself. I went from Oxford to Heflin to look for Paul Harvey.
At the Bank of Heflin.
That is hilarious.
Yeah.
When I was a kid, I thought it was there.
When I left there, the guard told me, good day.
Okay.
I used to think he was at the Bank of Heflin.
Yeah. So I don't remember. Yeah, we talked about that before. I don't remember. Let's see. The furthest I went at 16.
I drove over to Biloxi from Pascagoula.
Yeah, I don't remember going.
I went to the movies.
Maybe
that
Birmingham.
Night. I went to the movies that night.
Yeah, I lived in Oxford. Greg and I did, and it was about an hour from Birmingham. Probably Birmingham was the furthest we went during the first year of driving.
Yeah.
Probably Birmingham.
First year concert.
Yeah, he said 16.
Had to be going to the battle.
Yeah,
yeah,
something like that. Going to a concert or something.
Yep,
Yeah,
no doubt.
That was probably it. You remember the first time that you got old enough, and you remember driving like to the beach? And you thought, well, I'm
out here now.
I'm telling you, I own it
Step
now.
down.
Ain't nobody
I
stop me
crossed
now.
state lines.
Ain't nobody.
Did you start feeling weird? You're so far from home.
Yeah,
Wow.
yeah.
I don't know any of these people.
Right. And I thought to myself, I'm just about to a place where nobody knows my mom and dad. So if I can just go a little further. We continue. Let's go to Cam out of Trussville, Alabama, listening on 104.7 WZZK. Cam, go ahead.
Hey, yeah. Well, green eggs and monkey grass.
Thanks for the call, buddy. What's on your mind?
Yeah, well, I've been listening to the show about probably 10 years. I'm only 19, but I know y'all have a philosophy where you move locations every, I think, 4 years, and I just don't know the meaning behind that. So I was just wondering what you would say.
Death threats. Death threats. You want to keep moving, Cam. You don't want people to know where you are. Sometimes when we tell you where we are, is that really where we are?
Like we're in Miami
Yeah,
today.
that kind of stuff. Cam, I don't know where you got the information that we move every 4 years. That isn't accurate, and I don't know where that came from. But
Our last studio, we were in it 14 years.
yeah, and so
Or in the way you count it, 3 moves plus 2.
Yeah, so I don't know where you got that info, but it's incorrect. I'm not sure who told you that. So, but thank you.
Yeah, sometimes we have a little fun with that. Maybe, maybe
right.
Cam thought we were
Yeah.
serious
Yeah.
when we were talking about that.
Yeah, but he was very specific. I know y'all move every 4 years.
Yeah, I mean, that's a given.
I think the president. But I don't know where that came from, Cam. That's not accurate. Like
That
Bubba
is
said.
interesting.
It is.
Email us and let us know where you heard that,
Yeah,
Cam.
I was trying to get him to tell us, but he wouldn't respond. So maybe he hung up.
I know that this is Ocho, right? This is 8.
8.
But
yep.
some of the moves we've had are within the same company. We just might have moved to a different part of the building. You know what I mean? Like that one time we did that, and then now we moved from our last location to here, but it's still with the same company.
Well, just like, but what he just said, Bubba tells. I mean, that theory dies just on the broadcast plaza and teleport.
Yeah,
we were
it's
there.
not every- it's
we were
not
there
every
14
4
years.
It's not every 4 years.
Yeah, right. Yeah. So, let's go to Taylor out of Starkville, listening to 96.1. Taylor, go ahead.
Good morning, gentlemen.
Hey, buddy.
Good morning.
Hey, I got some inside information on that missing jet. I got a buddy who's a mechanic at that base over there in South Carolina. He said they got it in the shop working on it. It's a big cover up. They're embarrassed. They don't want the public to find out that the pilot filled it up with gas instead of jet fuel.
That's great.
That's a good one. There's there. So far, that's caller of the week right there. That's a good one.
That is a good one.
Oh, that's good right there. I knew he was going somewhere, but I have to admit, which made it even better, I didn't know where he was going. And that made that even better. Bubba
covered his tracks well.
They did. Powerball jackpot has climbed to $672 million.
Is that all?
Stop by and get one of them on the way home.
And
I'm not interested if it ain't a billion.
No, they'll have a drawing on this tomorrow night. It looks like. So,
yeah.
So, Greg, if you would like to go get one, you have a 1 in 292.2 million chance of winning it.
So you're saying there's a chance.
So the guy who called here before.
You're saying I got a shot.
The guy that called here before and said he was going to share the winnings. with us.
Where's he at?
Is he? Does
He's
that
playing
go,
again.
Does that go for
Haven't
this
heard
one
from
too?
him.
Is it still in play?
Give us a holler.
I know he didn't specifically say this, but in my mind, he put a TFN on there.
Yeah, that's kind of how. That's how.
Till
I read
further
it,
notice.
He's going to jump between Powerball and Mega Millions.
Right.
He'll just go back and forth.
I think he told us that day. Maybe I heard it wrong. If he ever does win anything, that we get something.
Okay.
That's how I heard it.
Yeah, that's how I heard it. Maybe I didn't hear it right.
I'm going with that.
Right. So the that is small compared to someone we've had lately.
Yeah.
A mere 600 million.
A mere.
I don't think I'd drive out of my way for that. Huh?
1 in 292 million chance of winning. Does anybody have any idea how far away that is?
Look, I'll buy a little ticket every now and then just for a little laugh.
Yeah.
But there are people who are going to take money that they need.
Oh, they need it.
And they're going to throw it on this and really think they got a shot.
Well, it goes back to we studied, and it's still funny because Wingo told me he had the same deal at the class he teaches in his church. Is this book by Dallas Willard called The Spirit of the Disciplines? It's really the first time I've ever taught something that was so difficult and so hard and so exhausting that even the men in the group, and Wingo said he had it in his Sunday school class, they started almost a rebellion that they were going to leave if we kept teaching it. It's a very hard book. But anyway, he made the point in there, which you just talked about, Greg. He said, this notion that wealthy people are greedy, he said, and he was talking about the Bible really doesn't come down on being wealthy or poor. Neither one is elevated above the other. You have good and bad people who are at every level financially you could see. And he said, and on that note, he said, some of the greediest people I know are poor. And he said, people being poor, that's not some like, they're poor, so they must be wonderful people. He said some of the greediest people I know, he said, they're always, they're playing lottery. He said, they are obsessed with getting rich, obsessed with it. And not just trying to meet their needs and not struggle. They want to be wealthy. Yeah. And he said, and a lot of times they love these games of chance because they want to try to get wealthy without ever really doing anything that would earn it.
Yeah.
And he said, so this thing about greediness, it's not just wealthy people that are greedy. He said, poor people are as greedy as anybody. Not all of them, and all wealthy people aren't greedy. But greedy, it'll run up and down that financial situation from the bottom to the top. Yep. We'll be back. We'll look at any stories we may have missed. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. More of the Rick and Bubba Show coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Supporter of women and women's rights, and I stand up for you. How does that... So then what should I believe? Should I be able to do that? Do my words matter more? Do my actions matter more? All of it.
I think
all of it is encompassing upon me. So you cannot say that the president's words don't matter, and we should judge him on his policies rather than his words, because all of it matters.
So that's the point.
Well, fortunately, that's not what I said, Don.
That is exactly what you said. You said the president's policy. You talked about his policies. You talked about his policies. You said his policies are what matters.
I said that his words and his policies matter, Don. I said the president should step up and lead on the issue of race, that I don't feel like he's done a great job in that, but I also think he gets unfairly criticized at times, and you take it a step too far. You couldn't name a single example of the president being a white supremacist, and yet you perpetuate that ridiculous notion night after night.
I never called the president a white supremacist. So if you're watching the wrong program or you're not hearing what I'm saying, what I have called the president is racist. When you call nations shithole countries, when you call African-American players sons of bitches, when you say that they are find people on both sides. When you lie about it afterwards, that is when you're actually you redline black people from housing. When you say that the Central Park Five should go to jail,
why don't we just take a specific example?
Evidence of racist behavior.
I'm not going to sit here and just let you just yell at me. I mean, if you want to interview me, I'm happy to talk to you. But if you're just going to sit here and
I'm trying to
rant,
interview you, but
do
you're
that
talking over me.
Why don't let's talk about something very specific. Let's talk about the fine people on both sides, because I think this is an important conversation to have. So I think if you think the president is a racist, you hear that, and you hear the president saying there are fine white supremacists and there are fine anti-white supremacists. Now, I'm from Alabama, so I've been a part of this kind of the argument over the monuments and things like that for years and years. I've seen this play out here in our state.
If I'm from Louisiana, by the way, so I've seen it play out.
And you think that he is not a racist, when you hear him say that, what you hear him say is, you know what, there are good people who think we need to get rid of these statues because they are monuments to slavery. They are monuments to white supremacy.
That's not what he said.
And there are also good people on the other side.
That's not what he said.
Who don't want to get rid of those because they feel like this is our history. Even if it's an ugly part of his history, then we should preserve these.
He said.
But Don, if you read the entire transcript, he was very clear in saying that he condemned white supremacy. Well, then pull it up. Pull it up. Then I
read
you're
the entire
lying to your audience, Don, because
I read the entire transcript.
We're going to go to the end here.
Contributing to have a conversation, to actually tell the truth, to actually call people on.
Well, I don't think we're having
to hold them accountable for their words and their actions all at the same. I'm still talking, and you're talking over me. You can't have a conversation that way. You have to listen. So I sat here and I let you say what you had to say, and now it's my turn to say what I have to say.
Actually, no, you didn't. You interrupted me like 1,000 times.
No, I haven't.
Well,
we haven't been on. We haven't been on air long enough to do it 1,000 times. So,
give me any more questions you got. I'm happy to answer them. Lay them on me.
Yeah. Well, listen, I would love to continue with you, but I'm going to get to something that is better and someone who actually tried to bring this country together, and that is the former president of the United States, Barack Obama, who is speaking about Mandela, and he was at the African American Museum here in Washington. We will listen in. Cliff.
So you just talk over people that disagree with you.
Look, it's pretty simple. Don Lemon has, as what Cliff tried to point out, Don Lemon has already made his decision on how he sees President Trump on every issue. And then when that's the case, we're not searching for any answers. We're simply wanting to make the same rants we always do. We'll be back.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
And I was bombarded with it yesterday, like y'all may have been as well. And I remember 2 days ago, Monday, looking around at the TVs in here, and what I thought I saw was a woman in a burqa that was being photographed, and I kept seeing the Sports Illustrated logo, and I'm like, this seems a bit odd.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It's 9 minutes to the conversations that we have. It's 9 minutes to the top of the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. All right, so a couple of things we can hit before we go. We do have Biden before the UN. So we did, Speedy couldn't, Bubba, I'm about to give you a testimony, and it's going to be a good one. When I came to, there was some discomfort in my rectum.
There was a shoe not far from me.
There was a talkback button. But anyway, we as we come back, so we do have Biden already. We listened to a little bit of it. Bubba made the point, which I agree with him, that that he'll do pretty well there because they probably arrested him. They've given him everything they possibly can to get him through this.
Fresh B12.
But we listened. He's still not doing well.
Geritol.
He's still not doing great. He's still slurring a lot, and it may be beyond the ability to repair it now. But here is just a little clip from Biden before the UN. Here we go.
Simply put,
The 21st century results are badly needed. They're needed to move us along. That starts with the United Nations. Starts right here.
That purple suit by that green
What
wall.
was he trying to say about 2021? What is he saying?
Ricky's not sure.
What
when
was
we
that?
get all
Was
this
it
in for
21st
tomorrow,
something?
it'll be precious.
Can
I say it again? Do you mind?
And it was big on climate change and
Let me see.
China and all that.
So what is he? Because he loses his train of thought.
Yeah,
and
something
then
about 21st century.
And then I've noticed his reset is to say United Nations because he knows that's where he is.
And what's he chewing on?
Simply put, the 21st century
21st
century results are badly needed. They're needed to move us along.
Oh boy!
That starts
was
with the
simply
United
put.
Nations.
He was trying to work through it live.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Where we needed to
So that
move
it was
along.
like what was supposed to happen before he got out there.
The results of the 21st century are needed.
It was like he was reading
Yeah.
it, going, I don't know if that makes sense or not. But he was doing it in front of everybody.
Yeah, he was.
What am I
I'm not
thinking?
kidding. I'm not joking.
Yeah, I'm looking. I mean, I'm just serious. I'm joking. It's not funny.
In this clip, here's another one.
There's more?
There's
Oh,
another
yeah.
one. Here he says, "Let me be clear." Let's see if you guys can see what he's trying to be clear
But
about.
he's not clear.
Now, even as we evolve our institutions and drive creative new partnerships, let me be clear. Certain principles of our international system are sacrosanct.
What?
Sacrosanct?
Or was he having a stroke right
Did he
now?
say sacrosanct?
That's worse than I thought. Let's see if we can. All right, Helmsy.
The green wall's making it worse.
You probably
I
have the
don't
best hearing
know.
of us.
Yeah, this is
Sacrosanct.
beyond hearing.
See if you can pick up the
man.
first
Pack a
sentence
sack.
before "Let me be clear," and then I don't think there's any hope of the one after. But see if you can get the one that leads to the comment "Let me be clear."
Now, even as we evolve our institutions and drive creative new partnerships, let me be clear.
We're encouraging all of it. We're encouraging all of our institutions.
Institution.
Wow.
Let me be clear.
I've said this. It's like his tongue needs an energy drink.
It does.
No, it just won't. It can't catch
Do
up.
you think?
What about President Mazzo?
Do you
Let's see
think?
if I'm right, though. I just want to know.
All right, here we go.
Now, even as we evolve our institutions
I don't think
and
so.
drive creative new partnerships,
I don't
let
think
me
so.
be clear.
I don't think you're. Sir. Try that after. Let me be clear. It doesn't go well after that. He invents.
I wish he'd copy
Listen,
somebody else's
listen.
speech right now.
Listen, on this point, I want you to think that he may possibly be reading a Dr. Seuss book. You know how Seuss makes up words? Okay, let's see right here.
Now, even as we evolve our institutions and drive creative new partnerships, let me be clear.
After this, listen.
Certain principles of our international system are sacrosanct.
Sacrosanct's from Dr. Seuss. That's not a real word. That's not a word. He got clear there for just a minute, like he reset, and then he drifted again.
Yeah, sacrosanct.
He came up
What
with
is that?
sacrosanct.
What is that?
Wouldn't you love to see everybody just watching him sitting there going,
You're sacrosanct.
He heard a
and they
who.
all got them headphones on
that
where
a real
it
word?
translates.
The zizerphone and
So
the
we're the
xylophone.
idiots.
They were playing the sacrosanct.
So we're the idiots. He actually said the right word.
Okay.
What is
Was
it?
it
Let's
right?
say it. I've never heard of it.
Sacrosanct is a word. Yeah, it's on the screen behind you.
What was that first sentence? What was it? Before "Let me be clear."
I have no idea.
Okay. Well, God
I
love
never
him.
heard of that one.
Okay, you got me there.
Yeah.
I'd like to see the translator work through all that.
Yeah. But you know what?
How would
Good-
you like to
good
have
for
to
him.
translate that to another?
And you know
Good
they
for
all
him.
got them headphones on where it
Yeah.
You know what?
translates into their
How about this? He gets a win. He got one win and one loss
sacrosanct.
on that one.
Sacrosanct.
Sacrosanct. He got.
I didn't know that was a word.
And then the slurring sentence at the beginning, we don't know.
I know he doesn't have an enlarged tongue, Bubba. So I'm not saying he's
Right.
got a big tongue or what, but it sounds like that. It's
No,
like
I
you
think what's
can't-
happening.
Yeah, it can be getting in the way.
You know,
No doubt.
because we know the mind is supposed to be telling everybody what to do. Okay, and his
There's
mind,
positives, there's minuses.
and his mind is compromised very much like ours. And but what I think is happening is I don't know who's tired, whether the tongue's tired or the mind's tired.
Or
but
both.
one of them is tired. And I think the mind's like, "Hey, tongue, come on, we need you."
Come on,
I
man.
just ain't got it. I ain't got it. I'm sorry.
Sacrosanct.
You mean to tell me that slurring and then you follow with a "Let me be clear"? Don't say that after that.
No.
Here's
Here's one more clip from the UN from Joe Biden if you guys want it. He's talking about climate change.
I bet he is.
Work together with China on issues where progress hinges on our common efforts. Nowhere is that more critical than accelerating the climate crisis.
Accelerating the climate crisis?
I don't think
I thought we were trying to stop the climate crisis.
Yep, we're accelerating. We want to decelerate it, don't we?
I thought we were trying to stop it.
I thought we want to put the brakes on it, don't
This
we?
whole
Now
time.
that was sacrosanct.
And you know what he thought?
Sacrosanct.
He thought, wait a minute, I just gave everybody our strategy. I would even say that about
All right.
accelerating it.
So
Maybe he needs to talk to the universe and quantum mechanics.
think about everyone trying to interpret what he's saying.
Oh,
Okay,
All
and
the
all the
foreigners.
they have all the booths
Yeah.
from all the nations that are there, and they're trying to make sense of it. Are they going off the script and the teleprompter, or going off what he says?
Wouldn't you love to hear them with the pauses they take?
Right.
You know, and like,
I think all of our enemies. Here's what they're hearing: the enemies around the world. Oh, it's time, guys. It's time.
Yeah.
We got to get aggressive.
Yeah.
If we ever want to take them
They're
out,
about as
it's
vulnerable
now.
as
They
they
can't
can
even
be.
find an airplane.
Vulnerable.
So, yeah. And then Greg
if
mentioned
they can't find their own airplane, they're not going to see ours coming in.
No.
Greg said that he's getting, he's got resources on the inside. And he said he's hearing that the XFL and the USFL may merge.
No,
Well,
I think
that was
that's-
some source they were
I
quoting.
think that's wishful thinking on
But
one of the leagues. It's not
They
making
say
money.
claim it. The rumor is there's talks.
Well, they really should. I mean, the only thing that's tough on you is on spring leagues that never seem to be able to survive very long is if competing spring leagues are trying to survive.
Yeah.
I mean,
Well, you got to
makes
admit
no
though,
sense.
the USFL, if they start again this next year, they're the record holder.
Yeah.
Yep.
That's sacrosanct.
The whopping third,
Sacrosanct,
the,
if
the
they're
whopping third season. You know what I mean?
Yeah, the big three.
The big three. So, and then they probably do need to merge for their survival, don't you think?
I like competition.
Yeah, right. Well, yeah, but boy, splitting a small audience leaves everybody.
I think
with
I think keep them separate and then have like their Super Bowl where
Now
the
that
best
would be
of the
nice.
USFL
They play
and
each
the best
other.
of the XFL.
Yeah,
play.
well, of course that basically is merging.
They
by
do.
the
They
way.
play different times and slightly different rules too. So
That's basically a merge.
That's a merge.
That's called the NFC and the AFC.
That's merging two entities.
Yep. But that'd be fine. But that's probably a better way to do it. Just not say it.
I would watch that.
Yeah.
Towards the end, anyway.
Yeah.
Probably not at the beginning.
USFL after this next season, isn't that when they're going to auction the teams off for private ownership?
I'm not sure.
You know, seems like I remember something like that.
Bubba's in.
And Bubba getting a group together.
Yeah. Get the group up.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Now, even as we evolve our institutions and drive creative new partnerships, let me be clear.